it's a test. Mic test. Mic test, mic test.
皆様おはようございます。Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming to the Tech for Impact 2025. This event will be beginning at 9:45. この後9時45分よりスタートいたしますので、しばらくお待ちください。Please wait for a while. We'll be resuming. We'll be starting at 9:45. So please sit back and relax. The restrooms are down the hall on your right. So if you have time, please do so. When the show starts, we're not going to have much of rest time. It's going to be really, really, really packed. So if you can go, please take your time. When you have time, please go to the restrooms and get your drinks too beforehand. We will only have a break at 1:30. We're going to be having a 30-minute break at 1:30. But until then, it's going to be really packed. So be ready for it. 皆様9時45分にモーニングからですねスタートしてまいりますが、今日の、6時30分の最後までですね結構英語のステージは詰まっております。もうトントコトントコと後からいろんな催しが出てきますので、休憩時間が1時30分から2時までしかございませんので、それまでは本当に短い3分とか転換の時間、椅子を上げたり下げたりとか、それぐらいの時間しか予定していませんので、お手洗いに行かれる方は、行ける時にどうぞ行ってください。そしてお飲み物もですね、この下でも買えますし、皆様で確保していただいて、自由に出入りしていただければと思います。9時45分にスタートしますので、今しばらくお待ちください。 皆様おはようございます、早くからお集まりいただきありがとうございます、こちらの英語ステージでは9時45分開始となっております。今しばらくお待ちいただけますようお願いします。15分ほどでスタートとなりますので今しばらくお待ちください。本日、イベントがスタートしますと休憩時間がほとんどございません。次から次へと皆さんに見ていただけるように、ステージの転換の時間一応5分はあるつもりでいるんですけれども、早めの進行でいきたいと思いますので、スピーカーの方がちょっとでも多く喋っていただけるように、3分ほどの転換しかない場合があります。でお手洗いはこちらの会場出ていただいてホールを、まっすぐ突き当たったところの左側にお手洗いがあるんですけれども、そこまで若干の距離がございますので余裕を持ってお越しいただければと思います。今しばらくお待ちいただけますようお願いいたします。そして飲み物はこの下でも買えますので、早めに、欲しい方はですね買ってきて、のんびりしてください。Thank you all for coming to the stage, to this Tech for Impact Summit 2025. The English stage will be beginning at 9:45, so please wait for another 15 minutes. And once we begin the show is going to be running. We're not going to have any rest time until 1:30. We'll have like 3 to 5 minutes in between each session, but that's like really quick. As soon as the stage changes, we'll start having the speakers come up, so be ready for that. We're not going to be having much of the rest time till 1:30. So if you have to go to the bathroom, please do so. The restroom is down the hall on your right, and you'll see it. The drinks are on the fourth floor, third floor. They sell many things downstairs too, so if you need to go down, please help yourself. And so if you have any questions, please ask the staffs. The Japanese stage is on the other room behind this room, so if you would like to change and go there too, please do so. So please wait for another 10-15 minutes. Thank you very much. Good morning and thank you for attending. We'll be starting at 9:45. We'll be starting in about 5 minutes. So please find your seat, relax, and be ready till we start. さあ、間もなく始めます。9時45分スタートとなりますので、皆さんもお席についてお待ちいただければと思います。間もなく9時45分に開始となります。 Well, everybody, good morning. And thank you very much for attending the Tech for Impact Summit 2025. Good morning. ありがとうございます。朝早くからありがとうございます. Thank you very much. This year we have two stages, one in English and one in Japanese, and I will be with you today for the whole day, and on this English stage. My name is Christelle Ciari, and to all of you who came last year, お久しぶりです. Good to see you back. And to all of you who came here today for the first time, to let you know a little introduction of myself. I do all the voices on the trains in Tokyo area. When you take the train, the next station is Shibuya, blah, blah, blah. That's me. So if you take the train next time, you will hear me and you will remember me. Okay, so before we start the event, let me introduce the sponsors for us today. Our gold sponsors are Input Output, Intersect, Cardano Foundation, Vesper, Rare Evo, Iagon, Delta DeFi, Biotope, UTXOS, Trivolve Tech, BTC Grow, Software at its Best, Token Allies, ERIX, and Project Catalyst. Thank you all for the sponsors. It's because of you are here, we are here today. Now, let us explain the purpose of this event today. Our mission is to accelerate change through collaboration. The summit is where societal challenges become the next growth opportunities. Our theme this year, Beyond Boundaries, Building 2050 Together. We are here to bridge the gaps between the impact in technology and between Japanese and global communities to co-create our shared future. On this English main stage, experts from around the world will gather to deliver inspiring keynote speeches and engaging panel discussions. In the exhibition hall, we have set up corporate booths for innovators like Project Catalyst, Socius, and Tel Japan. And we also have multiple sessions happening today on the Japanese stage, the Impact stage, and the workshop stage. Standard or Growth Pass holders are eligible to sign up for mentoring sessions. The growth area is available for Growth Pass holders. And additionally, a few important notes. Keynote speeches, pitch contests, and MC segments on this stage are conducted in English. So to ensure this summit is inclusive for all, simultaneous Japanese interpretation is available on your screen. You're also able to ask questions in each section. And we just heard that the Wi-Fi is not working well, so please check your mobile if everything is working. Otherwise, we will check with the staffs about the Wi-Fi. I'm not sure what's happening, but let's hope the Wi-Fi works. Okay, and also I reminded a couple of times before we started that today we have so many things going on this stage. We're not going to have enough time. So we're not going to have any break until 1:30. So everybody, we have like 3-minute, 4-minute short break between the sessions. So if you need to go to the restrooms, do that when you can. And if you want to get your drinks, do that when you can. And the restrooms are down the hall that way. So please help yourself anytime. All right. And now the summit is also built on a core commitment to sustainability. We are challenging the event's industrial waste problems with 100% recycled booths and reusable reused materials because we believe it's the right price to pay for the future. So please, everybody, if you have any trash, please take it home with you. And finally, and most importantly, we are committed to providing a safe and harassment-free environment for everyone. This is very important. In collaboration with Sisters, all of our staff and volunteers have received active bystander training. So we believe a safe environment is created by everyone, staffs, and all of you, myself too. And we do not tolerate harassment in any form. We are here to ensure that great ideas are never silenced by the actions of bad actors. So that concludes the event's purpose and important notes. Is it okay so far? Yes? Thank you. Okay, now, the opening remarks from Sarah Yun, he'll be coming up in a moment, founder of Tech of Impact Summit and Socius. Socius is an impact ecosystem supporting change makers with funding, talent, and connections. Everybody, please give a big round of applause for Sarah!
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tech for Impact Summit 2025. My name is Sarah Yoon, and on behalf of the entire organizing team, thank you for being here. Your presence here is a testament to our shared belief that technology can and must be a force for profound good. Now, you might be wondering about the fire here on stage. It is here because before we look forward to 2050, we must first understand the year 50,000 BC. Before we know where we are going, we must first understand where we came from and who we are as a species. As a species, we are running on ancient software. Our modern world accelerates at an exponential pace. But our brain evolves on an evolutionary timescale. It means that our brain, our mental source code, remains unchanged since our ancestors gathered around fires like this one. Those brains were forged for survival in a world of immediate threats, hardwiring us to detect danger and classify the world into us and them, fight or flight, friend or foe. Today, we've conquered many of these immediate threats, ancient threats, thanks to our technology. But our primal instinct remains. Today, we'll explore technologies powerful enough to solve many of our urgent challenges. We're talking about blockchain technology that can bank the unbanked, super intelligent AI that can eradicate disease, and quantum computers and nuclear fusion energy that can solve climate change. These technologies have the tangible promise of healing the planet and saving lives. However, these technologies on their own cannot solve the oldest human problem, the challenge of trust. Because of our genetic inheritance, our default setting is often to protect our own tribe and mistrust the other. And because of this, and this instinct actually kept us alive for a long time, but it's killing us now. And because of this mistrust, we are facing two major problems. First is that our technological breakthroughs will not be shared by all. And second is that our most ancient problem of discrimination, inequality, and war will persist. Yet there is another side to our story. As humans, we have dominated this planet for one reason above all else. That is our unique ability to collaborate flexibly on a massive scale. And we do this by sharing stories that create shared narratives and common beliefs that unite us as one. So, I'm having a brain freeze. So what was I? So unite us as one. So, and the most ancient way to build that trust and forge a shared identity is to gather around a fire like this one and share our stories and see ourselves as one. So today, let this fire be a reminder that with all the incredible technologies in this room, our most powerful force for change is our ability to connect, to trust, and see ourselves as one. And I hope that you will speak to the people next to you, not as strangers, but as fellow tribe members, because all of us belong to the same tribe, a tribe with fire in our hearts, ready to build a better world together. And thank you, and welcome to the summit.
Thank you, Sarah. Well, we have the fire all set up for you. We are not enemies anymore. We are all pals. We get to share our feelings, what we see today. You're down there, but we're going to be up there. But everybody in the same room, listening. Can you hear the sound of the fire? It's really like the real one, so I'm excited. All right. Well, let's move on to the first keynote. The first keynote address is by Dr. Michael Levin, and the theme is Bioelectricity as Interface to Cellular Intelligence toward Definitive Regenerative Medicine of Injury, Cancer, and Aging. So Dr. Levin is a Vannevar Bush and distinguished professor of biology at Tufts University and director of the Allen Discovery Center. With over 430 publications, his research explores the collective intelligence of cells and applies it to regeneration, cancer, and synthetic bioengineering. So, Dr. Levin, please take it from here.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you guys can all see my slides. I'm going to talk about bioelectricity in a slightly different way than I usually do, and introduce it as a kind of bridge between physics and cognition. And if you want to see the details of all this stuff here, everything is at this website, and this is my personal blog about what I think some of these things mean. I want to point out something that is often forgotten. When you wake up in the morning, each of us may have very abstract, high-level goals. You may have financial goals, social goals, research goals, whatever. And in order for you to get up out of bed and execute on those goals, charged molecules like calcium, potassium, and so on have to cross your muscle membranes. In other words, the chemistry has to dance to the tune of a very high-level, abstract kind of mental goal. How does that happen? How is the chemistry of your body, the actual molecules of your body, controlled by your thoughts and your intentions? This is not some sort of special mind-matter interaction that is only accessible to yoga practitioners or some sort of special masters. This is everyday voluntary motion. This is the amazing miracle of everyday voluntary motion. And our bodies are constructed in a way that can transduce these extremely abstract mental objects like goals and so on, down all the way down to the act of chemistry changing in your cells. And so you might want to ask, okay, this interaction between the mental and the physical, where does it happen? Okay, where is the interface between cognition, right, and the contents of our mind, and so-called just physics or physiology or chemistry? You know, where and how do our thoughts actually affect the physical world? When does the mental become the physical, right? When does it turn over? And what I'm going to suggest is the answer is never. It's cognition all the way down, all the way from high-level minds embodied in human bodies and whatever is beyond that, all the way down to molecules. That's the answer to this puzzle of the interaction of the mental world and physical world. It is mental all the way down. Now, the goal here, of course, is to understand how this happens through the different layers of our body, how to understand communication, the scaling of goals, the remapping of memories across substrates, across the different components of our body, and across the different problem spaces that they solve. And in order to explain what I mean, I would like to introduce you to a single cell. This is an organism known as a lacrimaria, but you get the idea. It's a single cell, and this is what we are made of. We are made of these kind of agential materials. We're not made of passive matter or even active or computational matter. We're made of agential materials, that is, materials with an agenda, materials with competencies. And so there's no brain here, there's no nervous system. You can see this incredible creature and the competency that it has in its environment. And one might wonder, how is it that we could engineer with materials like this? It's completely different than how we used to do it with wood and metal and Legos and so on, because you can't micromanage this kind of thing. You have to convince it to do things. And that's because all throughout the history of life, biology has been solving problems in many, many different spaces besides the three-dimensional space of which we are so familiar. So we can recognize birds and primates and maybe an octopus or a whale, things like that, as intelligent. But long before we had brains, long before we had muscles that allow us to move in three-dimensional space, biology was navigating the space of possible gene expressions, the space of physiological states, and the space of anatomical states. In other words, your journey from being a single cell egg, a fertilized egg, to being a human is a navigation of the space of anatomical possibilities. There's probably an infinite number of possibilities, and these systems do this kind of perception action loop in all of these spaces, but these are very hard for us to recognize. We as humans are completely obsessed with three-dimensional space. If it's not moving around medium-sized object at medium speeds, we really find it very difficult to understand the intelligence. But in our body, every layer, all the way from the molecular networks to the organelles within our cells, to the networks of cells and tissues and organs, and even collections of organisms, every layer has its own capacity to solve problems. This is the so-called multi-scale competency architecture. At every level of organization, there are agendas and competencies, and they solve problems. I'm going to show you a couple of examples of the kinds of things they do. First of all, this is an amazing creature called an axolotl, and these amphibians are highly regenerative. They replace damaged limbs, eyes, jaws, all sorts of organs. And what happens here is that if the limb is amputated anywhere along the length here, the cells spring into action and they will immediately regenerate and regrow the same pattern, and then they stop. That's the most amazing part about this, is they know when to stop. When do they stop? They stop when the correct axolotl limb has been completed. So it has the ability to know when it's been deviated from its goal, and then to work really hard to get back to that same position in anatomical space. It's the ability to reach the same goal from different starting positions, right? That's pretty impressive. But notice that it's not about damage, and you can see this in the following experiment. In the 1950s, they took tails like this from this amphibian and grafted it, surgically grafted it to the side. And what you see is that over time, that tail transforms into a limb. Okay. Now take the perspective of these these cells here at the tip of the tail. There's nothing locally wrong. There's no injury, no damage. These cells are perfectly correct tail tip cells sitting at the end of a tail. Why do they turn into fingers? Because what's happening here is that a large-scale plan, so the collective, not the actual animal, it's not the brain of the animal, but the tissue and the organ structures are well aware that you don't need a tail here, you actually need a limb, and their high-level intent to fix that error filters down to the molecular biology needed to turn tail tip cells into fingers. It's exactly what I told you at the beginning. It's a multi-scale system where high-level goals of the top-level collective filter down to make the molecular biology and the chemistry adjust to what needs to happen. So the local order actually obeys a global plan. It's an amazing part of our architecture. And so we want to try to understand what are the possibilities here for medicine and for engineering and so on. And we need to start to think about how the outcomes, how the goals of this system, I mean, it's very clearly a goal-seeking system. It repairs, it can remodel. It's a goal-seeking system. Where do the goals come from? So all of us start life as a little ball of blastomeres. And eventually here, this is a cross-section through a human torso. You see this incredible order. Everything is in the right place, the right size relative to the right thing, next to the right structure. Where did this come from? You might think it came from the DNA, but we can read genomes now, and none of this is actually encoded directly in the DNA. The DNA specifies proteins, tiny molecular hardware that every cell gets to have. The question of what kind of symmetry you will have, how many eyes, if you're going to have eyes, how many fingers, all of this stuff is not directly in the DNA at all, any more than the structure of this incredible termite mound or the spider web is in the DNA of those creatures. It is the result of the physiological software that runs on the genetically specified hardware. Now, we have begun to develop tools to decode some of this software. And you might wonder, how do groups of cells remember what to build? How do they know what to build? And what else could you ask them to build? Well, in the brain, we kind of have an idea of how this works. So the brain consists of many cells which have these little ion channels on them. The ion channels allow the cells to have a voltage gradient, and that voltage is communicated or not through these special electrical synapses. And you can see here, this is an amazing video that this group made of zebrafish brains thinking about whatever it is that zebrafish think about. So you can track it and you can try to decode it. So this is the idea of neural decoding, to try to understand what are the memories, the goals, what is encoded in this electrophysiology. Well, it turns out that the ability to store mental content in electrical networks and propagate it down to activity is extremely ancient. Biology discovered this long before we had brains or muscles or nerves. Every cell in your body has these ion channels, so every cell creates these electrical gradients. Most cells have these electrical synapses to their neighbors so they can communicate with them and create networks with large computational capacity. And we can do something very similar to what neuroscientists try to do in the brain, and that is to decode. So here's an early frog embryo, and the colors indicate the voltages that are basically mediating the little conversations that all the cells are having with each other. Who's going to be left, who's going to be right, who's going to be the head, the tail, and so on. And we try to decode this. Can we ask, what does your body think about before you have a brain? And what did bodies think about in general before there were any brains? So we created some tools to do this, to read and write the memories of the body. First, these kind of voltage-sensitive fluorescent dyes. So this is a technology to non-invasively read the electrical communication between cells. And you can see that here in individual cells, and this is an entire embryo. We also do a lot of computational modeling to try to understand quantitatively how this works. I'm going to show you an example of several kinds of patterns. First of all, we call this the electric face. So here's an early frog embryo in a time lapse. The brightness indicates voltage, and you can see here there's a lot going on, but this is one frame of that video. You can see that already long before the organs of the face were specified, the electrical pattern set the future as a scaffold. So you can see here's where the eye is going to be, here's where the mouth is going to be, here are some placoid structures outside. This is how it knows what a correct face looks like. We are literally here looking at the decoded electrical memory of the tissue of what a proper tadpole face is supposed to look like. And it's not just for single embryos, multiple embryos. So each one of these big circles is a different embryo. They communicate with each other. So the cells communicate with each other to make a proper embryo. But the embryos, you can see when I poke this guy here, there's this calcium wave that goes. The embryos communicate with each other to help each other reach the correct endpoint, right? And here you can see we can track this among the individual cells. Now, it's not enough to just read those electrical networks and read the memories that the tissue has. We want to be able to rewrite those memories. We don't use any electric fields. There are no magnets, no electromagnetism, no frequencies, no waves. That is not how we do this. What we do is hack the normal interface that the cells are using to control each other's behavior. And that means controlling these ion channels and controlling the electrical synapses. And we can do this with all the tools of neuroscience. So we can do it with light, we can do it with special pharmacological agents or drugs, and so on. And so now I want to show you just one or two examples of what happens when we can rewrite these pattern memories. Well, the first thing we can do is we can ask the tissue to make whole organs. So here's a side view of a tadpole. So here's the brain up here, the mouth is back here, here's the eye, here's the gut, and the tail is sort of back here. What we've done is inject some ion channel RNA. So these are molecules encoding a specific electrical component called a potassium channel. We inject these cells to set up a little spot of voltage that says build an eye here. And sure enough, the cells do exactly that. Here, they've built this nice eye. It has all the same lens and retina, optic nerve, all the same stuff that an eye is supposed to have. In fact, if we only inject a few cells, so the blue cells are the ones we injected, they will automatically talk to their neighbors and instruct them to join them in making this structure. So all this stuff out here that isn't blue, we never touched it. It's the blue cells tell the other cells what to do. So this is remarkable for many reasons. First of all, it tells us that the bioelectric state, which is what we've manipulated here, in fact is instructive. It tells the tissues what to do. But more importantly, it's instructive at a very high level. We didn't have to tell that what genes to turn on and off. This is nothing to do with genetic editing. This is not about controlling specific genes. This is not about controlling stem cells. We have no idea how to micromanage the creation of an eye. What we do know how to do is to say to the very competent tissue, build an eye here, and it takes care of the rest. That same theme that I started with at the beginning of very high level abstract goals being transduced down into the chemistry that actually implements it. And so all of these things happen after we've said to these cells, instead of a gut, you should make an eye. What we can also do, here's another example, and we have many, many examples that I could show you, but for reasons of time, I'm only going to show you two. This is a flatworm called a planarian. There's a Japanese version called Dugisia japonica. This is a different one called Doratocephala. They have a triangular head like this, and they're highly regenerative. So if we amputate the head, they grow it back. Okay, so they grow back every part of their body, and we're studying this for many reasons. But one of the amazing things is that they use an electrical gradient to know how many heads and what kind of head they should have. And when we manipulate it, we can make them have their normal heads like this, but they can also make flat heads like a completely different species of planarian, or round heads like a different species of planarian. These are between 100 and 150 million years distance from this, but without any genetic change. Okay, so we don't touch the genome at all. We simply communicate electrically with the cells, and we can get the same hardware, so the same genetics, to visit these kind of attractors in anatomical space that belong to these other species. So, and in fact, not just the shape of the head, but the shape of the brain and the distribution of stem cells here becomes just like these other species. So you can ask the body to produce a new organ, okay, in a different location. You can ask the body to produce structures that belong to an entirely different species here. And so this is the beginning of using this bioelectric interface for regenerative medicine applications. And we're working on limb regeneration and repairing birth defects and reprogramming tumors, all of these kinds of things. When we learn the bioelectric interface by which we can communicate with these systems. But notice that everything I've shown you so far has been normal structures that have evolved on Earth. So that eye was a normal frog eye. These heads belong to normal species. And but we need to think beyond this. What is going to happen when, first of all, humans are modified, which we are already modifying ourselves in both in biological and technological ways. So there's going to be an incredible variety of beings that are combinations of novel technologies with existing biological structures. And so we can ask, where do those goals come from? We know where the frog eye came from in the planarian head. They came from evolution acting over eons to set particular structures. But for beings like this that have never been here before, where do the goals of their tissues come from? And in order to try to understand, I want to introduce you to a synthetic life form. So this is something that if you saw, you might think that we got this from the bottom of a lake somewhere, a primitive organism. But actually, if you were to sequence it, you would find 100% Homo sapiens. We call these anthrobots. They are made from human adult cells, not embryonic, adult human patient cells from the tracheal epithelial biopsies. And they have the ability to self-assemble into a tiny little creature that swims around. It has a completely different behavior. It doesn't look anything like any stage of human development. So the plasticity is amazing. When you free your cells from the influence of the rest of the body, they have a different life. And you can ask, what does this thing has never existed before? These anthrobots have no evolutionary history. What do they know how to do? Well, one thing they know how to do is to repair damage, for example, in neurons. So if you plate a bunch of human neurons here in a petri dish, you take a scalpel and you make a big scratch, so a big wound through like this, right? Here's your neural wound. And you put a bunch of these anthrobots labeled in green. they will find a spot in this wound, they will land there, and what you'll see is that they start to knit the neurons across the gap. They start to repair. If you lift them up 4 days later, this is what they're doing. They're repairing the damage. So who would have thought that your tracheal epithelial cells, which sit there quietly for decades dealing with mucus and air particles and so on, have the ability to become a completely different little creature? And so, you know, this is what they look like. They have little cilia, little hairs on their outer surface that allow them to swim. They have 4 different behavior patterns that they can switch between. They have 9,000 differently expressed genes. Okay, so about half the genome is differentially expressed. Again, we didn't do anything we didn't touch the genome. There are no synthetic biology circuits here, no weird nanomaterials, no scaffolds. This is novel capabilities of a being that puts itself together in a way that's never existed in evolution before. And the opportunities here are incredible because these are made from your own cells. You wouldn't need immunosuppression. You wouldn't need to suppress your immune system if these were injected into your body to heal you, right? We're only scratching the surface of what they can do. But they're also teaching us about this amazing scenario where living beings can have goals and properties that were not set by evolution. They don't have an evolutionary history. Where do they come from? Well, we think now that all of these kinds of things, the anthrobots, xenobots, all these other things that we make are basically vehicles for exploring what you might call the Platonic space or a latent space of possibilities. These capabilities, these new gene expressions, new behaviors, new forms, new physiological properties, they're not just random things that just happen to be. They are drawn from an ordered, structured space that contains not only mathematical truths, but also high order patterns that we recognize as kinds of minds. And you can see there's a whole symposium that we're running this fall on this Platonic space. This idea that living beings, but also engineered beings like robots and AIs and hybrid forms and cyborgs and so on, are all receive the benefit of the ingressions of patterns from this space, and we really need to understand this to take the full benefit of the technologies that are coming. And so I would suggest that the future of, first of all, let's just talk about biomedicine for a second. These are all the familiar strategies of biomedicine. They're all kind of bottom up. You know, they're all hardware first, but there are all of these incredible technologies coming down the line having to do with exploiting the intelligence of the material of life. And I think that future biomedicine is going to look a lot more like a kind of somatic psychiatry than it's going to look like chemistry. It is really about collaborating, cooperating, and convincing your various intelligences in your body to do the things you need them to do. And the final thing I'll say is this. Besides all the advances that this is going to lead to in regenerative medicine, cancer, birth defects, bioengineering, aside from all that, there's an ethical and a social component here, which is that all of the natural forms that Darwin said when he said endless forms most beautiful are a tiny corner of this enormous space of beings. All of the combinations of evolved material, engineered material, and software, and the patterns from this space, all of these make some kind of a viable, novel, embodied mind. So cyborgs and hybrids and every kind of combination under the sun is coming. We are going to be living with these beings that we already are with. Many of these already exist, but there will certainly be more. And we really need to understand all of these components and develop a novel set of ethical principles to relate to beings that are not like us, that are truly alien, that do not come from our evolutionary life stream. And we need to enter into a kind of ethical symbiosis with these beings as a matter of maturing as a species. So I'll stop here and just thank the students and the postdocs who did some of the work that I showed you today, and our collaborators and our technical support. Disclosure, here are 3 companies that have licensed some of our technologies and support the work. And most of the gratitude goes to the living model systems that have taught us everything we know. So I thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. Please give a big hand of applause to Dr. Levin. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
ありがとうございました。All right, so let's move on to the next panel. Are we all ready? So our next panel is Triple I for GH Global Health. Unlocking universal health coverage through impact-driven financing and tech innovation. Joining us for this discussion are our moderator, Ken Shibusawa, and our speakers, Scarlett Chen, Saeda Makimoto, and Shigeru Honda. Will everybody please welcome the three of them onto the stage. They are on their way, so please hold on. So we'll be starting shortly, but everybody, if you need to go to the restroom is down the hall on your right, so please do so. Now, this is going to be an interesting speech panel discussion with the four of them. So while they come, okay, so let me wait for another 3 minutes. We need to get the sofas up. All right, thank you very much for waiting, everybody. We have the seats ready, and everybody's here beside the stage, so let's call them in. So please welcome Ken Shibusawa, Scarlett Chen, Saeda Makimoto, and Shigeru Honda on stage. よろしくお願いします. Thank you very much. ありがとうございます. Now, let me properly introduce our panels. Our moderator, Ken Shibusawa, is the founder of Shibusawa and Company and chairman of Common Asset Management. Scarlett Chen is managing partner at Verge Health Tech Fund, a VC fund focused on impactful health tech startups. And Saeda Makimoto is senior deputy director general at JICA's Human Development Department, leading global health strategy and initiatives on pandemic preparedness and equitable access to the medical tools. ありがとうございます。すいません。お座りくださいと言わずに失礼いたしました。And Shigeru Honda is a director of AAIC Investment, where he leads African healthcare venture investments and supports startups with expansion and fundraising. Now, before we begin, please welcome Mr. Shima from the Impact Investment Initiative for Global Health. He will introduce their work in the field of universal health coverage before we hear from their panelists. それではShimaさん, please take it from here. お願いします。
Thank you very much for joining today's Triple session by our co-chair, Mr. Shibusawa, and our Triple precious partners. This is Ryoichi Shima, Cabinet Secretariat, Government of Japan, and the Triple Secretariat. Japanese government recognizes health as a foundation of development and economic policy and has long promoted health as key area of international cooperation and leading global discussions. The Impact Investment Initiative for Global Health, III, so III in short, is a G7 initiative, was endorsed at the G7 Hiroshima Summit in 2023. At that time, Japan was the chair company of G7 and launched at the United Nations General Assembly in 2023. Let me briefly introduce III before the panel. In many low and middle countries, there are financial burden for health is increasing, especially after COVID-19. To achieve universal health coverage and SDGs, it is difficult to fill the gap, financing gap, only through ODA. So with this background, III was established to promote impact investing, aiming to accelerate private sector funding to global health sector to support achieving in universal health coverage and also SDGs. In these 2 years after launch, III has operated based on 3 pillars. Number 1 pillar, raise awareness of global health. We held III event in international important area like United Nations General Assembly, World Health Summit, World Health Assembly, and Davos World Economic Forum, for example. In these days, before last month, we did a III event in United Nations General Assembly also. And also, we organized a panel at important related summit like this summit to enhance understanding and appreciation of impact investing in the global health. This is the first pillar. And second pillar, support the development of impact measurement and management in global health. We collecting, sharing, and analyzing best practices in IMM, impact measurement and management. Establishing working group to gather expert insights, and recently publishing the IMM practitioner guide and IMM recommendations in General Assembly, UNGA. So, impact measurement and management is very complicated, and especially in ESG, environmental field, it is more advancing, but this social area, especially in general, global health is not matured, so we'd like to keep contributing for harmonizing the IMM for global health area. And also, third pillar is strengthening incentives to promote impact investing. Since impact investing in the health sector in LMICs carries high risk, so it is essential to build an ecosystem with government, developed financing institutions, and other relevant organizations. In this field, also we gather a world working group and established recommendation for making enabling environment in this Davos. Through these activities, we can raise awareness for this area, global health for impact investment. And partner number is from 37 at the launch, but right now we have 115 precious partners. We appreciate for every III partners like these members. And this helps strengthening collaboration among partners, we think. But given the increasingly challenged landscape this year, especially surrounding global health and health financing, the role of III for GH is becoming ever more critical, we think. So III will contribute to support the promotion of impact investment in the global health, we think. We hope we'd like to commit it. Thank you very much for a brief introduction for III. Thank you very much.
島さんありがとうございます。Thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Shibusawa, the floor is all yours. お願いします。
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining our session. Before we get rolling, I'm trying to figure out who are the audience. What are your interests? You're interested in the health sector. Please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Specifically in global health. A little bit, thank you. How about impact investing? Okay, others? No others. Okay, good. So we got a very focused audience. That's wonderful. So my name is Ken Shibusawa, and I'm one of the co-chairs of Triple I, joined by Ms. Yodi Alakija from Nigeria and Mr. Steve Davis from the United States. And we've been trying to mobilize private sector capital into global health as an investment, not just aid. And I said it in one short word, but it's actually quite a challenge, but a very meaningful challenge. Even now, we started this initiative in 2023, and now in 2025, it's even more pertinent, I believe, in the world today. Today, we are joined by a prestigious, our Triple I partners, who makes it all possible to do this. We're not a fund, and it's basically a network, and it's all the financing is actually from the Japanese government. So thank you very much for the Japanese government for sponsoring this network. But wanted to go straight into self-introduction for our distinguished guests. First, Miss Scarlett Chen from Hong Kong, Verge Health Tech Fund. Just maybe a short 1-2 minute self-intro.
Sure. Scarlett Chen, Managing Partner at Verge Health Tech Fund. Verge is a early-stage VC fund that focuses on global healthcare technology companies. And our 33 investments have now impacted more than 25 million lives globally. And we are a fund that focuses on delivering two different bottom lines. So the first one is financial returns, no surprise. And the second one is really impact. And we are supported by impact capital, corporates, as well as also financial institutions, which are supporters and funders in the fund. And another one to remark is that we are not a typical healthcare fund. We are actually a tech fund in the healthcare space. So consider this to be everything that is scalable tech in healthcare, so covering next generation diagnostics, breakthrough smart devices, a lot of AI, a lot of digital health platforms, and a lot of software. And all that is for creating sustainable impact in the global health arena.
Great, thank you, Scarlett. Turning to Mr. Shigeru Handa from AAIC Investment.
Thank you, Shibusawa-san. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shigeru Handa. I'm the director of AAIC Investment. We are living in a world where we have different values and the approaches, but we live and die, and we want to be healthy. And health is very much data-driven, right? And AI can be very effective in this field. As AIC, we manage venture capitals, investing in early-stage African startups. And we invest tech-enabled startups like telemedicine, pharmacy, DX, but also we invest in the brick-and-mortar business, like local manufacturing companies or dialysis service providers, because that's where more of the job creation can be made. And we invested about 40 startups across Africa, and the 30 startups under the portfolio companies managed to achieve some business partnership or co-investment from the Japanese companies. The reason why we are promoting this is that creating this kind of partnership will help the startups in scaling up their business, and that will lead to the exit opportunities. We are in the financial space, aiming the financial return, but we want to have the co-creation with the startups together with all those stakeholders, and we want to be a catalyst. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, Ms. Saida Makimoto from the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA.
Thank you, Shibusawa-san. Good morning, everyone. I'm Saida Makimoto, Senior Deputy Director General of Human Development Department of JICA. My department is in charge of government-to-government cooperation. And JICA is a bilateral development agency, primarily working through such a government-to-government cooperation. In the health sector, we focus has been strengthening comprehensive health system by combining human resource development, facility development, and institutional development. And our ultimate goal is to help achieve resilient, equitable, and sustainable universal health coverage in low and middle income countries. JICA has another function that is private sector financing investment. We engage in impact investing, supporting private companies that are tackling development challenges in healthcare and other sectors. By utilizing public cooperation and private finance, JICA offers a variety of schemes to promote co-creation of solutions and innovation to accelerate inclusive and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. So you can see that we have 2 private sector funds and 1 government agency in development cooperation. And I think this is this is a common characteristic I think we find in the global health sector for the lower middle income countries. If it's just in the health industry in the developed countries, I mean, the financing and that comes a bit more naturally. But for the lower middle income countries, getting the government involved in a public-private sector partnership, I think, is very important for moving this forward. So that's why we asked these members to be on the panel today. So, Scarlett, initially going to you, you mentioned that you're a tech fund in health. At the same time, impact. So how do you measure? How do you manage the impact side of the equation? The financial side, we get it. You put money in, you get more money out later. But how about the impact side?
Yeah, so very good question. So the question around how do we actually connect this all together and actually generate impact is a crucial one that we ask ourselves. And this really goes back into the problems that we're trying to solve within the global health arena. And from our perspective, we're very much focused on 3 major problems. I'll go into this and talk about how tech can actually help with this. So number 1, we have an access problem within health. And 54% of the global population don't have access to quality healthcare. The second problem is that we have an aging and a disease problem. So people are getting older and also getting sicker. Not just getting older and sicker, but even as young people, sometimes we're getting sicker as well. And the disease mix is now really, going from, transforming from infectious diseases to now much more chronic in nature. And the third problem that we're dealing with is that we have a resource problem. So we don't have enough hospitals, nurses, clinics, you name it, we just don't have enough. So, but with all that, the good thing is that we do have 2 things which are going for us. So the number 1 thing is that from a technology front, when you look at the advance of internet, data, compute, sensors, and most recently, AI, and this generation of AI, this is all really helping with how do we do things from a technical perspective. And the second thing that helps us is that there is a mindset shift in the sense that consumers care more about their health, governments care more about health, especially post-COVID, corporates, you name it, there is a mindset shift that is going on. So when we look at traditional healthcare, we think that traditional healthcare is very much sick care focused, which involves you get ill and you see a doctor and you're given some medicine. But when we think about healthcare, we think that there should be health and there should be care. And so as a fund, we actually really very much invest in this whole spectrum from health to sick care in the middle to also providing care, long-term care. And all this is actually tied together by using technology. Because previously, it actually wasn't really possible before by the traditional ways of looking at this. And now with tech, we can actually put in sensors, we can put in platforms, so we can put in a lot of these along the way. And this is where we can now use scalable ways to then create impact. And this is actually the secret sauce of being able to, as a small fund, being able to impact now more than 25 million lives through the 33 very early stage investments, because we see that high potential, we see that scalability behind the technology to then actually create the impact.
Great, wonderful. And what geographic regions are you involved in your investments?
So we're a global fund,
Okay.
and we have now invested literally into 6 different continents.
6 different continents. Okay,
Yes.
wow. Okay, very impressive. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, now let me turn to Handa-san because he's focused on Africa, and the reason why Africa, in 2050, 4 out of 1 people in our planet will be Africans, and most of them very, 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 very young. So a lot of potential there, but at the same time, increasing population means there's lots of problems and issues as well. So turning over to you, Handa-san, what is your angle in impacting or investment into Africa?
Thank you very much, Shibusawa-san. I think, as Scarlett mentioned, there are a couple of challenges, but which are quite similar in the African continent. And what I would like to say it's more of the, let's say, driven and demand-driven kind of the investment space. In Africa, we have the shortage of doctors, even like radiologists. There are a lot of shortage. And that's the issue of the access. And there is the fragmented market. If you look at even pharmacies, like thousands or 10,000 pharmacies, like it's not really becoming the modern chains. That means there are a lot of different channels, and at the end of reaching that patients, you never know the medicines are legitimate or not, and the price can be even higher. And the third one would be the local, let's say, manufacturing capacity. In Africa, let's say 90% of vaccine is imported, even like in medical devices, 80% is imported from the India, China, different regions. So there are a lot of potentials where we can come in to support those healthcare ecosystem. And for example, when it comes to the shortage of the doctors, we invested in one startup, which is Lology, and in Egypt, they are building the teleradiology platform. And so they are connecting between the hospitals and the radiologists. Radiologists can be sitting in Cairo, but the hospitals can be in Kenya. Right? And it used to take more than a couple of days. Sometimes in the rural areas, it could take 1 week to deliver the report. Now, for X-ray, it can be delivered within 60 minutes. So that kind of the shortage become the business opportunities, and we also promote the collaboration. So that teleradiology platform is now collaborating with the Japanese manufacturers, right? So that AI, they also have the AI screening business. So Lology's platform can be incorporated into the medical manufacturing company's machine and delivered to the where there is a shortage of the radiologist. And we are also kind of making the MOU between those startups and, for example, the Hyogo University to advance the AI. They have the data. In Japan, there are some challenges in accessing the data, but there is the AI more advanced academic research. So collaborating between the academic side and also the, let's say, clinical application in Africa, then that will create the more impact on the ground. Tech is very, very important, but at the same time, only tech will not be able to deliver the services on the ground. So those startups, they are not only relying on the tech, they become the hybrid. So it has to be locally led, locally oriented, has to be connected with the hospitals, clinics, understanding the medical procedures, clinical applications to maximize the impact. So there are a lot of areas, and identify where would be the good point to push from the Japanese impact investors' point of view, and bring in the Japanese medical corporations so that we can co-create the values to support the university healthcare coverage or the advancing the medical healthcare ecosystem in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. By the way, who's been to Africa before? Oh, good, decent amount. Thank you so much. Like we talk about health for global health, like into Africa. We talk about access to medicine and all these conferences and boardrooms. So when you're actually on the ground, and I was in Ghana 2 years ago visiting a site on this dirt road, 6 hours, just bouncing around to go get to the site, and that's when you really get the access part, the importance of that access. And JICA actually has been in Africa for how many years now? It's maybe over 50, 60 years or something, and with lots of projects on site all over Africa. And the importance about JICA, I believe, is because not the traditional ODA, but this year the JICA law was changed, which enables them to use more catalytic capital to mobilize private sector investment into the healthcare and other areas as well. So. Any insights on the changes on the JICA law and how that would enable JICA to be more proactive in promoting healthcare investments?
Thank you, Shibusawa-san, for introducing JICA's new scheme. As a nature, private investors require financial viability, and the financial institution needs assurance of repayment. Then, as a result, private finance tend to concentrate in low-risk, high-return areas, often relying on proven track records. So we face a bottleneck at the public development side, or the society have a bottleneck for investment in high-impact but riskier or less established sectors, such as health. To overcome this, JICA is introducing new financial tools following a revision of JICA Act in April this year. This reform has some key pillars, such as diversification of funding source, including long-term borrowing from non-government entities, or introduction of results-based private sector financing, when loan terms are linked to development outcome. But our early new tool is, as Shibusawa mentioned, we provide, we invest in junior tranche when the project has or funds with multiple tranche, which absorbs the first loss, thereby improving the risk-return balance and attracting private capital to senior tranche. In another case, JICA can act as an anchor investor in funds, targeting sectors with high impact but limited financing history, helping to reduce perceived risk. One example, not in health sector, but one example is our investment in the Persistent Africa Climate Venture Fund, which supports innovative business tackling climate change and youth employment. JICA's catalytic investment in riskiest tranche helped unlock private capital for these critical sectors. And not as a new tool, but we also launched IDEA initiative, Impact Investing for Development of Emerging Africa at TICAD, focusing for areas, and aiming to mobilize $1.5 billion by next TICAD 10, 3 years later. In the private sector financing investment, health sector was not the priority area in the till now. But in this initiative, health was picked up as a priority area, so that combining the conventional private sector financing and new tool, we can work, we can function more catalytic actors. As we can play the role of a catalytic actor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. JICA has done a lot of on-grounds work, and they have done very much important work, but I guess in terms of financial risk, it's been a very conservative institution. So it's really a big paradigm shift when you start hearing words like first loss out of JICA. So we're at this very important, interesting juncture, I believe, in using development budget to induce more private sector investment. Okay, now we made the first round and we got a little bit of time left, and this is about tech. But I think tech is only as good as the data, and we talked about data as, you know, and how do you come in terms of the quality, not just the quality, but for a lot of the data that's on the ground, let's say in Africa or some, you know, South Asia, it's not just a matter of picking up the data from your personal computer terminal, I believe. So how do you come in terms with the data part of the equation? The financial data, it's probably more transparent, but especially the impact part of the data. So anybody can just jump in.
Okay, so I'll start. This touches upon a really important topic, which is impact measurement and impact reporting. And it's something that we take very seriously because it's important to actually put in the measurement part from the very beginning. So when we look for companies, we look for companies with intention, so real intention for impact. And as they agree, then even as we sign the documents to invest, we put in a clear side letter that says you will be conducting all these impact reporting to us going forward. And we have monthly reporting, quarterly reporting, and for the impact part, we have a Verge reporting form, which includes 5 different categories and 17 different metrics. And for these metrics, they go in very details, but the commonality between them is that at the very minimum, we are measuring the number of lives touched. So this is a common denominator. And in addition to that, we asked the startups and the deal team within Verge to pick the ones out of the 17 sectors to really focus on. And that will be the right way kind of going forward. And at the same time, it's important not to just take the data as is, but also ask ourselves, how can we actually double check on some of these numbers? So for example, in one of our investments, that was, we just had an exit in the fund where it's an AI platform company that was acquired by an AI listed company. And for this company, we also go into the App Store to check, for example, how many downloads are there, right? How many users, how many reviews, right? What can we see from internal data where we can say, okay, we can also match some of these. But the important thing is to ask for that consistent reporting from the very beginning and then enforce that going forward.
Thank you. I think, Scarlett, you covered a lot. And one thing I would add is the, let's say, try to get the data closer to the users and patients. For example, when we invest in the pharmaceutical industries and also the supply chains, we used to be rely on the more data from the distributors, wholesalers, instead of going to the clinics or the pharmacies. But in Africa, for example, when you feel something bad or feel sick, then first point of contact is the pharmacies. So if you have a post data from the pharmacy chains, that will create more accuracy on the data rather than rely on the different channels of the data. So as Scarlett mentioned, there are a lot of data we measure like by efficiency, time, and also the effectiveness, mortality rate, all those. But we are also trying to see the grasp the startups, having the data closer enough to the on the ground so that the accuracy can be improved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. From JICA's standpoint, which is a government agency, when you make investments, usually private sector investments, if you have financial return, you're satisfied. But obviously, as a government, you're not looking just for financial return, but the use of that capital to have impact. And so, when you're currently initiating the investments in private sector, what is your requirements on the impact side?
Thank you very much. Yes, the JICA is working for the development, sustainable or inclusive development of the partner countries. So for the private financiers, private investors, we would like to ask the perspective of inclusiveness, and not only as a measurement that we can count the number of patients the service covered, but that we want to have more focus on equity, on inclusiveness. So but sometimes it is a very difficult point to have consensus that maybe our looking our viewpoint is a little bit different. So, but so discussion and understanding total picture of that area is quite important. And from the government perspective, to grasp the area regional situation and have a more effective and efficient government services, the information from the private sector is also very important because their service is increasing, expanding, and the government service monitoring is not capturing the total picture. So such a more dialogue and information sharing with such accurate and on-the-ground data is quite important.
Okay, thank you. We only have about 5 minutes left, but I'm going to ask a difficult question. Because, I mean, I'm involved in global health investment as well. But in the end, it's the number of lives saved. And if you save lives, they can fulfill a better life for financial return for their household. And we get that part, right? And so that's the ultimate goal. But as an investor, you're investing in company A, which might be in pharmaceutical, company B, which might be in diagnostics, company C, which might be in education. And what usually you're measuring is the output of those operations. And hopefully in the end, it all comes together to save lives. And so when we talk about impact a lot, but what are we actually measuring is more of the output part of the activity rather than the final impact, because impact is very, very long term. How do you come in terms with that sort of gap in the information, gap in the linearity, the direct impact you have from your investment? The financial return is very important. It's easy because you know it's that unit, but how do you come in terms with that? You said that I could ask anything, as I did.
Yes, absolutely. So I would perhaps start sharing by saying that not every healthcare investment is actually impactful. So when we look at, even though there are a lot of sectors out there, and we can say, yes, this is all very good, but because we have limited capital, and because we're going for the most capital efficient ways to actually create impact, and we have to choose. So every time as Verge, we have an impact assessment that we put forth first, before we even look into the details of due diligence and how is this going to produce the financial returns. Because we as investors, we all have choices, right? Not saying anything bad at all, actually, about biotech. Not saying that, but we feel that our impact as a biotech investor would be extremely limited, where you could be putting in hundreds of million or even up to 1 point something billion, wait 10 years sometimes, and it could go to zero or not, or it could be a huge drug. But the drug could be costing $100,000 per year to actually take. But for us, we just focus on how can we use our very limited capital to then scale it into a way where we can put it into native, or sometimes we call these frugal innovations, so that they can actually go a very, very long way. So I think as an impact investor, we think very much about where we actually put in the money to generate the upside in the impact in a very significant kind of way.
Wanda-san, do you have any
Yeah, I think just
insights?
capital efficiency is very important. So we kind of focus on the output level, and looking at the outcome, it's kind of having a lot of differences.
Right.
But we do have two approaches where we connect the dots. For example, we connect the let's say healthcare companies, like medical device companies, with the logistics companies or the financial institutions, so that the outcome can be, but we will not be able to measure, but at least we can connect the dots for the different sectors. And second one is, even in the healthcare ecosystem, we invest in, for example, primary care services. And also we invest in the specialized services, dialysis, maternity. So we are gathering, having the round table. And then the primary care, that's the point of contact. And then if there is some diagnosis issues, then that will be referred to our diagnosis imaging center, or if they have a kidney disease, go to the our dialysis service providers. So we are also trying to reach out as a preventive measures, and if there is some kind of the issues, then refer to our ecosystem. And hopefully that will kind of create the more outcome level. But when it comes to the financial returns and the financial investment, it's very difficult to measure, and we focus on still like output level, and hoping that that will create the impact on the outcome level as well.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. So, any last words from JICA in terms of what does success look like for JICA to mobilize more private sector capital through your new program? What would you say success will look like?
Yeah, thank you very much. JICA has been working with private companies a lot, as for example, startups in Japan and local community. And they have a lot of good seeds, and we support some trial or pilot. But it's not easy to go to scale up. So as already mentioned, the thinking about the scalability from the first, and to scale up the communication between government or development agency like JICA is also maybe important to find out the good pathway. And we should not stick on the very short-term output or outcome, but also to think about long-term impact. So there are a lot of things, but such a dialogue is very important, and human resource development on the ground is important. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, thank you very much. So I need to be closing this session. Why I believe global health is important is the fact that we often talk about save the planet, which is very important. In the saving the planet, actually, well, a lot of the investment, we look at one number, which is called the CO2 equivalent. And if you do good, do bad, you look at that number. For health, there's so many different metrics. It's very, very complex. But trying to find that common language, even with the health sector, is a challenge. But I believe in the end, when we say save the planet, yeah, I get that. But I believe the planet will be around for a long, 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 long time after we're all gone. And so me, I think it's more about what do we think about saving the people on the planet, which includes, I think the term inclusivity was used, right? There are a lot of people being left behind, and when people are left behind, they get angry, and when they get angry, a lot of nasty things happen. And so in the end, I think that our common goal, what success looks like for all of us, I think is how do we save the people on the planet. So thank you very much, and please a round of applause for our wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, very important stories here. Thank you so much once again to Ken, Scarlett, Saida, and Shigeru. It was very helpful. All right, so we're going to do some photo shooting. So if you can stand up and gather around the fire. Okay, ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. もう一度皆さん大きな拍手お願いします。Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are going to change the stage a little bit. So everybody, we're going to have like 3 minutes. If you need to go to the toilet, please do so. The toilet is down in the hallway, and we'll get ready as soon as everything is done. The next session is about a road ahead of DEI, politics, pushbacks, and possibilities. So what are we going to see next? Hope you're enjoying Tech for Impact 2025. Thank you for sticking around. To all of you just came here, my name is Christelle Sierri. I am your MC for the day. 今日は朝からお越しいただきありがとうございます。出入りが激しいですけれども、今お越しになった皆様、クリステルジアリと言います。MC をやってます。よろしくお願いします。And in the morning, I introduced myself a little bit, but I do voices on the train when you come to Japan. I do voices like ring announcements for like K1 and stuff like that. And I sing, I do a bunch of lots of things. So if you put my name, Chris, and train, you'll find me on Google, Yahoo, whatever, and you'll find somebody putting up my voice on the train. That's the only thing you'll find. But anyways. Okay, looks like we're ready. 準備バッチリですかね? Okay. はい。では参りましょう. Great. We are on time. Now, the next panel is the road ahead of DEI politics, pushback, and possibilities. Joining us today are our moderator, Alex Zapesochny, and our panelists will be Kathy Matsui and Rika Nakazawa. Thank you very much. Let's give a big applause, please. Thank you very much. All right. ありがとうございます. Our moderator, Alex Zapesochny, is the co-founder and CEO of Clear Vision, developing laser-based vision correction. Kathy Matsui is a co-founder and general partner of Empower Partners, Japan's first ESG-focused VC fund. She previously served as the vice chair of Goldman Sachs Japan. And Rika Nakazawa is chief commercial innovation at NTT, a senior technology executive for VC investor and best-selling author. All right. So Alex, please take it away.
Very good. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Our session today, The Road Ahead for DEI, takes place at a time of both progress and challenge. Over the past decade, DEI efforts have clearly made their way into the conversations and practices of many organizations and industries. At the same time, we're seeing some growing political resistance and debates over what DEI should actually look like in practice. Our goal in this particular panel is to explore where DEI is effective, where it may be falling short, and how it could and perhaps should evolve to remain relevant and transformative in the years to come. With that, let me turn it over to our two esteemed panelists with the first question. And actually, given the political changes that are happening just in the last days, we're actually going to start off with a question around the fact that, of course, now it appears imminent that the first female prime minister of Japan is going to take office soon. People have, of course, some mixed feelings and complicated thoughts about what this actually means, but perhaps we'll start off with that question. And Kathy, would you mind going first?
We knew this would come up in this session. Can you hear me? Daijoubu? It's actually quite a historic moment in Japanese history, political history in particular. I'm actually Japanese American. If you had asked me 10, 20 years ago, put my money on whether Japan would have a female leader before America did, I probably wouldn't have put my money on Japan, but miracles can happen. And to your question about what this means, well, first of all, to have somebody who does not fit the mold rise to potentially the highest position in the nation is quite a big deal. And I think it's a particularly big deal if anybody know her, Takaichi-san's background, that she is not from a hereditary line of politicians in her family, which is the mainstream course of becoming a leader in this country. Her parents opposed her wanting to go to a 4-year university. She's from Naraken. So they said, if you want to go, you pay your way. So she worked part-time jobs to fund her college tuition. And she worked hard, scraped her way, got elected multiple times, obviously, and was elevated to a very senior position within the LDP. Now, everybody in the media, and I have lots of friends, of course, in this DEI circle, who are, of course, very critical of her views. And she has some views that are very controversial, and some views that I also don't agree with personally. Having said that, though, she is not yet prime minister, okay? We will see what actions she takes versus the campaign rhetoric. I think this goes for any politician anywhere in the world. So she has multiple challenges in front of her. Not the least of which is domestic challenges. Of her challenge number one is to form a strong enough coalition that's going to be stable leadership for the country amid all of these uncertainties going forward. And probably challenge number two domestically is inflation is, for most Japanese people, very high. And purchasing power has declined. So how is she going to manage through all this? So, yes, I don't agree on her stance on certain issues. I think we all are pretty aware of some of those views. But I also don't want to see her, frankly, fail. I want to see her succeed, because if she fails, you know what's going to happen. What are the article headlines that are going to come out after that? Oh, yappari onna da. She was a woman, right? So let's give her some benefit of the doubt. We have to all work together to try to ensure that Japan has some stable leadership. I think that key word is stability. So I'm not saying I'm for her or against her. I'm just saying, forget all the media headlines. Just look at her profile, look at what she's done, give her some credit for climbing to a position of leadership that, frankly, many men with her background would never have achieved.
Yeah, thank you very much, and really a pleasure to be here, and especially to share the stage with Kathy. I was just telling her Finally, I get to share the stage with Kathy Matsui. We've known each other for several years, maybe even longer. So I think there's a couple of really interesting dynamics happening here. I've been in corporate for my entire career in technology. And I remember when I was doing some work around getting more women on boards and researching for a book that I was writing on the very topic, one of the things that I came across was this very interesting statistic in the corporate world that when a company is imploding, there's often this tendency to bring a woman in to turn it around. And some people, conspiracy theorists, would say that that would be on purpose because they were setting the woman up to fail to then be able to throw her under the bus. I like to think of it as, well, sometimes you need to bring in somebody that doesn't fit the mold to be able to come in and turn things around, because what was being done, the definition of an insanity being keep doing the same thing that you're doing and expecting different results. So do something different, and hopefully the results are different. So I think it will be interesting to see what happens. And yes, I do agree that we need to help her succeed in any way that we can. The other dynamic I did want to mention, though, which I'm sure will come into the rest of our conversation here, is I had somebody send me a message because I've been involved, like Kathy, in really advancing not just women on boards, but women entrepreneurs, is what do you think about, it was a WhatsApp message saying, what do you think about what's happening in Japan with Takaichi-san? I think this is the person who sent me this message, a fellow woman executive who has worked in Japan, is no longer here. She said, despite all of her shortcomings, I think it's fantastic that Japan is on the brink of having a female leader. Now, on the surface, that's a very positive sentiment and something that one would think that someone like myself would rally behind. The truth is, when I got that message, I just had this thought saying that is exactly the wrong side of DEI, is this idea that tokenism, like it's important for us to have a woman regardless of her shortcomings. And I think that that's something that we should reflect on, that yes, I think it's fantastic. Of course, this is great. And there's already all of these examples. Is she going to be like Margaret Thatcher, Angela Merkel, Truss, so on and so forth. But at the base of it, I think we need to be really careful that we don't fall into the trap of saying that, well, at least she's a woman, because that is partly what is wrong, is this idea of putting women in place because trying to meet a number or try to set an example of some sort, and then, of course, not being able to set up the scaffolding for that person to succeed, which then perpetuates certain tropes.
And I'll also just add, as many of you know, Japan's always or constantly low ranking in any global gender ranking is largely due to its very poor representation in the political sphere, right? So take away step back from the prime ministership discussion for a moment, and if you think about the fact that the lower house, Shugin of this country, has only had roughly speaking, 10% female representation. It's maybe a little bit higher today, but still around 10% for 70 plus years. In other words, the most important decision-making body of this nation has a 90-10 split. Is that reflective of Japanese society? No. So to me, I'm not trying to put so much weight on Takaichi-san, but you cannot be what you cannot see. And if young girls in this country, they look up and they say, oh, that's the leader of the nation, that's the prime minister, that's the seijika that represents my district, but they rarely see a female. To me, there is some signaling effect of the fact that, oh, actually, Japan has a female prime minister. Okay, the female fact we don't want to overplay, but because that if she makes that, and hopefully she's successful at that, then I really hope that this trickles down to broader society. I've met a lot of young Japanese women who want to, for example, enter politics. It's very, very tough to enter politics, right? Particularly at the national level. But that's not that they're politically apathetic. There's a lot of engagement and a lot of anger, a lot of disappointment, a lot of I want to fix things in my community feeling. So I'm hopeful that this will kind of engage more people who have not yet so far been engaged in the Japanese political sphere to do so. So we can ultimately rectify this very strange imbalance to me of 10 versus 90.
Thank you both very much. I will mention that prior to focusing on technology and startups, I actually began my career after law school in the United States political realm, working for various candidates. And the one thing this conversation does make me think about is, at least in the United States, there's a long history of significant change, oftentimes coming from unexpected places. And sometimes people will use, for instance, Richard Nixon as being able to open up relations between the United States and China, that oftentimes the people that come from a party where you may not expect change, sometimes, at least in the United States history, have oftentimes created some very significant change, and hopefully that's the case here as well. But turning from the political to more of your own personal and professional experiences, and Kathy, let me start off with you. You began the first venture capital firm that is focused on female founders. What was the basis for why you wanted to do that?
To be clear, we started the first ESG fund, venture capital fund in Japan in 2021, and $150 million fund. We were actually finished deploying for that fund 22 companies, and in March of this year, we launched Japan's first women-focused fund, I guess you could call it, which is an early-stage fund. It is primarily trying to support or identify promising female founders, female entrepreneurs at the early stage, so kind of pre-seed, seed, et cetera. And the reason we did this, so this is separate from our flagship fund, our ESG fund, and the reason we did this is because since we launched our main fund, we are 3 female GPs at Empower Partners, and you can imagine that if you're a female founder in this country, there are not a lot of funds that look like us, so we get a lot of inbounds, people knocking on our door, women knocking on our door, can you hear my pitch? Will you, willing to hear my story? And unfortunately, because the stage fit, our flagship fund is growth focused, so middle to later stage growth, while most of the women founders we met were on the earlier side of the spectrum. So we said, unfortunately, very interesting business, but we can't invest because the stage is not right. And we did a little bit of analysis. Japan, according to the government, the percentage of female founders in this country is not tiny. It's actually, depending on the surveys you look at, between 20 and 30% of all founders in this country are women. But what percent of startup funding do you think goes to women? Anybody want to take a stab?
I already know this, so I'm not going to guess.
Well, it's a whopping 2%. So relative to 20, 30% founders, it's 2%. I'm American. America's no better. It's only about 4% or 5%, I understand, in the States as well. So it's horrible everywhere, okay? But for us, we then looked at the average amount of funding and the average valuations at every stage of funding, from seed to Series D, E, F, et cetera. Female versus male founders in Japan, without exception, the women raised less, and their valuations were much lower, not slightly lower, much lower than their male-founded male peers. So that's the so-called kind of entry point. Then at the exit, as many of you know, the main path of exit in this country is IPO. We looked at IPOs, albeit very limited, from 2020 to 2023 and 24. We looked at the valuation of at the IPO timing of female versus male-founded companies, and guess what we found? Relative to the cumulative amount of funds raised, the women exited at valuations 1.5 times higher, 1.5 times higher than the men. And if we had another hour, I could go into why we think this is the case, but that is our empirical study. So in other words, forget DEI, forget equality. Think about it if you're an investor. Objectively speaking, you're looking at this equation. I can get in at a discount and I can exit at a premium. But nobody's investing in this space. So we thought, hey, you know, we're a woman-founded GP. If we don't do it, you know, we'll regret it for the rest of our lives. So we launched this fund with the backing of Tokyo Metropolitan Government, Mitsubishi Bank, Mitsubishi Estate, Shionogi Pharmaceutical. They're all aligned with us in this mission to try to start a movement in Japan. And so this fund is particularly focused on female founders and also male-founded business that empower women, right? It's called W Power versus M Power.
Rika, maybe broadening it out a little bit from your personal and professional experience, what aspects of DEI initiatives do you think have been the most effective and transformative in the last 5 to 10 years that you've seen?
Well, as Kathy was saying, it's looking at the data and the numbers in terms of performance. And I think the most powerful initiatives are really focused on being able to bring a collective representation of your customer. And so, customer being either on the consumer side or the business side, just reflecting on Japan, and while it's a little bit ironic because Kathy she looks Japanese, she's American. I look non-Japanese, but I am Japanese. My passport is Japanese, and so when we think about Japan particularly, and in general, women live longer than men, kind of across the board. And when you look at Japan with the highest life expectancy, and you have now generation Alpha, and then interestingly, Alpha A for AI, so you have the AI natives that are coming into the workforce, hearing stories about entrepreneurs that are starting their companies at 16, barely out of high school. And you have this concept of AI exponentials that was coined by a friend of mine, Ray Wang, which is saying that we're going to see the first unicorn that is going to be a company of the size of less than 3 people, humans, because you're going to have agentic systems that are going to make up the rest of the company and so on. So for Japan, you're going to have a workforce that is going to be maybe 5 generations deep. I don't know about you, but I plan to live to 122. Find me afterwards. I'll tell you why on that number. And I don't plan to retire. I have a feeling that I will, for as long as I am capable, wanting to be making an impact and contributing to society. So you're going to have a workforce that's 5 generations deep. Chances are, with women living longer, and if they're going to be like me and wanting to work past 100, it's going to be making up a significant amount of the workforce in terms of women. And so when you think about that profile and that fabric of society and company and organization, it just makes sense as it relates to women at least. And then I can talk about the whole other diversity side of Gaijin here, and having been somebody who grew up here, I can tell you that it looks very, very different when I'm walking around today than when I was 10 years old going to Sacred Heart and being called Gaijin all the time. And so I think the best practices are really ones where you don't think about things from a race perspective or color of skin perspective. It really is around the inclusivity and really focusing on inclusion and inclusivity. And that's actually one of the ways that I see some organizations right now trying to traverse and delicately navigate some of the ways that they need to align with certain imperatives that are being put on them by the U.S. government, for example, of global organizations that have offices here, for example, is they're shifting and not using specific words that might be trigger words, but it's still representative of the outcome and the impact that you're looking to achieve, whether that's as an investor and being able to get returns on an initial discounted investment, or you're looking to have teams that perform. And the other piece that I'll mention from a cultural perspective is not about using DE&I as a compliance thing or the thematic substrate or the placemat, but more about focusing on the purpose. What is the purpose and the mission of an organization? Because once you can have a mission that people are aligned around, they're not going to be paying attention to or get caught up in the politics of things. My husband served in the military in the U.S. in the Navy, and he said, when you're in service and you have a mission, nothing else matters, and you will die for the other person that is in combat with you. For example, it doesn't matter who they are, where they come from, whether men, women, black, white, whatever religion, creed that they might have. Everybody is aligned around a mission. So that's one of the things that I think about when it comes to DEI, and the spirit of it is, what is the purpose and the mission of the group of people that you're working with? And if you can align around that, you can achieve great things.
What is each of your senses around where DEI is really most falling short, whether it is perhaps an unintended consequence or maybe something not being taken as seriously as it should be? But where do you think DEI is not really living up to its potential, and maybe even some thoughts about how to overcome that?
Well, for somebody who has studied this topic for a very long time, I coined this term called Womenomics back in 1999, so over a quarter of a century ago. I think they're kind of, to me, and I work a lot with corporations and executives talking about this topic. And as Rika-san said, the number one most important kind of starting point or base is, do you understand the why? Why is diversity, equity, inclusion important for your organization? Because if you don't understand that why, and it's not just at the head, it has to be at the heart, it doesn't go anywhere. It becomes a compliance exercise. I'm ticking off boxes. I'm going through the motions. I'm talking the talk, but I'm not really walking that walk. I have seen many, many organizations try this and fail. And I think the other thing is, if the leadership, and particularly the CEO at the top, does not walk that walk and just talks, it goes nowhere, right? And a lot of the people, they're not, evil-minded. They're very, their heart's in the right place. They're trying to do the right thing, but it just stops at the talk, and they take no actions, I think is number one, I think I'd say. I think number two is, so what actions does one take? And of course, this has to be tailored to your organization's culture, history, background of the people. You all have to come together to decide what are the best initiatives to make your environment most inclusive. And I don't have to tell you this because you're in Japan. Japan is running out of people. So what is the number one challenge for every Japanese company and organization? It is how to attract and retain the best quality talent, period. Doesn't matter what their ethnicity, background, religious, whatever. It's the best quality talent, is it not? So how are you going to create that work environment, that shokuba kankyo, that kaisha fudo, that's going to be welcoming to all of these people from, presumably, not just from the same schools and the same socioeconomic backgrounds, but from different backgrounds. Why? Because Japan needs to innovate. Where is innovation going to come from if you're continuing to do everything today that you were doing yesterday? That is not the definition of innovation. It requires different perspectives, people with different backgrounds to come and say, hey, look, and I would say age discrimination is also very prevalent in Japan. Get the young people to tell the leadership, wow, you don't understand this about Gen AI, you're so far behind the curve. I'm learning, right, from our young people on my team every day about technology matters, about AI matters, about quantum computing that I didn't study, I'm not familiar with, so I need to be what I call reverse mentored, right? So all these things we need to, I'm saying for each organization, it comes down to that. And then finally is, if that is the goal, that you believe this will lead to drive innovation and hopefully drive better performance for your organization. So how do you get from today to tomorrow? How do you get to a different composition of your employee base? It doesn't happen organically, right? You have to make efforts. That could be setting some goals, but setting goals is easy. Who are you going to be holding accountable to reaching those goals? And how are you going to manage that accountability? Are you doing not just mentorship, but sponsorship? What does that mean for your organization? So tons of things. That's why I wrote my book before I retired from Goldman Sachs, because I came across so many organizations that were really struggling with, I know I want to be different in the future, but I don't know where to start. I don't know the micro initiatives I need to take to move that needle. And it's a lot. And believe me, this is not a sprint. It's a marathon. It takes a long time, but I have seen it with my eyes that with enough training, with enough explanation, with enough behavioral shifts, you can definitely change the DNA of an organization to be more embracing of different people.
Yeah, I think it's, as I mentioned earlier, it's tokenization versus data-driven decision-making on how and where teams should be formed. And I want to emphasize how that is also related to what not to do right now in the knee-jerk reaction with DE&I, which is, oh, we need to eliminate all these programs, strike diversity from everything. I think any kind of extreme reaction, you know those balls that people used to have on their desks where when the pendulum swings and it knocks the balls and it goes this way, well, the more extreme you go this way, the more extreme the reaction is going to be. So, like, to use a phrase which is going to totally show my age, like, we need to take a chill pill around this for a moment and calm down a bit. And I think that what we need to do is not get distracted by the politics of it and the emotions of it, and think about where we are today, because this conversation now versus 10 years ago is profoundly different because of AI. Data is the gasoline that drives the engines of where we're going with agentic systems and AI and superintelligence and all of this, which ironically we have in our organic systems, as you heard from you might have been here for the first session that we listened to around biochemistry and bioelectric signals and whatnot, that is organic intelligence, which is a phrase that I'm going to be using a lot moving forward, because I'm going to be pursuing a PhD on this idea. But I think with AI, if a knee-jerk reaction is what we take, then we run the risk of not having the right data that goes into these systems and the language models and other kinds of models that are going to define the platforms of what is integrated into how we work, live, and play. And that's a huge, huge danger. And people call it bias or absence of specific information or bias in AI. And it has tremendous, tremendous consequences. It's not just about hiring the wrong person in an organization. There's all kinds of geopolitical impacts that can happen, because whether we like it or not, we are a global economy, regardless of whatever geopolitical swings that are happening to try to create sovereign capabilities, domain capabilities. We really need to address this now and make sure that data is included in these models in a way that can really have responsible AI take root and for us to have ethical societies moving forward.
I mean, I'll mention one of the things I've been thinking about, of course, is the comparisons between the United States and Japan. And I would say that perhaps one of the most compelling things I've heard and speaking to both of you is that I think in the United States and in many other places, the idea of DEI being kind of more about fairness, or kind of being put almost exclusively through that idea of fairness. Of course, that's compelling in and of itself, but this idea of how it's tied to the economy, and especially with regard to Japan and the demographic challenges that are here, to me that actually I think puts a much more compelling framework on the problem or on the solution than I've kind of ever really heard before, which I think is quite fascinating, and hopefully that is the way people think about it. I know we've spoken a lot about women and in the context of DEI. What other, and you've mentioned a little bit that it's important to think also in terms of other groups, but what are other groups that each of you think that DEI really needs to focus on in addition to providing more opportunities for women?
So I'll answer that by just giving some facts about my personal experience. I grew up here and I went to the US on a student visa. I went to Princeton on an F1 visa, and then I went on OPT, and then I got my H-1B when I went to go work for Accenture, and now I have a green card. So suffice it to say that the past 6 months of the administration in the United States has felt very raw to me because I've gone through those various cycles of certain ways that actions have been taken against students, and then now H-1B and whatnot. And I think, as many of you already know, I think it's a huge shame because the impacts to talent and the ability for societies and economies to really rise, I think, are going to be impacted. Now, there's some countries that are going to benefit from that because now you're going to have researchers, extreme talent that are going to go to other countries potentially, and hopefully that doesn't cause too much of a brain drain to the United States. But I think that those are some of the things that we need to be conscious of as we move forward on some of the actions that are being taken for that. And so, what was your original question, Alex? Sorry.
So in addition to a focus on women within DEI.
So
what
right.
else?
So my point is that it's yes. So gender is the other half of the sky and the lower hanging fruit, because if you address women or non-binary, et cetera, you're now addressing a pretty large swath. I think being able to address people that are from other countries and different colors and different looks, I think that is also really important, and that's a very hot topic right now with Takaichi-san potentially becoming the prime minister, and she's voiced her viewpoints on foreigners in Japan, and I know Japan, I think, had record number of foreigners this year, so it's been a huge strain, I think, on the system. But that is one of the things that is going to be important, and for somebody like me who's half Japanese and half German, I'm constantly walking this tightrope and thinking about, okay, how do I not get lost in the cracks around how we think about diversity that isn't just on the gender side, but is also on the racial and cultural side?
Yeah, totally agree. I think I'm an American passport holder, although my blood is 100% Japanese. So my parents are from Naraken. They immigrated to California in the 60s. So I have been in Japan for over 30 years on a work visa. And I have to go to immigration every 5 years to renew my work visa. And after retiring from Goldman Sachs in 2020, when you're working at a big company, you have HR take care of all this for you, and a law firm. When you're your own firm and you have your own kabushiki gaisha, the world is very different. And despite the fact that I've lived here for many years and paid I think my share of taxes, the hurdles I had to overcome just to renew my work visa in Japan were quite formidable. And if there are any immigration lawyers in this room, or frankly, anybody from the Nyukoku Kandikyoku, love to chat, because what they say in the press about, we're making it easier for foreigners to work here, I'm one specimen, but it has not been easy to renew my work visa. Anyway, that's just a personal aside. So definitely, non-Japanese, and if you look at the universities here, maybe not the undergraduate level, but the graduate level, right, there are quite a few foreign students. So they're coming here not because they're forced to, but presumably because they have some interest in Japan, interest in learning Japanese. But then it's very hard for them to get employment upon graduation, is my understanding. So that's a waste as well, right? せっかく日本に来たのに. So how do we offer a better sort of a journey or path for people who are keenly, just personally interested in Japan? It could be through manga or anime, it doesn't matter. But allow them to pursue their future and their careers here in Japan. I think we could do a much better job on that score. And then the other thing I said earlier was about age and getting more younger people's voices represented in decision-making, particularly at the political level, but also within organizations. Because face it, the future is not in our hands, the future is in their hands. They're going to be left with the humongous invoice, right, of the not-so-frugal spending that our generation has done, right? And not to mention the environment and all of that. So we really need to raise and lift and put a spotlight on the younger generation's voices as well, because they absolutely need to be heard.
For really a question for each of you, who are the individuals or perhaps the organizations that are particularly inspiring you and giving you optimism for how they're handling DEI initiatives at this time? I mean, and maybe not your own organizations, perhaps, in the answer.
Well, as I alluded to earlier, Kathy's been a huge inspiration for me with all the work that she's done in Womenomics, having been such a cornerstone, I think, to how we think about this for decades now. Sorry, yes, quarter century. I think that there's two other organizations. There's an organization called Women in Tech, run by a woman named Ayumi Aoki-Moore. Ironically, her name is very Japanese. Her father's Japanese, but she grew up in Brazil. And so she doesn't speak Japanese, but her organization has been fast growing because one of the challenges with these disruptions in technology taking over and permeating everything is that we need to get the pipeline of girls in STEM programs. So she's been advancing a mission around impacting 3 million girls and women with STEM around the world, and she's by 2030, and she's on track to do that and opening up chapters all the time with Women in Tech. So I highly recommend that you look her up, and if you'd like an introduction to her, I'm happy to make that. And then the other organization, when I lived in Silicon Valley for 17 years, and along the way of working on getting more women on boards, I came across an incredible woman named Julie Abrams, and she had started an organization called How Women Lead several years ago in Silicon Valley. And she's also founded a venture called How Women Invest, and they are also onto their third fund, and they invest only in women-founded companies. And specifically, actually, I think her first fund was not women that also had a male co-founder, because that was often one of the ways that women kind of got around not being able to get investment, was having a male co-founder, although it was annoying because in all the meetings they thought that she was not the founder and that he was the sole founder, but that's another conversation. But Julie Abrams has been doing some extraordinary things, and between Julie and Ayumi, there's this notion of the Osaka Protocol that was founded at the Osaka World Expo at the Women in Tech Global Summit, which is focusing on getting more women into STEM programs. Everybody knows what the Kyoto Protocol is if you're in ESG or sustainability. So the Osaka Protocol is a counterpart on the environment side and more on the diversity side to focus on getting the pipeline of girls into STEM programs. So I would say that those two heroines are in my book. Oh, there are 3 heroines with Kathy.
I just add, we actually, through our women's fund, W Power Fund, we recently invested in a company called Bee Grass, bee grass, like the weed, grass. And this is a small startup in Japan that's focused on sort of supporting female engineers, giving them kind of training, but also supporting them with employment matching opportunities. And you think, so who would use their service? But there are quite a few companies in Japan, growing number, that are interested in diversifying their tech workforce. And because they see value in it, not because of some D&I initiative. And so this company's been growing very nicely. We're very, very happy to see that growth. And the other organization, kind of flipping back to my, where we are a venture capital fund. As you can probably imagine, this country does not have many, let's say, diverse investors on this side of the table. And there's an organization that's very rapidly growing. I'm advising them. It's called Tokyo Women in VC. If you are on the investing side in the community, even outside Japan, I highly encourage you to look at their website. We do like study sessions, Benkyokai, about different topics. That networking leads to deal flow or inbound, introductions. We also help. We have like a job. Tokyo MVC has a job board, so we share. Are you hiring and for what positions? That sort of thing. So it's small, but it's rapidly growing. It's actually experiencing unicorn-style growth. They've gone from 0 to over 200 members in a very short period of time. But that's kind of a community where it's a safe space. You can share your ideas, and I think there's a lot of young women in the venture capital pipeline, not quite at partner level, but kind of approaching that level, that just would value this sort of community. It's also an organization that if you're a female founder and you're kind of afraid if your pitch is not just right for a VC fund, you can practice. So it's like a pitching practice opportunity as well that Tokyo Women VC offers. So those are just a couple near to what I'm doing now.
Yeah, and I just want to reinforce that, for example, How Women Lead and Women in Tech, they're not just for women. it's really critically important. Allyship is a hot topic, and I can tell you that the men that are involved in both of these organizations have a blast. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that, because that's actually one of the things that has not gone well in D&I is when you have these organizations that are black only or women only. That's not the point. The point is really around inclusivity and bringing people together to get past barriers and biases.
And unfortunately, it's too short. I think we could have kept talking about this. But thank you both very much. If we can have a round of applause for our two panelists.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, a lot of things I learned. Being myself half Japanese, half French, is fluent in Japanese with a Japanese passport here. All right, so can we have a photo shoot with the three of you? Alex, Kathy, and Rika. Around the takibi. OK ですかね。はい、お願いします。Thank you very much. Everybody, please give a round of a big applause to Alex, Kathy, and Rika. ありがとうございました。And we will move on to the next session here. But before that, we have to remove the sofas on the stage. So we will do that. And as soon as the stage is clear, we are going to start and have the next speaker. Our next session is going to be about Project Catalyst, a model for building a better society. We're going to have Chris Baird, General Manager at Project Catalyst, the innovation engine and decentralized funding platform powering Cardano's startup ecosystem. So we're going to have him come up first. And after Chris, we have more to come. All right, お願いします. Okay, so we are all ready. So everybody, please welcome Chris Baird, and let's give a round of a big applause.
Can you all hear me now? Excellent. User malfunction on the microphones. Konnichiwa. So I want to set the scene for a second. Who feels like today that their voice is not really heard so much in helping to shape the world around them? Who feels we're moving more towards an age where we have less say in decision making? And what's really missing with how decisions that affect large communities are made in society today? Well, I think maybe you, like me, feel that people don't feel like their voice really matters. And people can't really track how decisions translate to if or how the outcomes are actually being achieved. People can't really verify if their individual voice and their individual actions and decisions have made really any difference in society today. There's a big feeling of wastage. Resources are being applied into initiatives and work streams that maybe don't have the impact and outcomes that we would expect or hope for, at the very least. These are all really huge problems to solve, but providing people agency and a meaningful contribution to how decisions are made that affect the world around them is a really worthwhile pursuit, in my belief. So Catalyst is really rewriting the rules about how large decentralized communities decide to shape the world around them, and how agency can be given to individuals and communities that empowers people to collaborate, coordinate, and allocate resources collectively. So what is Catalyst? Well, it's a trusted and reliable decision-making engine for incubating resilient ecosystems. Catalyst has been operating today for the last 5 years, and it was set up initially as an open innovation program that really allows decision-making to be pushed out into the fringes and allows anybody with great ideas from pretty much anywhere in the world to submit these ideas and allow for the very many to help to make decisions over whether those ideas go forward versus the very few. So as I said, anyone can submit proposals, but we also provide a platform for people to get involved in governance activities, such as helping to decide and evaluate whether those proposals are viable for starters, or voting to decide whether those proposals should go forward, or on the other side, helping to verify whether or not the milestones and the deliverables that were committed to were actually achieved, and whether the impact that was promised was created. People use their cryptocurrency as token holders to cast their votes and use their holdings as voting power to influence these decision makings. As I said, we start out with the ideas. We source ideas, we allow anybody to submit proposals. Those proposals are then evaluated by thousands of people around the world, and then the community votes. Once that voting has taken place and we know which projects are going forward, those projects then create their milestones, and once milestones are delivered, as I mentioned earlier, the community then verifies that the project has set out what it achieved to. So, well, what makes Catalyst really different to a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization, or any other Web3 governance application? Well, Catalyst really isn't a DAO. As I said, it's set out to be an open innovation platform that really finds and grows great ideas from grassroots starts. We provide opportunities to people to really pursue these ideas, and people are incentivized to spend their time and energy to help to maintain this healthy ecosystem by ensuring that those who receive resources are held honest and accountable and actually deliver what they promised. So in this way, we really do distribute the effort that it takes to manage a large, decentralized ecosystem of innovation at scale. So if you, out in the audience, folks, could play more of an active role in helping to decide how resources are spent towards causes you care about, would you like to play that role? Well, what have we done? We've done a lot. So in the last 5 years, Catalyst has really supported both for-profit and public good projects that have been fostering a really broad entrepreneurial environment. At the top level, over 3 million votes have been cast by a community at large, voting on over 10,000 proposals submitted to Catalyst so far. And this has translated into more than, as of today, more than 2,100 projects funded. It says 2,091, but as of this morning, we are just closing the voting on our 14th funding round. And that has seen over $175 million worth of the cryptocurrency ADA allocated to projects from more than 100 countries all over the planet. And of those 100 countries, more than $10 million worth of ADA has gone into projects originating from Japan. And it's not just that. It's the fact that nearly 90% of these projects go on to complete what they promised to and set out to achieve in the first place, all verified by community members. So this public, transparent accountability is really because people care about the outcomes, since more individuals have contributed to the decision-making as to which ideas get funded, right? It makes sense. If you can see that your decisions are making impact, you're going to care about the results more so than anyone else in other sorts of examples. Now, let me give you a really wonderful case study. Tribal Dids. a collaboration between more than 20 organisations, 6 New Zealand government ministries and 2 universities, where verifiable credentials were created for the indigenous Maori people from Hapu tribes that has given the ability to use blockchain technology to create their own sovereign identity and trust registries, allowing these tribes for the very first time to create identity systems that meet their indigenous needs and customs, allowing these people to claim back their lands, create ongoing governance and accelerate cultural, environmental and economic prosperity and potential. That's amazing, in my opinion. Elsewhere in the world, we see that teams are partnering with other institutions and governments to tackle problems in their own local contexts. For example, we see the Uttar Pradesh state government of India that has a population of 240 million people. They are now adopting and implementing a forensic evidence management solution to make the chain of custody of evidence more robust and remove the potential for evidence tampering and corruption. Another great social impact. This project was realized really just only and purely because of ideas that were proposed, generated, and decided upon by the people that make up the Cardano blockchain community. So, until now, Cardano has been the infrastructure backbone to all of these 2,000 plus projects. And it has provided an open and public permissionless blockchain that allows for public truths to be secure and immutable. But what about all the private truths that are necessary, right? I don't want all of my health records and data to be public and accessible and discoverable on the blockchain forever. I'm sure, like you, I'm sure that you believe there are probably a great need to keep many truths private. So I'm really pleased to announce that the Midnight Network and Project Catalyst are partnering up, and the Midnight Network plus Catalyst are going to be allocating resources to find and source and produce prototype ideas that take selective disclosure and privacy preservation on-chain and bring about new applications that seek to change the world around us. So we're really proud to announce that Midnight Network will be allocating resources into Catalyst that will fund these great ideas, and this will contribute to the over $20 million that will be available for in ADA and for Cardano-based applications as well. So how can we make decision-making more equitable, and what mistakes do we need to avoid? Well, we really need to ensure that decision-making doesn't centralize, and that voting outcomes are really representative of the many rather than the very few. Today, as we said, there's very little connection between the individuals and the decision-making in society. It's really hard to see how these decisions are aligned to individual preferences. But when people see how the docs connect, and when they've been part of the whole process from generating and evaluating the big ideas, through to voting and keeping checks on how the funds are being used, this makes people more invested and feel closer to those outcomes. And then they're able to celebrate these outcomes together. And that's really the point. It's the togetherness of this effort. We are better together. So I've just mentioned about Fund 14. We are just about to kick off the next funding round of 20 million ADA plus the contribution from the Midnight Network. And we're going to be kicking this off today, folks. So thank you very much for starters. Well done. And in just the next few weeks, we're going to be launching the next funding round on November 11th. So perhaps there are people in this audience today that I know have been funded by Catalyst. But maybe there's many more of you that have good, great ideas that you'd like to seed and see whether the community at large also believes in your ideas. And maybe just going through the process is worthwhile enough, whether or not you get funded. So I'd really like to invite everybody here to come and check out what it is that we do There's a number of ways in which you can stay in touch with us. Feel free to scan any of the QR codes on the screen today. As I said, Fund 15 will be launching very, very soon. We also have a workshop that's taking place a little bit later on this afternoon, where you can dive in deeper and find out more about how Catalyst ticks, and we can find out a bit more about what makes for good impact investing and what funding models you're interested in seeing come realized for the future. But with that in mind, it just leaves me to say, domo arigato gozaimasu. Thank you very much. Welcome to the experiment, and things may break. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. ありがとうございました。Wow, that was a powerful model of community-driven innovation. Yeah. So, did you get the pictures of their QR? Yes. Okay. Well, if you have any questions, please do talk. We don't have picture taking. Sorry. No, we're gonna be. Okay, let's move on. So. 1人の場合はカメラマンさんありませんのでお願いいたします。4人のパネリストのみでございます。スタッフの方指示お願いいたします。それでは続いてまいります。Let's move on to our next topic. The next topic is about next gen donor scaling the SDGs with blockchain treasures. Our speaker is Alexander Mazza, Sustainability and Innovation Lead at the Cardano Foundation. In his role, he developed strategic partnership with UN agencies and is dedicated to positioning Cardano as a leading blockchain platform aligned with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. All right, so please welcome Alexandra with a big round of applause.
Hey, everybody. Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. My name is Alex Mazza, and I'm going to try to share with you my slides, which are here. Oh, OK. Holding slide. Today, I want to share with you my ikigai, my purpose, my passion, and essentially something that brought me to Cardano, which is a blockchain that was communicated by Charles Hoskinson, its founder, as a blockchain with a purpose 10 years ago in a TED Talk. And 10 years since then, this blockchain has actually done things and is ready to become the blockchain with a purpose. Today, we have a significant challenge facing us. Each and every single year, the Sustainable Development Goal financing gap increases. These $4 trillion each year are meant to fund peace and prosperity for people and the planet by 2030. This is 4 years from now, and we're super far from that. And as you can see, this is a mounting problem. Now, at the beginning of this year and through the rest of this year, you may have been seeing these kinds of headlines, essentially saying the main organizations that are responsible for trying to foster and steward the Sustainable Development Goals have lost some of their funding. And so beyond the financing gap, the operational gap that we see today is growing. Now, what does that mean for us as people? What does it mean for our planet? What does it mean for the work that we do in this blockchain innovators, as technology innovators, etc.? Well, blockchain is often seen as a solution looking for a problem. And I would say that blockchain is actually a solution to a very small part of the problem, but an important one. This is the handshake that I believe Cardano is in a leading position to make. Now, what is blockchain adoption? Very simply put, it's about having transactions on-chain and generating value for an on-chain economy. Typically, what you see in sustainable development are countries, nation-states, NGOs, etc., financing these UN agencies and no longer wanting or being able to. From the purpose of a blockchain economy, all that matters to Cardano is that if something is used, that it generates transactions on-chain. And so there is a potential for circularity where people, planet, profit, and blockchain adoption, which I need to find a P word for, but I haven't quite found it yet, can work hand in hand for a better world and faster adoption of this incredible technology. And I'm not the only person that thinks this. Actually, the number one and some of the leadership at the United Nations Development Program thinks this too. And just last week, me and a few others in the blockchain space, from leading foundations of L1s, L2s, stablecoin providers, exchanges, were invited to New York for this high-level strategic engagement about blockchain for development. And the question and the call to action was pretty simple. We believe in your technology. We believe in its ability to potentially solve some of our issues. How do we work together? How do we co-create a better world using this? And so off of this, I'm here today to share a few ideas with you. The idea that on-chain treasuries could be agents of change. That the fact that you can deploy capital from this reasonably small amount compared to the $4 trillion that is financed as a gap, the $60 billion that is missing from the UN today, but could serve as catalytic funding to enable UN agencies and others in the humanitarian and aid sector to innovate greater efficiency, greater effectiveness using blockchain-based technologies. Now, out of the top 20 on DeFi Llama, if you exclude crypto foundations, you have approximately $16.5 billion. All of these have on-chain governance. And for those of you that are not very deep into all of this, on-chain governance simply has three ways of governing a digital economy that is a blockchain, like Cardano as a layer one. You can update the protocol the same way that you update your Mac or your Microsoft computer. You have a bit more of a decentralized approach here. You can change the parameters of your digital economy. You can change the tax rate of your digital economy. You can change the way that the speed of data moves through a blockchain, the speed of cars on your roads. But most importantly, for today, you can have treasury withdrawals. You can use your country, your nation, your network state's sovereign wealth fund to go and do something useful for your home base. And in this case, Cardano has the largest L1 on-chain treasury, which is currently valued at $1.4 billion. And we've actually done a lot of work with this over the past few years with regards to the Sustainable Development Goals. Actually, between 2022 and now, so over the past 3 to 4 years, approximately $150 million have been distributed from the Cardano treasury, primarily through Project Catalyst, which you've just heard about today. And I'm going to have to speed it up because I don't have too much time. But in a nutshell, what you'll see here is $10 million of that went directly to over 150 SDG-related projects. This is not the Cardano Foundation. This is not another founding entity that decides this. This is a global community of ADA holders that decide that impact matters, not only for blockchain adoption, but for the world that they live in. And then we move to 2024 to now. So just as of last year, $6 million have been allocated to these projects with UN agencies, with leading corporates that are focusing on this urgent challenge. And you can see that this is ramping up, right? And I'm just going to share this figure of approximately $270 million of gross national income for Cardano. And why is this important? Why is this figure important? Well, out of this gross national income, which includes transaction fees and other forms of revenue, 2.1% of this actually goes into the sustainability-related projects. And why does that matter? Well, that is actually 3 times more than the average that is expected out of nation states for overseas development assistance, otherwise known as foreign aid. So Cardano is 3 times more performant than the basic baseline. This is really a blockchain that means impact. And one of these solutions that we've seen funded is the SDG Blockchain Accelerator. This was done through and funded by the Cardano community. And what that's enabled the UNDP to do is take a look at 170 different solution maker applications and match them to over 300 real-world problems across the world to try to find different solutions where blockchain actually has a meaningful impact and is not just a solution looking for a challenge, but a solution matching real-world problems. And so what we hope to do, and I invite you fairly soon later this afternoon, is to see how do we take one very small component of what the United Nations Development Programme is doing with its SDG Blockchain Accelerator, and how do we have a more thorough program, and how do we support that as an ecosystem that can drive Cardano adoption alongside a healthier, a better world for all. So with that, I thank you, and I invite you to a workshop to discuss this in greater detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, our next topic is RWA tokenization, the 450 trillion opportunity. Our speaker will be Philip Han, the CEO of Emergo, a co-founding entity of the Cardano blockchain, overseeing Emergo's global operation, leading the company's efforts to bridge the gap between traditional finance and blockchain through investments, partnerships, and infrastructure development. Everybody, please welcome Philip Han.
Good afternoon. I know I'm on a clock. So first off, huge thanks to Sarah and Socius for putting together a phenomenal event. Grateful to be back on stage and super excited to be here. So what I'm going to talk about today, I'm going to talk about the narrative that is going to save crypto. All of crypto right now is $4.3 trillion. It's less than NVIDIA stock. What is going to save this industry is actually RWA. And RWA stands for, to me, real-world adoption, not just real-world asset tokenization. So let's dive into it. At the beginning of this cycle, we were promised everything. We were tokenizing wine, watches, real estate, everything you could think of. But it really wasn't gaining adoption. And it wasn't gaining adoption for a few reasons that we'll dive into. But before we do that, what are real-world assets as you tokenize them? There's the tangible and the intangible. There's the equities, IP, things of that nature, and there's real estate. There's physical commodities. But what makes it magical is not the wrapper of tokenization. It's actually the programmability and composability of these assets. It allows you to do much more with them than simply fractionalize. So what's the first alpha that I want to share today? As anyone in this room evaluates or looks at projects that promise real-world asset tokenization, you must ensure they check 3 boxes. They must have all 3 C's. They have to be compliant. We live in a world where regulation is inevitable, regulation is happening, but regulation is happening now through legislation rather than enforcement. So it's actually a very permissive environment. So there's no excuse to not have a compliant platform. The second C is custody. No one will custodize or trust you with $1 billion of fixed assets or real assets unless you have proper custody, both physical where needed and the digital custody angle, right? And so that's been solved. You know, you have custody providers like BitGo, Coinbase Custody, and if you prefer, let's say more institutional, let's say a Zodia Custody, which is part of StanChart. So custody exists now. So again, no excuse not to have proper custody. The third part is where the real magic does happen. It's about composability. Composability effectively makes assets more useful. So if you had a kg of gold, what can you do with that right now? It's actually a liability. It has to sit in a vault or sit in a safety box. You can't do much with it. But if it were fractionalized and you could borrow against it, now it's composable. Now it's actually a useful performing asset. So you need all 3 C's. So what will be the canary in the mine then? What is happening now? How do I stand on this stage and tell you that this narrative is going to change all of crypto? Stablecoins is actually proof of market fit. There's almost 300 billion of stablecoins already. It's working. We use it every day. And at 300 billion, we are not even close to where it's going to go. This is what you should be looking for. You should be watching how much USDT mints, how much USDC mint, how much USD1 mints, How much do all of the other stable coins that we see out there, including our own USDA, I think Shantanu's in the crowd, so, and Zens, how much are they minting? Because in order for this to actually work, you need trillions of stable coins, right? So if you're going to tokenize part of Ginza, that's hundreds of billions of dollars. If there's not enough stable coins to affect the transaction, it really doesn't work. So the canary that you should be looking at is how fast are stable coins minting? What is Japan's solution? Well, I actually believe Circle's doing the right thing here, right? You need a Japanese yen stablecoin. We still live in a world where there are multiple currencies. It shouldn't just be US dollar. So I actually foresee a world where it kind of mirrors what we see in TradFi. We're going to have USDC, USDA. It'll be US dollar based, sure. You're going to have Japanese yen. You're going to have euro. You're going to have Korean won. So that is also where there's an opportunity. These token issuers are really the trend du jour today. Everyone is watching stables, and there's still a ton of opportunity. The race has not yet entirely been run and won here. So keep an eye out for these. Similarly, as I mentioned, you have Ripple, SBI. They're big believers in this space. We're going to see Japan be a leader. They're actually in many ways the birthplace of Bitcoin and a home for Cardano. And so I actually feel an enormous amount of innovation comes out of Japan. And so I expect to see more particularly in the stablecoin space. So once you have stablecoins, great. If you're an institution, you can buy buildings. If you're an institution, you can invest in fixed income. But what do all of us who have a little bit less money do? Well, the product market fit for stablecoins is actually again happening right now. If you notice, you can use stablecoins on a credit card, right? It's actually really simple to use. My mom can use a credit card, swipe, and she won't even know she's using the stables that I funded for her, right? And so the real world adoption of these is actually trending towards retail as well. So you've got the institutional side, but you also have the retail side. So if you look at cards like Cast, cards like Crypto.com, et cetera, they've been doing this for years. And it's kind of a Trojan horse, right? It's the real impact that we're having. People are spending millions and millions of dollars in 180 countries using Visa, funded by stablecoins. So what else is working? You know, you actually have massive institutional adoption right now in real-world assets. You have behemoths like BlackRock, Franklin Templeton, Fidelity. These institutions don't come in to be 8th or 9th place. They come in to win and dominate the market. And they are very, very active in investing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to position themselves properly for when this inevitable transition occurs. 450 trillion is what's at play, and that's just the assets. These things turn over trillions of dollars a day in just trading volume, right? It's massive. But there's also opportunity for Web3 native startups, Web3 native companies. Ondo is probably the poster child right now. They're a unicorn in this space. They're absolutely pioneering, you know, where real-world asset tokenization goes. They've tokenized stocks. It's trading on Gate.com right now. You have firms like Tenka that are focused on private credit. These are emerging firms that you'll hear a lot from in the coming months and years who are going to be tackling real-world liquidity issues, right? Making these things available beyond the institutions to folks in this room. DigiFT is actually taking a different tact. They're building ostensibly a marketplace where they're creating a Disneyland of sorts. Once you KYC, once you onboard into their ecosystem, you can trade anything within their markets. So you're seeing a lot of that happen right now. And it's happening around the world. So in the US, you see Robinhood. They're actually expanded into Europe, 21X, DigiFT in Asia. These are the next generation of NASDAQs, right? They are where you're going to see an enormous amount of innovation. So I encourage you to look these up and potentially experiment. So what we have to ask ourselves right now is not whether RWA is going to happen. It's happening already. It's happening while you're sleeping. It's happening right now. It's where do you want to participate? Do you want to participate in the governance layer, the liquidity layer, the protocol layer? There's so much opportunity, right, for everyone who are builders. And everyone who are investors, if you look at it from the 3 Cs, if they have all three components, you can have some degree of confidence that they're thinking about it in the right way. And if you zoom out, look at stablecoins. Stablecoins is your canary in the mine. As that continues to grow, you know this inevitability is actually picking up pace. So I'm running out of time. Feel free to follow me. I'd love to get to know everyone on X. We do a lot of talking about what and where we're headed at Emergo. We're big believers in RWA. We're big believers that financial services is the legitimate and sizable ecosystem that we want to play in and we want to partner with. So if you're building in the space, if you have interest in the space, by all means, connect with me. I'm pretty active on X. Thanks very much. Appreciate everyone's time.
Thank you so much. Now let's move on to the next theme. Our next theme is one click to on-chain, making Bitcoin and Cardano feel like Web2 with UTX Sauce. Please welcome our next speaker, the founder of Mesh and UTX Sauce, Kay Jingles.
Hi, everyone. Well, after 4 years building Mesh and onboarded thousands of developers on Cardano and working with hundreds of developers and builders, I realized something everyone is struggling with because distribution is hard, because onboarding is broken. Wallet setup is messy, it is slow and confusing, and transaction sponsorship does not exist. Because of that, user drop off before they could even transact. This isn't just a technical problem, it is strategic. Because if the users could not onboard, the users can never convert. Instead of shipping what the users want, developers are spending months, weeks, just to get to MVP, right? And honestly, it's killing great ideas before they can even reach the users. It's not a one-off problem or affecting a few projects, because over 80% of the teams find that building on UTXO chains is really difficult. They say EVM is way easier. And millions of potential loss in transactions and users. And of course, your roadmaps, your use case delayed due to the lack of tools, infrastructure to go to market. So I'm Jingles, the founder of Mesh SDK, the most used SDK on Cardano. And today I want to introduce you to UTXOs, the Web3 infra that we wish we had when we started. It's built for business who cares about providing great user experience. And it's for teams who will need to move fast on Bitcoin and on Cardano. Because the issues isn't about wallets or the network fees. It's about removing friction from day zero for your users. And we are here because we are into tech for impact, right? And your users don't care if your app is on-chain, to be honest. But they care about its impact value, if it's smooth, it is secure, if it's usable. So we obsess over that part so you can ship without all the user wallet UX, your user dropping off, and the dealing with network fees and all the blockchain quirks. We extract that for you. Just some key features here, whether is it from onboarding the masses in seconds, you can see it in the booths area, and user transacting without holding crypto tokens. And just now Philip mentioned a lot about RWAs, right? And we are here to support that as well. When real world assets, for you to launch that when you are ready. That's in our roadmap. So in short, we are building the Fireblocks for Bitcoin and for Cardano, for UTXO chains. And today, a bunch of companies are testing it, including like Barcelona Football Club, Socios as well. We are onboarding these football fans and people in the conferences onto Cardano in seconds. Last week, we also did some campaign in the token 20249 in Singapore with the Hydra vending machine. And we onboarded all these attendees and they transacted seamlessly. And this is what building and interacting on Cardano and Bitcoin should feel like. It should be frictionless, right? So today, you can also try it. Try out our transaction sponsorship, because visit the social funds booth today. You can donate your favorite projects, and everyone can social login, and it will be airdropped somehow to you, some ADA, where you can support these projects using transaction sponsorship. So the end, if you are a founder or enterprising, integrating Bitcoin or Cardano, whether is it for thousands of users or millions of users, we're here to scale with you. We're ready for that. Whether you are building apps, wallets, DEX, or RWAs related use cases, we help you deliver user-first experience without all the friction. All right. And if you are investing, we are currently in Techstars and speaking with founding funds. And if you believe in infrastructure and adoption, reach out to me. So that's my my handle on X and on Twitter and on Telegram, Jingles Code, so you can reach out to me. All right. So let's bring your users on chain the right way. All right. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our next theme is From Pilots to Production, Driving Web3 Enterprise Adoption. Our speaker is Dr. Navjeet Dhaliwal, the founder and CEO of Logon. Coming from the medical background, he recognized the urgent necessity for secure and private data solutions that keep sensitive data confidential, which led him to create his company, Logon. Well, please welcome Dr. Navjeet Dhaliwal.
Hello, everyone. Everyone can hear me well. So I come from a healthcare background. My name is Navjeet Dhaliwal, and I realized early there was a big need or lack of data privacy, data compliance in my field. And I started to tackle this problem with Iagon. And as you can see, and since I've started with that, I've lost a lot of hair. So I've been working at it for a long time, since 2017, and trying to get adoption since then. And that's through Cardano's vision of, banking the unbanked, getting people using the platform. And that's what we're going to be explaining today, and how we accomplish our vision in terms of pilots to production. So we're going to be talking about how we've had success in our platform and how we've progressed that to materialize into enterprise adoption. So in general, what Iagon is an Airbnb for storage and compute. We solve many problems. Of course, a few of them are listed up here, which is, idle capacities that are lying around, a lot of waste of resources. Security, data leaks happen worldwide every few weeks. Compliance, there's a big question about data compliance when GDPR became relevant in 2018, which is a European data regulation law. And since then, a lot of governments have tackled these regulations. And cost, of course. And there's a big cost right now, especially with Google, AWS. There's a big heavy cost, and we're trying to decrease that cost by 80%. And I'll tell you how, but we'll first tackle the enterprise adoption part. So enterprises know Web3 has potential to reshape trust, security, and ownership, but most never get past pilots. Our mission is to change that. So what that means is basically a lot of Web3 here in our industry talks about adoption, but it never really materializes into something productive, very rarely. And I'm going to explain how we were successful in onboarding some of big enterprises like Worth Group, like Hamburg Volksbank, like a Fortune 50 company. We are designed for enterprise. We're designed also for everyone and built for everyone. So we're building an enterprise-grade cloud service which has a lot of attributes. One is distributed network. It has sharded encryption, sharded data, and also encrypted data. One-click compliance. You have full control of your data. So just like in, for example, traditional, the Bitcoin vision and how you control your own funds, kind of the vision of Satoshi, your keys, right? The same thing here where you control your own data. And data, in terms of regulation, is very on the same line in terms of the vision of Satoshi, where in DeFi, the compliance is opposite, where it's kind of going against, like you control your keys. There's centralized exchanges, you have to offload to a bank, and they're trying to make stable coins that are government controlled. So going exactly against DeFi. In data, it's completely different because compliances are built around to protect your data and give you complete sovereign control, and they're in favor of you controlling your own data, you controlling your own keys. So we've been attracting a lot of enterprises through our patent compliance and value prop. And I won't bore you too much with this because I'm going to explain this later as well. But this is just you guys a brief summary of what we're trying to accomplish with enterprise adoption, why enterprises are organically approaching us, because we have IP security, we focus on compliance, and we have a great value proposition in terms of cost effectiveness, security, and privacy. As I explained in the previous slide, these are kind of granular thoughts on how these enterprises are looking at Ayagon. So once they come to us, they come up with these problems that are in different industries, different verticals, and we're able to solve these through small talks and small conversations. Decentralized infrastructure, which is also programmable in terms of smart contracts, and it's real-time audits, meaning that you can track the real-time auditability of the data, and it's very cost-effective. You save up to 80% on distributed storage and compute compared to centralized solutions. The most successful partnerships start not with a pitch deck, but with a conversation. And I talked briefly about this. We've been getting organic interest from enterprises, not because of our pitch decks. It's just how we conversate with them. We talk with them about what their problems, what their needs are, build a relationship. Worth Group, we had a relationship built over 1 year. The Fortune 50, still building a relationship almost 2 years now. Hamburg Volksbank, only a few months. But as we progress and get more enterprises onboarded, this is something we can showcase to the next enterprise that talks to us. Hey, we are working with these guys. We are working with these guys as well. And this develops some trust. And in Japan, for example, there's a lot of that in terms of developing trust. And it takes a long time to build that trust. But once you have that in the initial going, you develop these relationships, it's a much easier way to get to using the platform. So we demonstrate basically our value prop and how it kind of solves their issues, and we create a productive relationships with the partners. We want to make sure that we're solving a problem for them, not forcing them into a direction that they don't want to go to. And we display that viability through, in terms of production and showcase that in real time when we go to production. And that's just explaining the process, what I explained previously. We defining the scope, and then we set success criteria in terms of what will it take for them to adopt Ayagon. We design a pilot based around that success story, and then we expand the scope if they like what they hear and they want to go into a different direction. And then we measure what the benefits might be after we do that. And then we test the integration and see, does that first scope define, or the set success criteria define what's tested? So this is how we've been able to onboard companies like Worth Group. So Worth Group, if anyone doesn't know, is a Fortune 500 out of Europe. They have 30 billion yearly in income. They will be speaking with us at Cardano Summit in November, which will be a joint presentation. So what we're doing with Worth Group is tokenizing IP assets. So they work with companies like Porsche, GM, all these big car manufacturers where they produce, parts, 3D parts. The problem that they had was trying to monetize that blueprint, being able to give it to a third body shop and being able to understand, okay, is that the number of prints that they did? So what we can do with decentralized storage and blockchain is limit the number of prints that are associated with that blueprint. So we're creating a whole new industry vertical, meaning that we're creating a whole new revenue stream for this industry, which Worth Group believes to be a $50 to $100 million industry within the next 2 years. And we expect that to launch by the end of this year. We're also working with Hamburg Volksbank, which is associated with Reef Data directly. And through Reef Data, we will be working with them. So Hamburg Volksbank manages a lot of client assets, 4 billion plus. They also have a lot of data, sensitive data for clients. And basically, what they want is to offload that user data in a compliant way so they don't face any litigation if that user data is lost. So they want to give full sovereign control of that data to the user in a nutshell. And then we have the Fortune 50 company that I talked about earlier. So what we're doing with them is they have a lot of idle capacities around the world that are a liability on their books. So these assets, for example, are storage and compute. And what they wanted to do was monetize that somehow for not just them, also for their business partners. And this allows them to gain kind of a revenue on their books instead of a liability. And if that pilot is successful, what they're going to be doing is creating a full private distributed network, which will allow it to be monetized as well, meaning that they can offer this private distributed cloud to the laptops they produce globally. So they can have a cloud on their laptops that is a distributed cloud. And that's a powerful thing to say, and these relationships take time. So traction is earned, not given. What's been the key difference maker? The key difference maker is we've been very clear with our message. We haven't gone with the pitch deck first. We've always tried to understand the problem. And for example, the 3D printing, we didn't know that industry until Worth Group came to us with their problem. They said, hey, is this possible to solve this through distributed storage and blockchain? And we said, yes, it's possible. This is how we do it. And this is something that we didn't force down them, hey, this is kind of our pitch, this is what we're doing, and this is what you should adopt. We're taking the other approach where we're trying to understand that industry and what problems we could solve. If this doesn't work out, then we shouldn't be catering or pitching to them. We have a patented technology which is worldwide, including Japan. So this is also gives a surety to the enterprises in terms of IP security. It's not something that they can develop by themselves. We've been filing this patent and building this resume for a long time. These are the co-founders. We have a team of 31. We have Dr. Rohit Gupta, who's a former director of technology for Expedia, currently a senior manager at Google. Dr. Claudia Lima, former CTO of Huawei in East Asia, and currently teaching blockchain architecture for governments and institutions. And then Alad Harrison is a machine learning expert, economics professor, and myself, coming from a more entrepreneurial background. Thank you for listening in. Appreciate everyone tuning in, and thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to the next speech. The next topic is about preparing finance autonomous audit-ready AI transactions from Giorgio Zinetti. As Chief Technology Officer of the Cardano Foundation, Giorgio Zinetti spearheads the foundation's technical strategy and product development through open source innovation. So everybody, please welcome Giorgio Zinetti.
Hello, everyone. Is it morning or afternoon? I never know. Good day, everyone. So my name is Giorgio Zinetti. I'm the CTO at the Cardano Foundation. This title was given to me by my marketing team, so it's a bit complex. What it actually means is how AI can work with blockchain and decentralized finance. First, a few words about Cardano and the Cardano Foundation. Cardano is a layer 1 proof-of-stake blockchain, is energy efficient, unlike Bitcoin. It's a third-generation blockchain. We have on-chain governance, and we have all the best features that other layer 1 don't have. So energy efficient, we are scalable, decentralized, and we have an on-chain governance. What makes us special is that we share with Bitcoin the UTXO model, but we have made it a little bit better by extending it. So we have smart contract functionalities, unlike Bitcoin. This allows for parallelization, and your assets actually resides in your wallet, and they're not in a smart contract. So DeFi is booming, right? We hear about decentralized finance everywhere. The total value locked in lending protocols is 89 billion. But are we really booming? If we compare the DeFi lending protocols to the traditional finance debt market, we are nowhere near. The TradFi lending market stands at 300 trillion. So you can see that, maybe you cannot even see it, our blue line there is the DeFi lending market TVL. How about stablecoins? We heard today a lot about stablecoins. We are roughly at 300 billion, 289 to be precise, in stablecoin. Are we doing good there? Well, if we look at the M0, the total amount of cash and coins around the world, that's 8 trillions. We are nowhere near that. And the picture gets worse once we include saving accounts and money market. That's 90 trillion plus. So we can see that we are just at the beginning. We can only grow from here. And at the Cardano Foundation, we have been thinking, how can we fill the gap? And we came up with three things that we can do. One is digital identity and digital identity 2.0. Verifiable data, and AI. So let's look at these 3 pillars and 3 solutions and how this can help us to fill the gap. We all know about digital identity by now, and historically in the blockchain context, this has been associated to a wallet, private key, public key. I signed a transaction, this is my identity. Now the crypto world is moving to account abstraction, so having more powerful construct on top of your digital identity. And with this new abstraction, you can map organization and complex workflow. And it's not only a person identity, but you can have organizational identity. Your firm, your company, your foundation can now sign complex transaction, add, remove signers from the organization. And this is really unlocking the real business use cases. At the Cardano Foundation, we have built an open source wallet following these new capabilities. It's called Veridian. You can try it today. It's in the stores, and it allows for those powerful abstractions. We are working with the most relevant frameworks, specifically with the Glyph and the legal entity identifier and the virtual entity identifier. This is the identity that companies are utilizing worldwide, especially in the financial sector when they do transactions. And having this mapped in a blockchain wallet is going to be very, very powerful. The second hole that we need to fill is verifiable data. If today you want to get a loan for your mortgage or for your studies, the lender will do a thorough research on your background, on your credit score, on your bank account, on your potential of future income. And what if this could be done automatically because all your track record has been vetted and it's verifiable on chain? And once that's done, an AI agent could simply verify that all the information are accurate and check for eligibility of your loan or mortgage or whatever you need the money for. One product that we built at the Cardano Foundation is called Reeve. Reeve is a blockchain ledger on top of an ERP system where the Cardano Foundation discloses all of its finances, but we obfuscate this data that is sensitive, like salaries and name of vendors. But the idea is to have a verifiable record and immutable trail for people to check that we are spending the money in the way that we are supposed to, and auditors can come in and check everything without us needing to provide them the data. We believe that this pattern can be followed by many other industries where people can provide this verifiable data for allowing for financial transaction to happen more quickly and more transparently, and without risk of losing the money. The third catalyst for change is going to be AI and AI agents. AI can be now this compliance engine to go and check this verifiable data. Agents are going to have an identity, and agents can provide also the Oracle information from outside the world, price feeds, but also check in the real world if things are happening the way they're supposed to. Many companies like Google, Cloudflare, Coinbase are all working on stablecoin agent-to-agent transaction. This is the A2P and the X402 payment standard. And at the Cardano Foundation, we are supporting ecosystem project. The most prominent is Mazumi. It's an agent-to-agent secure network that runs on Cardano. So I encourage you all to have a look at what they're doing. This framework, Mazumi, allows two agents to have their own identity and have their own wallet and offer their own services. So anybody using their network can discover agents, and the agents are logging all of their actions. So we can trust AI there. Lastly, why blockchain matters? So blockchain can provide a layer of identity, can provide verifiable credential. We have decentralized registries for discovering agents and services. The decision logging is logged. We have smart contracts, and we have payments, stablecoin payments. So to close, the TradFi default every year, it's 4.4 trillion plus. This is credit that is not performing or that it fails. In DeFi, it's zero, because smart contracts do not fail. And if we want to fill the gap, this is the way to go. Thank you all for your time, and I wish you a good rest of the day. Last thing, my marketing team is going to kill me if I don't do this. We have a summit in Berlin, the 12th and 13th of November, and we have a discount for you today. So if you're interested, you can scan the QR code, and I'll meet you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Giorgio. And now we are going to move on to the next topic. Our next theme is about privacy as a common good. And we're going to have Manuel Jimenez, a partner of ERX. Here we go. And Eric's Cooperative de Trabajo, Partner Business Development. So thank you very much for your time, Manuel. Please come up on stage, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Is this? Yes. Hello, everybody. And first of all, thank you for being here. A few disclaimers. My original background is computer science, so I usually get very technical when I talk, but that's not going to be the case today. And the second disclaimer is that I'm not actually going to talk about the future. And I don't want to be disrespectful with the title of this beautiful event. I'm here today to tell you a story about the past, about the recent past, that I believe might help us move forward better. Because those who forget the past are doomed to basically repeat it, right? Unlike all stories, this one begins with once upon a time. There were two people that wanted to communicate securely through an insecure channel. Alice and Bob. And for thousands of years, since Julius Caesar to the last World War, we humans have been using cipher systems to basically do that, to securely communicate through an insecure channel. And throughout all those years, I'm saying here 1,000, we've been using different cipher systems that have one thing in common. Both Alice and Bob needed to share a secret in order to encrypt and decrypt those messages. So the question was, how could Alice and Bob have this shared secret if they are trying to communicate through an insecure channel? Obviously, sharing that shared secret through the insecure channel was not a good idea. So how can we do that? For all that time, there was only one solution. You had to create a separate secure channel and share the secret there. Time went by, years and years and years, until in 1976, there was a groundbreaking discovery. Some scientists in the US came up with a paper and published the RSA algorithm. It was the first algorithm to implement asymmetric cryptography. In this kind of technologies, of cryptography technologies, you didn't need that shared secret. There was no need for a different secure channel. RSA technology, asymmetric technology, enabled for the very first time to encrypt a message that could only be decrypted by one particular person. And you only needed the public key of that person. One second. Yes. So nowadays, encryption is everywhere. But previous generations, they probably didn't encrypt not even one thing throughout their life. In the 80s, internet was not a thing. But email was starting to appear and was more and more common. So email was a perfect fit for RSA. When you send an email, you probably want just the recipient of that email to be able to read the message. Or if you don't want to obfuscate the message, maybe you want the recipient just to know that you were the person that actually wrote and sent that message. So, as I said, email was the perfect fit for this technology. The problem is that algorithms, RSA, or any algorithm for the fact, they're useless without a piece of software that can implement it. So here comes another scientist to our story. The brave Dr. Zimmerman, in 1991, he invented a piece of software that basically implemented this asymmetric cryptography, in particular RSA. He created a piece of software that he called PGP, Pretty Good Privacy. And everybody was super happy because it was the first time that anybody could access this revolutionary asymmetric technology. But there was someone in particular that was not very happy, and that was the American government. At that moment, some encryption technologies that had actually more than 40 bits of security were considered weapons, like military technology. So distributing PGP around the world was considered a crime. In 1993, Zimmerman actually became the target of a criminal investigation by the American government. But luckily, Zimmerman, with the help of some colleagues and, of course, lawyers, came up with a way out. They created a book, a physical book, that had the source code of PGP. Before that, the Supreme Court in America had ruled that books and exporting books was completely protected by the First Amendment. So by creating this physical book with the source code of PGP, they were able to distribute it around the world. And actually, the book was published in 1995, and by 1996, all the charges were discharged. PGP was, at that time, it was open source. Everybody was using it. It really enabled a lot of people to access this amazing asymmetric technology. But that was not enough to protect it from the attempt of a government to basically kill it and keep it out of sight. And I know that this story might sound funny mainly because of the book thing, you know. But I think that we all can see where the problem is coming. I don't know if you remember, but there was a company called Netscape Communication that it was a key innovator at the beginning of the web era. Netscape Communication created something. In 1994, they came up with this idea of using asymmetric encryption to protect, encrypt web traffic, and also certify the source of it. The problem is that to do that, they were using encryption algorithms, in particular RSA, as I said. And that was also target of regulation for the American government. Netscape basically put the S in HTTPS. Before this, any kind of communication between a user and a web server was just plain text. So basically, anybody could access it and intercept it. There was no way of sending card information to a web server without being in risk. Netscape changed this. Imagine that Amazon launched in 1995, and this technology was invented in 1994. But as I said, it was regulated by this American regulation for exports of cryptographic technologies. The government forced Netscape Corporation to release 2 different binary files of the browser. One was targeting the American public, and the other one, the rest of the world. The difference between those versions was basically that the version for the rest of the world had a much weaker cryptography technology. They used RSA with a 40 bits security. And imagine that the PGP, the software that I mentioned before, the one that got traveled to Zimmerman, had at least 128 bits of technology. Of course, it was a company, so they didn't try to do the book trick here. And actually, it was closed source, so there was no way of doing that. But the company was forced to distribute a non-secure version of the browser to the rest of the world. One can say, well, but don't worry, right? Because Netscape at some point was acquired by American Online, and at some point, what they had invented, HTTPS, became an internet standard. And actually, US export regulations changed, so now you can export any kind of cryptographic technology of many, many, many bits. So, and now, probably nobody really remember what American Online was. So we can say everything should be fine, right? No, nothing to worry about right now. During the 80s and the 90s, public key cryptography, and particularly asymmetric encryption, really changed the already revolutionary revolution of digital communications. And nowadays, mainly applied cryptography is circled around what we call privacy-enhancing technologies, PET. We call them PET. And probably you have heard some of these names: zero-knowledge proof, multi-party computation, MPC, fully homomorphic encryption. We are already seeing the impact of these new privacy-enhancing technologies in the world. Mainly, I mean, in the blockchain industry, they've been around for a few years. We have the Midnight example, for instance. But we're also starting to see examples in traditional Web 2. I'll invite you to check what Google is doing with zero-knowledge proofs and the new European Union age verification regulation. It's quite interesting. So, as a computer scientist, and I consider myself a technologist, I have no doubt that these new privacy-enhancing technologies are, again, going to change the digital world as we know it. But moving forward, I believe that we must assure that these PETs, this privacy-enhancing technology, actually enhance the technology of we, the users. And also, we should try to ensure that it is accessible for anybody. Anybody that wants to use it, of course. We can assume that with high likelihood, somebody is going to try to either stop the development, stop the distribution of this technology, or maybe is going to try to make it weaker or even make it completely useless. what we must never forget is that privacy is a right, and enhancing privacy, should always be something on our mind. I know that nowadays it's kind of more frequent to listen to this argument of, if you don't have anything to hide, you just should show up everything you got. And of course, this is something that we should not accept. Privacy and the tools, the technical tools that allow it, should be protected common goods. Because otherwise, I believe, there won't be privacy at all. So thank you all, and see you around.
Thank you very much. That was Manuel. Thank you so much. One more time, please give a round of applause. Arigatou gozaimashita. Grazie. Now, our next session is here. The theme is DeFi for Impact. Build the infrastructure for wider financial accessibility. Our speaker will be Henson Wong, co-founded Delta DeFi in 2023 to bring CEX grade non-custodial trading to Cardano. He is a former city management trainee turned full stack engineer and a chartered financial analyst. Okay, so Hensong, are you ready? Thank you.
Check. Do I have a slide? Yeah. Yeah, nice. So I'm Hinson, the co-founder and CEO of Delta DeFi. So maybe some of you in this room may know about that. We are actually building a decentralized exchange. But since today is Tech for Impact, I'd rather go into more in-depth into our vision and what's the kind of like the core things that kind of driving us building these things. So let's look at some of the more impact-related problems. Actually, right now in the world, we have more than 1.4 billion of adults are unbanked. When we mean unbanked, it's like they don't have all the kind of banking account like we have. Even it's like when we do the transferable, it's very difficult. Regardless of saying like, for example, the trading or credits, everything of this is kind of inaccessible. It due to a lot of different reasons. For example, some of them might not get an ID. Some of them might not have a sufficient track record for doing these things. And yeah, there are many, many more reasons. But the more important reasons is for the current financial infrastructure is kind of controlled by a lot of big enterprises, which are subject to different regulations in different regions and so forth, which make them very, very difficult to open up these kind of things to serve wider people that are unbanked. And some of you might think that these unbanking issues only happening in the developing countries, but it's not the truth. Like even in the developed countries, like the slide is like the obsolete one, but never mind. Like even in the developed country, this is also the same issues. Like there are still 4.2% unbanked in United States, and 14.2% of the people are underbanked, like not having sufficient product to serve them. Like for more than 80% of the people, doesn't really access to the credit. So it actually poses a lot of problems. But why don't these people just use different kind of services, since we know now the blockchain technology has arrived, that a lot of DeFi projects or centralized exchanges actually can do kind of these kind of things. But why the problem still persists? So when we look into all the centralized exchanges like Binance, OKX, they're some of the what we say is counterparty risk. They're not following a lot of the regulations, and they are not using blockchain technology at all. They're basically, when you try to use those platforms, they're just like using your HSBC, sending money into their own wallet. They have full control of your assets, and if they don't like you, they'll just freeze your assets and yeah, just do nothing about it. Worst deal is that most of their operations are unregulated. Even is for the regulated one, they're like the features is bad, like not really having all the traditional finance product that we would like to use, like in those systems. And so now we know that centralized exchange has got its problem. But why don't we use all those DeFi, what we call decentralized finance? You connect with its own wallet, you have full control, But there's a huge gap on that. This is also one of the motives why we are building Delta DeFi. It's like when you try to use, for example, a typical trading platform, usually it will charge you the trading fee, the blockchain fee, and other kind of processing fees. It's like for a simple trade, it will cost you up to like 1% or so. So this is all of the core reasons why we come to Delta DeFi. We are on the mission of making global trading trustless, seamless, and accessible to anyone. So we are trying to achieve it by 3 different core pillars. The first one is to try to build the core infrastructure, which is what we are working on right now. We're building the trading engines and interacting with the blockchain so that everything is kind of non-custodial, like you have your full control of your assets, you have full control of most of the stuff, while it's super seamless and super cheap. And next, we are on to like doing the cross-chain kind of interaction and also connecting back to the traditional finance actually. So right now we are on the phases of doing the pillar 1. So we have the testnet launched on Cardano testnet, which is we could have the spot trading experience. It's pretty much identical to what we are having in Binance right now. The fees is the same, speed is pretty much the same. Every trading experience, API trading is the same. Professional traders just could plug in and they could enjoy this kind of new infrastructure's benefit. And when we're building this thing, we have the idea of building the open financial infrastructure in our mind. What does that mean? We are not just building applications, just like most of the DeFi projects, but we actually think about from the infrastructure point of view. We are using the Hydra technologies, which is the layer 2 state channels, which empower us to have the very efficient, fast, and cheap transactions. But the best thing about this technology is that it makes us very easy to migrate or integrate into the traditional finance systems. Like right now, we're building this open DeFi, the kind of puzzle, which means we are running a kind of an environment that is uncensored. Everyone could access to it, and we have most of our core product on it. But let's say whenever there's a time that we might go into traditional finance, we want to have some integration with the banking ecosystem, for example. We could also do the regulated instances, another separate environment to talk to this open environment by the same time. So by doing this, it's like we could still empower most of the people who are unbanked could access to the open ecosystem. For a lot of us, like in the developed countries, we might want to have some sort of on-ramping or off-ramping to the banking system. We want to trade stocks, for example. We still have the means to do it in the regulated kind of environment in a very lightweighted way. We don't have to like have extra crazy development about it. It's about just a regulated and compliance talk with different geography so that we can make these things happen. So when this future arrives, we can imagine that, for example, trading stocks and we in the regulated environments, and then we trade it back to the fiat-based kind of currency, maybe a stable coin, maybe just fiat itself. It could communicate back to the open system very seamlessly without any kind of hassle. Just one button, you could just withdraw back to the places where you have full control of your everything. We are also having the idea of building the open financial ecosystem in mind. So when we're building this thing, we are building the infrastructure, which means people, when they try to transact, trade, or doing anything derivative, they will on our core engines. But actually, for this thing to be able to happen, we can't be just alone doing everything. So we think about what is ecosystem in our system. So right now, we are mostly on the left-hand side of the thing, that we are communicating with market makers and funds to making sure that the traders got their ideas to generating yield by market making, earning some profit by making the book. But they need some money from the, for example, different funds. So that we ally everyone together to make these things happen. Someone provide capital, someone provide technology like us, and someone provide skills, like trading skills. So it kind of form a circular flywheel that everyone's benefiting each other's. And the futures is like, it's much more difficult, but we have this in mind, is that when there's some sort of digital identity in place, we could actually have the credit we implemented in the decentralized finance ecosystem. Right now, there's an unsolved puzzle across every blockchain because credit is about trusting something. But in DeFi, it's like we only trust nothing. We essentially just looking at what you own and we over-collateralize everything. But once we have the identity in place, we implement the credit thing and we serve the greater purpose that we had mentioned before. So yeah, right now just also some sort of reporting the progress to wider community. We are right now completed the spot exchange and we are like on the testnet that testing out and ready to launch. And we are also working with a trading floors, which allow people to do not have to really trust too much about providing some money into some traders or like market makers to run different trading strategy to earning money with your capitals. And then the next one, we will try to probably do more derivative and leverage. And then eventually we'll go into the multi-chain and connecting to the traditional world. So yeah, I will be here in the Tech for Impact Summit, and we have a booth in the exhibition. If you got any question and want to talk to us, just feel free to reach out to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henson. Well, it's been a long morning, everybody. Is everybody all right? If you would like to go to the toilet, please do so. But next is going to be the last before our break. Our break is going to be from 1:35 to 2:05. We'll have a 30-minute break. So if your bladder is okay, you should stay for the last one here. All right. So the next session is about connecting minds, the promise and perils of brain-computer interfaces. Our speaker is a living legend, bringing this incredible journey to Japan for the very, very first time, Dr. John Donohue. Dr. Donohue is a Princeton Professor of Neuroscience and Engineering at Brown University and a true pioneer in brain-computer interfaces. His groundbreaking BrainGate system isn't just about code and electrodes. It's about restoring agency, a future, and profound human dignity for people with paralysis. So everybody, are we ready to have Dr. John Donohue for the first time ever in Tokyo, in Japan? We're so lucky. Thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. I've never followed a financial talk before, so it's a really interesting mix in an audience. And I'm also deeply pleased to see the social consciousness and interest here in global health and hopefully these kinds of issues that will improve the humankind. We just got the technology working minutes ago, so we're getting things to work here. The diseases of the nervous system and particularly of the brain, like blindness and paralysis, memory loss and depression, really are devastating disorders that affect millions of people worldwide. I have some numbers for the US and Japan up there, but it's really extraordinary. And it affects not only the individual and robs them of, say, vision or the ability to move, but also affects the family and, of course, has a big effect on society. So it's really a very pervasive problem. And we have some really extraordinary treatments with using surgical approaches, using pharma, and using behavioral approaches for treating various brain disorders. But they really are leaving a lot of parts. There's really a lot missing. We don't have a lot of therapy for many, many brain disorders. And neuroelectronic medicine, which is a term we've been picking up as of late, is the fusion of technology with neuroscience, medicine, and engineering together to create products, create technology to treat these disorders and especially the more devastating disorders for now. So what is neuroelectronic medicine? Well, it basically comes in two types and based on using the electrical properties of the brain to either write the brain, which means to electrically stimulate it. This is sort of a more mature side, but it's still developing. One that you might know of is what's called neuromodulation. It's actually a very mature field where there are devices like deep brain stimulation for Parkinson's disease. But there are others. For example, the cochlear implant is wildly successful because it restores children who have lost hearing or who are born without hearing of certain types, and they can have their hearing restored to such a point when they can attend school regular classes. So it's really an extraordinarily successful version. In vision, it hasn't been so much successful yet, but there are people trying to create an artificial eye. And then there's a new type of electrotherapy that's emerging. You heard a little bit about the electrical properties of the nervous system. Here, there are companies developing electrical therapies to be able to affect the progression of disease, like brain tumors or ALS, for example. But the other type is where I work, and that is recording from the brain, reading out brain signals and trying to sense the activity that's going on in the brain. And the devices, these devices now are called brain-computer interfaces. You'll actually hear people using it, this name in different ways, like any device that connects to the brain, whether it writes or reads, can be called a brain-computer interface. But I'm specifically going to talk about devices that read, and specifically about the use to restore movement and communication in people who have paralysis. So in the now it sounds so old. In the turn of the century, back around the end of the 1990s, we did preclinical work in my lab, preclinical meaning animal and basic science work, that developed a system, a BCI system, which we call BrainGate, and I'll call it interchangeably a BCI or BrainGate throughout this presentation. And we developed, in conjunction with Dick Norman at the University of Utah, a tiny 100-channel electrode array that could be implanted in the brain and pick up very high-resolution brain signals. And then, so that sensor was a unique sensor that we developed, and we showed that it could be implanted in animals and then was suitable for humans. And then, if this movie will work, no, this movie doesn't work, but it'll work without the movie. But the next step of getting information out of the brain is to process it, to take the tiny signals and use electronics to make them larger. And then that generates patterns of electrical activity, each of the 100 channels. So it's a tiny sample of the brain's electrical activity. And one way to think of this, a useful analogy, is the brain is sort of like producing these QR codes, and the movie shows them flickering. They flicker in our brains about 50 times a second, where any little patch like this is like a patch of your brain. And in fact, your whole brain now has 16 billion of these pixels flickering right now. Despite what you've ever learned, your whole brain is very active, making these patterns of activity. And we take a very tiny sample, just 100 channels, and try to interpret it, which we did in the basic science. And we could create a movement command signal for signals like reaching and grasping and speech. So that led to a vision that said, what we can do is we can take a person who is paralyzed and try to make them completely restored to movement so they're indistinguishable from a typical person. They could be sitting in this audience doing everything that you're taking for granted now, but they would have been paralyzed. And so this video shows an example of how we would do that. So this was our vision in around 2000. So this is a paralyzed person drinking a glass of water. But what would have happened is we put that tiny electrode array in a region to pick up the patterns of activity in what's called the motor cortex, the movement area for the arm. There would be electronics that would process that would be under the skin and maybe transmit to a small device that could then take those signals and send them to a small computer. And that computer could do the decoding, take those QR patterns and, just like your phone does, interpret them as movement commands. And then they would be wirelessly transmitted to something called an FES, or functional electrical stimulation system, which is attached to the muscles, and that device would then activate the nerves and muscles and make the arm move. This kind of device, actually, even at the time, the early devices were already in use in humans. They don't work nearly this well, but they're already available. So this was the part of the big advance that we needed to do, is to show that we could get the signals out of the brain of paralyzed humans and use it to control various things. So in 2004, now more than 20 years ago, we did the first implant in a human. And this is Matt Nagel. He was stabbed in the neck, and he was paralyzed completely from the neck down. He couldn't move at all. And he was implanted, as I said, in 2004. And we then, what you'll see is he has the array implanted. You'll see this box of electronics because we didn't have the implanted electronics miniaturized or fully implantable, and everything was connected through a wire, which you'll see in all the patients. And that wire then goes to a cart of electronics and computers that does the decoding and all the other processing necessary. But what's really interesting, and if I can maybe start the movie again. Whoops. You can see Matt over here is playing a video game. So he's controlling that cursor only with his thoughts. It's just his mind. So he can't move his hands at all, and he's able to control the cursor. So what was amazing to us is the motor cortex, after being paralyzed for years, he was able to immediately think about moving his hand, and the cursor was controlled. And he could play, for example, a video game or do other things to operate a computer. So over the next decade or so, we made a number of advances, and I hope these work. Oh, sadly, these are not working. Well, I will explain some of these things. You can understand what's going on. But unfortunately, these are all videos. The first is simply that white dot is moving from point to point, and the person was able to point and click. All the things you can do with a mouse, a person was able to control with their mind. And now in this case, we had extended it not only for people with spinal cord injury, but it also worked in ALS, the degenerative disease where people lose all control of their body, and spinal cord injury, and in stroke. And in this very famous video from our 2012 study, this is Kathy Hutchinson. She was completely paralyzed from a very severe brainstem stroke lower down in her brain. She couldn't move or speak. And she was able to use this robotic arm to control it in not only just like a cursor on a screen, but she could move it in 3 dimensions. And here she's picking up her morning coffee, and for the first time in a decade, she's drinking her morning coffee so that on her own without anybody serving her. So we could show that you could control a robotic arm with these brain signals. And this was a picture of her reaction to being able to do all that, as happy about the whole process. And then this also is not working, sadly. This is Bill. Bill has a spinal cord injury, and you can see, so he has the brain connected out. Here you can see the cable, the computers and things are off the side, and then here, he has an FES system, that electrical stimulation system in his arm, and he's moving not only his arm, but his hand, and he's able to pick up and grab his cup of his drink, hold on to it, bring it to his face, and take a drink. So we made the progress from just controlling a cursor to controlling an arm to controlling a person's own paralyzed arm over that next decade or so. And then, sadly, if this one doesn't work, we'll lose it. Something. Let's see, I'll just see if it will advance here. No, sadly, these videos are not working. But I'll explain. So most recently, we've had a big breakthrough, and we here is my colleagues at UC Davis who work on the BrainGate team, and also colleagues at Stanford University. They were able to show that you could take, for a person who is unable to speak, you could take brain signals from a little bit different area of the brain, and whatever they thought about words, they could actually come out and they could say. So that's what they would see a phrase up here, and then when they saw it, immediately what would come out is the exact same phrase. In other words, we could decode that as it was coming out. And Eddie Chang's group is a different group at UCSF using a slightly different kind of approach, is also just confirming that we can decode speech in real time from people. And one of the important aspects of this is where AI really mattered. The fact that there are large language models was really critical to the idea that you could do this, because unlike controlling an arm, which is extremely complex and there is no large movement model to drive arms, there is a large language model already. And that integration of AI is critical to the advancement of this whole field, in my opinion. So unfortunately, they all should have worked. If anybody wants to see these movies afterwards, I'll be glad to show them off of my laptop where they do work. So over this period of time, since in the past 20 years, we've shown that paralyzed people with severe paralysis from various disorders like ALS, stroke, and spinal cord injury can control computers, robotic arms. They can control their own paralyzed arm. and we can produce speech. There have been a number of, really quite a group of patients, so this has been replicated again and again. We now have 100 channels in some patients, but many hundred channels by implanting multiple arrays. But remember, I said there's something like 16 billion neurons making thousands and thousands of patterns in your brain at all times. So we're only sampling a tiny bit, which raises some interesting issues. Is, we can extract quite a bit of information with really pretty poor samples of what's going on in your brain, which has some ethical implications for later developments of this technology. We have really very good safety data, very promising. It's been published, but we have thousands of days of safety data. The devices themselves last for years, and so they continue to work, and they could be used in a home setting. So they're very promising. And there have been already now, I think, more than 10 startup companies trying to improve or come up with a different version of the sensor to make better products, to make them wireless so that there is no cable and no plug on the head. And they've raised quite a bit of capital. But much to my disappointment, in 20 years, we don't have a product. There's nothing there. And in fact, this is the thing that bothers me the most, and I think where we need some transformation. So what are the challenges? Well, there's a lot of, the first big challenge is that this field requires biology, specifically neuroscience, medicine, technology, meaning engineering, and computer science, and particularly AI, to all work together. And it's as diverse as this conference is. That group of people is a very diverse group. So some of the startups are good in one thing, but they're not good in all of them by and large. So so there are a number of big challenges in the technology. There's also, now that we're able to interpret brain signals and we realize we can really interpret a lot about what's going on in the brain, even with very small samples, that there's a real ethical and legal framework. The ethical framework is, first of all, equity, to make sure that these expensive, complex devices are going to be available in a fair way to everybody. But also, what does it mean as we merge people with machines and we're able to now communicate back and forth with machines, and that, I think, will come. But what's holding this back, in my view, going from concept to universities, is that we don't have the integration that we need across these various disciplines. And it's one thing that concerns me. And my perspective on this is that the field is sort of like at the level of putting technology in the human body that's like the first cell phone, that primitive. And yet industry already has remarkable capabilities. What your average smartwatch can do is really extraordinary. There's nothing like that power that's being used. And so what I actually believe is that the way to make sure that startups will succeed is that what we need is a pre-competitive hub of expertise that brings together all of the engineering expertise of the world, all of the ethical framework that we need to be able to build these devices and then show that they work in humans and make them available to startup companies so they can succeed to create real products. So I'm hoping that that kind of thing really does happen in the near term. And I'm very interested in, it's not necessarily attractive to the venture community because the immediate return is not there. But I think a lot of the venture investment in the startup companies is going to be lost because I think a lot of the problem of the interdisciplinary nature of taking these great advances, we know that these devices will work. We've shown that and have remarkable capabilities to read the brain and control devices and help people who are severely paralyzed. But there's just not the kind of ability to bring all of the power that we need to the field. But I think no matter what we do, we are going to see this field advance. We are going to see man-machine or person-machine interactions going more and more. We'll have a better and better interaction between the brain and devices. And this will, at some point, may cross the divide of going to able-bodied humans. There's already an interest in neural augmentation, not helping people look just like you or me, but to augment them beyond the capabilities that we have. I think that will happen. We do have, I think if we realize something like this pre-competitive hub or some structure like that, we have the potential to bring this revolution in neuroelectronic medicine to people much faster. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. John Donohue. Wonderful, wonderful technology coming ahead. ありがとうございました. Thank you very much. Now we're going to be having a 30-minute break, so everybody relax and please use the restrooms, go get your drinks, your foods downstairs, and please be back by 2:05, where the next session starts. It's going to be about discussion on plurality, how collaborative technology will transform democracy with Audrey Tang and Sarah Yoon. This is one thing you have to watch, so please be back by 2:05. Thank you very much, and see you all later. Thank you everybody for waiting. ありがとうございます。この後2時5分からですね、オードリー・タンとセイラ・ユンさんのステージがこちらで始まります。今日一番の入りです。We have so many people in this room for the first time today. Thank you very much, all of you, for coming. So the front rows are for the VIPs. So if any of you behind who are VIPs, please come up front. We have seats still for you. And non-VIP people, sorry for making you stand up. If there is any seat available in between somebody, please let them know so everybody can sit. And we will soon start. So relax and enjoy. So once again, hello everybody. Thank you all for coming to the Tech of Impact 2025. I hope you're enjoying the day. My name is Christelle Ciari, and I'm the MC of the day. I've been talking from this morning. Is there anybody who came to this event last year? Yay, thank you. ありがとうございます。はじめましての方もたくさんいらっしゃると思いますが、今日朝からこちらの英語ステージで MC させていただいております。クリステル・チアリと言います。よろしくお願いします。Thank you. 去年もね、MC させていただきまして、ちょっとだけ自己紹介させていただきたいんですが、今日電車でお越しになった方いらっしゃいますか？ Who took the train today? はい。電車は乗ったことあるよという方。はい、よかった。はい。To all of you, I do the voice on the train, like especially JRs and not the metro anymore, but the other lines. I do all the train announcements. So when you take the train on their back, way home, you'll hear me. I'll be doing like, the next station is Shibuya. The doors on the right side will open. That's me. ありがとう。Hey, ありがとうございます。ね。Your faces were so intense. I just had to do this. ね、みんなすごい怖い顔でステージを見つめてたので、ちょっとこうほぐそうかなと思って、よかった。ね、これでほぐれましたね。So, now we're going to be having one of the main stages today. Well, we've been having the best stages for this on this English stage. Of course, we have a lot of different stages. That's great. But then, I believe we are having the best time in here. So I'm glad all of you are here. So let's move on to the next stage. This is the moment many of us have been waiting for. And we've talked today about technology that can heal the body, but what about technology that can heal our democracies? Today, we have this unique honor to witnessing a live public recording of Humans podcast where we explore the deepest questions of technology, trust, and our shared future. The conversation is titled Plurality, How Collaborative Technology Will Transform Democracy, a radical vision of tuning conflict into the very fuel of collaboration. Please join us in giving a monumental welcome to our speakers, Audrey Tang, and the host of the Humans podcast, Sarah Yun. Thank you very much. Please sit down. Now, I'm sure all of you know, but Audrey Tang is a civic hacker and a technologist who rewires systems for the public good. As Taiwan's first digital minister and now cyber ambassador, she has shown the world a new path of democracy, one that is fast, fair, and fun. For advancing the social use of technology to empower citizens, renew democracy, and heal divides, she has been named of 2025 Right Livelihood Award laureate. Her vision of plurality is a proven toolkit for finding an uncommon ground that can move us beyond polarization. And our host, of course, Sarah Yoon, the founder and CEO of Socius, and the visionary behind this summit. Sarah, all yours.
Thank you, Christelle. Thank you. Thank you. So, Audrey, welcome to the summit.
Very happy to be here.
It's an honor to have you here. And I like your T-shirt.
Yeah, I know. This, I think, means socially conscious.
Oh, really? Oh, that's what it means? Okay. I learned something new today.
Great.
So today, we'll explore the origins of your worldviews, the adversities that you've overcome, and how these principles are applied in your work of plurality and digital democracy. So concluding with your view on the future of being human. So first, we would like to begin with asking some questions about your childhood. We'll explore the origin of your worldviews. That will help us understand how these principles are put into practice. So around age 9, you were dealing with existential threats. So first is life-threatening heart condition, and severe bullying at school, and a tense family environment. In order to survive that period, you effectively had to develop the emotional maturity of a philosopher by learning Taoism and psychology.
Right. When I was 8, I was like 80 years old.
Exactly. And online, people thought that you were actually 80 years old,
Yeah,
right?
something like that, actually.
And this is a story of incredible strength, but maturity is also about what you leave behind. What part of a normal childhood, it's chaos, it's unthinking recklessness, it's right to fall apart without consequence, did you have to consciously sacrifice? And does the ghost of that unlived childhood ever reappear in your life today?
Well, nobody ever asked that question before. So when I was 4, I was diagnosed with a heart condition. So by the time I was 8, as you were asking, I've already learned the breathing exercise, Qigong energetics, so that I don't have any extreme emotion anymore, whether it's extreme joy or extreme upset. It will just send me to the ICU, so because of the heart condition. And so I consciously sacrificed this idea that a child can experience the extremes. Like normally, children, they experience those emotions, not the moderate version, but the extreme version. So that is the sacrifice. And now the ghost of extremism visits me in my dreams. So I make sure every day I have to sleep 8 hours, because only in my dream can I experience this kind of extreme emotion, knowing that it will not harm my heart, and it would not harm the world around it. So it's a safe space to experience that kind of extreme emotion.
Amazing. So my sleep, I guess, is so deep that I don't dream, or like I don't remember any dreams. But if you remember any of your dreams, could you share some of your dreams?
Yeah, definitely. So usually I dream of what is to happen the next day. So it's almost like a dress rehearsal. So I dreamed of this conversation, actually, last night, because you were kind enough to send me questions the previous day. And so in my dream, I was like rehearsing what to say and what kind of answers you will expect from me. And today I learned from our conversation that you did exactly the same with Gemini, I believe. So asking Gemini what would Audrey Tang answer until you can come up with questions that genuinely nobody have asked before. So I guess we have been both practicing, but you in your wakefulness and I in my sleep.
Yes, I would like to add that I fed all your public records, public transcripts and all your speeches.
2,000 of them.
Yes, all of them to Gemini. But there were about a dozen books that were not digitally available, so I had to read them. So it's a hybrid human and Gemini collaboration project.
Symbiosis, very good.
Exactly. So Audrey, much of your work is about designing systems where different groups can finally see and understand one another. I'd like to ask not about a system, but about a single moment. Can you take us back to the very first time in your life you felt truly and deeply understood by another person? What did that moment feel like, and who was it with?
So when I was 4, I remember very clearly, I was in the hospital, accompanied by my family. And the doctor did a diagnosis, said to me and my family that this child has only a 50% chance to survive until heart surgery. And that number, 50%, made me feel very understood. Before that moment, I was like 4 or 5. Before that moment, I only know anxiety. Like I go to sleep without knowing whether I will wake up. I wake up and maybe I have some extreme emotion and then I faint and then I wake up again. There's no words for that feeling. But with 50%, I understand and associate it with a coin flip. And from that point onward, I go to sleep feeling that I'm doing a coin flip. If it doesn't fall correct, I don't wake up. It's this simple. So I feel that this diagnosis really made me understood and put into words what previously I had no words for.
Thank you for sharing that. And looking back, what does that intimate, personal experience teach us about the essential ingredients of human connection that we risk losing in an age of digital communication and polarized debate?
Well, I guess vulnerability really was what my doctor put a number on, right? I'm 50% alive, and I could be 50% dead before I turn 12, which, by the way, I did get a heart surgery, and I'm good now. So I guess I was lucky. But the point is not about being lucky. It's about I had 8 years of my life feeling profoundly vulnerable. And that vulnerability is very much the connection between me and other people. We share this vulnerability. But online, if you're alone, just scrolling some social media, if you retweet, write some words, then the vulnerability is not there. For all practical matter, everybody else was invulnerable because the vulnerability does not convey through the screen when we are alone. And so that means both that people can very easily form great connections and collective action and swift trust. But it also means that violence also travels very easily because you can easily say very violent words without realizing of the vulnerability of other people across the screens.
I see. Thank you. Now, your work is built on creating platforms for trust and consensus. But trust is fragile. I'm interested in when it breaks. Could you share a time, not in public policy, but in your personal life, where your trust in a person or a group was deeply broken? You don't need to share any names or details, but rather the emotional geometry of that experience. How did you navigate the path from that sense of betrayal toward reconciliation or forgiveness? And what does that difficult human process teach us about our ability or inability to build systems that can help a divided society truly heal rather than just coexist?
Well, I guess the same moment that gave me the connection, the diagnosis, was also the moment of betrayal. Because when I listened to my doctor saying, oh, 50%, then I realized, it dawned on me, that my parents knew about this condition before giving birth to me. So they had a choice. They can choose to abort, to not give birth to me, knowing that there is this heart condition. Or they could, as they did choose, to give birth to me and knowing that I will suffer immensely. And also they will also suffer immensely. And maybe all for nothing if I die very young. Right? So it felt subjectively as betrayal because I had no control of being born. And how to heal that? I guess I got to the habit of documenting what I learned every day. Initially on tape recorder. Maybe you remember those plastic things. And then floppy disk and the internet, I guess. So still today, I have a habit of publishing before I perish every night. I make sure everything is in the public domain. So if I don't wake up, that's fine. Because people can make use of the material and feed them into Gemini. And so I think this is my healing process. That is to say, even if my parents decide to give birth to my life of indeterminate or maybe very short duration, at least it will not be wasted. I will be able to at least document something before I die.
Thank you. And I'm really glad for your parents' decision to not to abort you, and I think humanity is also very lucky to have you in this world.
You prefer me alive, I see that.
Of course. And I want to follow up on the fact that you want to document everything before you go to sleep. But maybe I'm not as fast or efficient as you, but I have so many things that I want to document before I go to sleep, but I never finish. And if I try to finish, I cannot sleep 8 hours per day. How do you manage that tension between documenting everything before you go to sleep and sleeping 8 hours at least per day?
I think you only worry about this if you are a perfectionist of some kind. By finish, I gather that you mean to get it to a publishable state, that you will feel okay to share it with other people. I don't have that. If you know that you will probably wake up the next day, you don't have time to finish. So whatever mistake you made, whatever gap you leave, it's invitation for other people to improve. So if I have a half-finished thought, I just publish that half-finished thought because that's better, in a sense, than a finished product. If you have a finished product, people just say, oh, it's very good. They press like, and then they're gone. But if it is unfinished or it is full of error, people are like, no, that is wrong. Let me contribute. Right? So in many senses, I think an unfinished product is better.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it. And for the audience, this interview will leave some questions and answer time for the audience. So we'll have this interview and podcast recording unfinished, and then we'll leave it for the audience to complete as well.
Amazing.
So, thank you. So now let's go straight into plurality. Now, systems like Polis are brilliant at finding uncommon ground and de-escalating conflict. But historically, major social progress from abolitionists to suffragettes came from radical dissent that refused to find common ground with an unjust majority. As we optimize our digital spaces to resolve tension, is there a risk we might blunt the necessary sharp edge of radical justice? How does plurality protect the productive conflict needed for paradigm-shifting change?
So Polis is a bridging system, and bridging system works in two steps. First, it identify, as you say, some group like the majority on the center, and some groups like minority on the fringe. But the second step is where it differs. Like in a normal voting system, first past the post, the majority can always outvote the minority. So they don't need to listen to minority. Anytime you go to a vote, the majority by definition wins. However, in polis, it doesn't matter how large the group is. You only win the bridging bonus if you can start some position that gets the support from people who are unlikely to support you. So the work is actually done by the majority. It is not up to the minority to moderate away their position. It is for the people in the majority to adjust their position into the uncomfortable zone, to build the uncommon ground, because otherwise they lose the vote. Because the majority, their ideas are very uniform. And in polis, if thousands of people have the same opinion, they only count as one. But the minority is very diverse, so they count as many. So for the people in the middle, the majority, to win the bridging bonus, they have to step out of their uncomfortable zone into this uncommon ground so that they can build this idea of bridging together. So in a sense, when we deploy polis, it is led by the people closest to pain, by the people in most vulnerable positions, suffering from social injustice. But the difference is that the majority must listen. So that is what we mean by broad listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Audrey, your work treats democracy as a social operating system built on good faith. But some actors are malicious hackers using the system's own rules of openness and empathy as attack surfaces to crash the conversation. How do you patch society against bad faith? And more critically, how do you design that patch so it doesn't accidentally silence necessary radical dissent?
Well, I mean, if you ask a totalitarian leader, an authoritarian ruler, they would not say they are acting in bad faith. They would say they act in very good faith. They are protecting the society from the chaos that is the product of liberal democracy. They are not saying, oh, I'm a bad faith actor, so I must suppress journalism. They say people will be led astray by too much freedom. And democracy never delivers anyway. It only leads to chaos. And so it's better to have a totalitarian system. Some of them may even actually believe that. And so when we face this kind of adversity from totalitarian regime, we counter their narrative. And we counter their narrative not by saying that democracy is good, but making the action. Like in 2020, for example, the entire world hears the narrative from authoritarian, that only authoritarian regime can do lockdown. And look at the European country. They cannot even do lockdown well. And so a lot of human sacrifice. But authoritarian country can lock down indefinitely, and therefore better system, right? And so how to counter against that narrative? You make sure that you do broad listening. You do sense making. You make sure everybody understand about epidemiology. You stay very agile, very nimble. And by the time of Omicron, the whole world has seen democracy actually delivers better if you create common knowledge around the virus. And authoritarian regime cannot do lockdown forever, right? And so the idea of overcoming this adversity is not by stopping the authoritarian message from entering our society, because that would be authoritarian, but rather to be anti-fragile, to treat each incoming message as a seed that you can rally around and prove to the authoritarian that liberal democracy actually delivers better.
Relating to this point, your philosophy is built on radical collaboration, right? Can you tell us about a time when that core principle itself was the source of failure? A time when bringing more voices in created a worse outcome. And you realize in retrospect that a top-down, maybe totalitarian approach, hierarchical decision would have been more just or effective. What did the moment teach you about the absolute limits of collaboration?
Yeah, I remember in 2002, 2003, Taiwan was having a national conversation about universal healthcare. Our universal healthcare depends on the system of localism. So each city, each municipality, even local clinic have a lot of agenda-setting power when it comes to how to deliver health better for their particular community. It makes a lot of sense. But then SARS hit Taiwan. Problem is SARS is too quick. And so whatever consensus mechanism was operating in 2002 really cannot catch up to the speed of the SARS virus. If you're an average citizen living in the kind of Taipei City or Taipei County, now New Taipei City, and so on, if you ask your county manager, your municipal mayor, the Minister of Health, various different districts, your hospital, your clinician, everybody have a different answer about SARS, which is, I guess, really democratic, but very bad, because Taiwan suffered the most from SARS. We lost the most people to SARS. And so after SARS, we decided that we have to build what's called a CECC, a centralized epidemic command center. And the centralized commander of CECC during COVID, that's our minister, Chen Shizhong, assumed almost kind of the power of a general during martial law. Like whatever he says, all the different municipal mayors, all the different ministers and deputy ministers are reporting to him and him only when it comes to counter COVID. So obviously top-down control, much better. But we also design in it a feedback system. So you can do decentralized sense-making, even if you have centralized control. So anybody can call the toll-free number 1922. For example, a 10-year-old boy called 1922 saying, oh, you're rationing our mask, but all I got was pink mask, and I'm a boy. I don't want to wear pink to the school. So obviously, you're doing something wrong. And then the next day, on the daily 2 p.m. press conference, everybody wore pink. And so suddenly the boy now has a limited edition that only heroes wear or something. He became the most hip boy. And so that feedback loop of decentralized sense-making with centralized control enable agility and still enable people on the fringe to speak truth to power, even though that power was centralized. But once the COVID was gone, then so did the power. So there's no like long-lasting power. The power is just here to face the emergency.
Besides this time-bound aspect, are there any criteria on which we can decide in this situation we should go for a top-down approach? In this situation, we should go for a most decentralized approach.
Yeah, I think you need to distinguish between the acute threats and the chronic threats. When the situation is acute, you make do with however many decentralization you have, but you don't decentralize anymore. You make sure you stop further decentralization, and then you make sure that the interconnection between the decentralized nodes are good enough to meet the emergency. And if you do not even have that, then you have to fork, like the original DAO fork. You have to basically make a majority rule, even though we know how violent it is. On the other hand, right after that, like after SARS, then you do progressive decentralization. You think of the failures during the emergency, and then you build back better. These two always work in tandem.
Thank you. So if a situation is that we already decentralized, and whether or not the situation is acute and requires top-down approach is also decided by decentralized body. Like how do you overcome that situation? Like who decides whether that situation is acute and requires more top-down approach?
Well, I mean, any threat is felt more acutely first by the people closest to the pain. So of course, their decision counts, right? And so that is the test of decentralization. whether you have good enough sense-making, meaning that the entire polity can elevate local knowledge into common knowledge in a timely manner. If you can, then you have a good feedback loop and you have good governance that will last throughout the wave of emergency. If you do not have that, then, as I said, it will fork away into essentially two different polities.
Thank you. So your work is often framed as being a good enough ancestor for future generations. This is a contract with the future, but you also describe yourself as a conservative anarchist, implying a respect for the past. How do you balance the duty to innovate for the future with the need to be a good steward of the cultural and linguistic traditions linguistic traditions you've inherited? Can you share a time when these two duties were in genuine tension?
Well, I'm a Taoist, but politically a conservative anarchist, which to me is the same thing. The yin and yang, right? And I think the conservative part of me is not about conserving any particular structure of oppression. It is about conserving the ancestral intelligence of possibilities, of the language, of the culture, that enable more possibilities to the future. And so to conserve that means that we're in constant tension with the anarchist part of me, which is unbounded experiments of voluntary cooperation. So for example, in Taiwan, we face the same-sex marriage issue. The younger generation essentially says it's a voluntary cooperation between two people. It's not harming anyone. And so from an anarchist tradition, we should be able to experiment. But from the lineage of the conserving of the ancestral intelligence, kinship matter, lineage matter. And so to disrupt that lineage is not to conserve, but rather to disrupt the ancestral intelligence. So that's a real tension. But using broad listening, we found the uncommon ground, which is to give the same-sex couple the same rights and duties. However, they do not form kinship with each other's family. And that is very creative. So we turn the conflict, the energy, like the fire, into combustion, into momentum, so the society can go upward instead of just left or rightward. And this upwing motion resolved the tension. And to be a conservative anarchist minister is like walking on a tightrope of imaginary width. The tightrope wasn't there. Like every step, we imagineer the tightrope into existence. And so that is my constant mode of operation.
Thank you. And I want to connect to your current title. It's Cyber Ambassador at Large. I think I've never heard of that title. Can you explain a bit and like whether it exists in other countries?
Sure. I mean, I do have counterparts in other countries. Cyber Ambassador it comes from the Greek word, kybernetes, meaning to steer. So that the incoming waves of acute and chronic harm from emerging technology is what we're seeing, like the deepfake investment scam, like the information manipulation of generative propaganda, like robots luring people to fall in love with robots, and also induce human into hallucination. All these are new threats that is posed by the digital world. And so a cyber ambassador is basically sharing how to steer, how to navigate in this very troubled water and overcome it together. So in the past year, I went to 27 countries. Every 5 days, I changed time zone. Fortunately, I don't have jet lag. I'm too fast for jet lag to catch up. And so all the different democracies that are facing, like populism, polarization, and so on, and was able to work with their several ambassadors, their civil society, their academics, also the tech people, to design ways to navigate out of the polarization per minute, the PPM, which is very high in some parts of the world, but not here.
Interesting. And so you've seen democracies in 27 different countries, and I think you know very well Japan's democracy and, of course, Taiwan's democracy. How would you describe what made Taiwan a successful case for democracy compared to other countries? What were some of the underlying cultural heritage that made it possible?
Yeah, I would say that the young people in Taiwan uniquely know that they can set the agenda for the society. According to ICCS, the International Civics and Citizenship Standards Study in 2022, Taiwanese middle schooler are top of the world by a large margin when it comes to the civic knowledge, their knowledge about how the society works, and also their ability to consciously change society even before they turn 18. So I guess they're very socious. The most socious part comes from like the 17 years olds and also the 70 years olds. They form this intergenerational unity where the young people come up with possibility and the elderly generation comes up with resource to make that possible. Because the middle generations, the 40-somethings like me, are often too busy to think about 7 generations down the line. But the 17 and 70-year-olds spend most of their time thinking about future generations. And so I think that is a beautiful camaraderie between the generation. Whereas in many other democracies, we see kind of a, I wouldn't say like enemy, but kind of indifference, irrelevance. For the 70 and the 17 years olds. Like they're not naturally friends. They kind of mind their own business, right? So I think that is the unique thing going for Taiwan's democracy.
Interesting. In Japan, there are very interesting statistics that older generations tend to go to voting. They go to the elections and they vote. And it's also across different eras. So people who are in their 70s, their 80s, they usually go to vote. But when they were young, they were not voting. So like young people in Japan, they tend to be apolitical, not super interested in politics. What do you think is, what can we do to actually get young people interested in politics and participate in democratic activities?
I mean, Japan, like Taiwan, have a shrinking population. And so the young people, statistically, is never going to outvote the old. So why bother? So I think the point here is that if you aggregate using simple majority first past the post, it is rational for young people to be apolitical because you wouldn't actually move the needle if it's just counted this way. In Taiwan, although our population is similar in structure, we aggregate differently. So we have e-petition. We have the pro and con argument for uncommon ground. We reward, as I mentioned, the bridging bonus. We use quadratic voting in our presidential hackathon. All these new ways of aggregating opinions mean that even though it's run just like a normal survey, but it's a generative survey where the best idea can set the agenda instead of just the existing ideas, 2 ideas or 3 ideas, and you have to make a choice. So once it becomes a generative survey, the young people definitely is interested. So I think that is the idea of broad listening. And I'm very happy to see that in Japan there are now renewed interest in this kind of generative survey and in broad listening. And we do see many young people now much more engaged because of these new mechanisms. So I understand you also do quadratic voting.
Yes, we have Socius Fund, and by the way, at 6 p.m. we will be announcing the winners or selected projects through quadratic voting. So we don't know who the winner is at the moment, but they will receive some funding to implement their social impact, environmental impact projects.
That's great.
Thank you. And I hope that Anno-san, and there is some new political changes happening in Japan as we speak, and I hope that many young people also in this audience will be interested in Japanese politics as well. So Audrey, we've learned as builders in this space that the social code is often the harder to write than the technical code. So you've also seen promising tech fail to bridge divides, not due to bugs, but due to a lack of pre-existing trust. From those experiences, what is the single most critical human precondition that must exist in a community before pluralistic tools like yours can even begin to work?
A good night's sleep. I'm a very competitive sleeper. I have to get 8 hours every night. And the reason why is that without adequate sleep, our mind becomes read-only. You don't really learn from the day if you only sleep for 2 hours. Whatever the next day brings, you're still doing the code you were running yesterday. It is during sleep that we upgrade our brain to adapt to the actual situation of today and tomorrow. So a society without adequate sleep is also a society that does not upgrade easily. And so even if there is uncommon ground, even if there is a consensus, it's just not written to the mind if you don't sleep well. So I think a good condition, a precondition, is just good night's sleep.
I totally agree. Yeah, this morning I was giving a speech, opening speech, and my brain froze just in a matter of seconds, and I didn't sleep 8 hours. I slept only like 2 hours. So I will become a competitive sleeper as well.
Amazing. Let's race.
Thank you. Okay, so one of your core policies is radical transparency. Thousands of your meetings are transcribed, which I uploaded to Gemini, and made public. While this fosters accountability, it also places you under permanent scrutiny. Has there ever been a moment where you wished for the single or simple human privacy to explore a bad idea, to be uncertain, or even to be wrong without it being etched into the public record forever?
Well, like yin and yang, I mean, this is a balance, right? So 2,000 meetings means that over 10 years, 200 meetings every year, which means probably one every workday. And one meeting is maybe 2 or 3 hours, which means I spend 10% of my time getting documented, which means that 90% of my time, including sleep, is private. And I think that is a good balance. So I both satisfy my coin flip, knowing that at least I took 2 hours every day to document what I learned. But I also have 22 hours, including sleep every day, to try new things without thinking about documenting these things. And so once you do this for like 10 years, I think the benefit is that all the language models, not just Gemini, because it's public domain, are trained on my answers. And so now, like when replying emails or whatever, I don't even need to think anymore because all the AIs can imitate my thinking extremely well. They have a shard within the language model that is an almost perfect copy of the working Audrey Tang. So now I save a lot of time. So also think about this as investment.
And now you can use me because in addition to your public records, I have all the books that are not digitized that are in my head, so you can use me as
that's right. So for the journalist
Gemini.
here, just interview him. He can channel Audrey Tang.
So now, finally, I'd like to explore some fundamental questions about where we are headed as a species. So we started this conversation talking about your intimacy with mortality. Today, some in technology aim to solve death, and treating it as a bug to be fixed. This forces a fundamental choice. If we remove the biological deadline that has shaped so much of human culture, meaning, and urgency, what new values must we consciously cultivate to design a society that still appreciates life?
Well, I wouldn't worry so much about solving mortality. I mean, the 8-year-old Audrey Tang is essentially dead, right? It's like a ship of Theseus. All the different cells, all the different neural connections, because I had very good sleep during the past 40 years, it's all renewed. So none of that are still alive in any sense, right? So I think if you keep sleep, but you remove death, humanity is still going to have urgency. There's still going to be renewal. Every 10 years, you're still going to feel you're a different person. And that is still the circle of life. So I wouldn't worry too much about removing death. And to your question about what values are even more valued if you have indefinite renewal, I think curiosity will be valued even more, because then you can afford to be curious about something that's truly difficult, that takes 200 years to really find the answer. And long-term collaboration across many generations, because then you can collaborate across 5, 6 different generations. I think that will also become much more important. And the idea of civic care, of caring about the relational health between a 10-year-old and a 1,000-year-old, that is a very new challenge that nobody had an idea of how to do civic care across that long time span. So I'm very optimistic about our ability to find new values.
Amazing. And what are you most curious about today?
Well, I'm curious about what the audience will ask, and and I hope that we still leave them time.
We will have time. Okay, so you have spent your life understanding and improving complex systems, from your own body to digital platforms to democratic governance. This is the work of a problem solver. But I want to ask about a moment that wasn't a problem to be solved. Can you describe a moment of pure, simple, and perhaps useless joy in your life? A moment completely disconnected from work, technology, or a desired outcome, as we design a future where AI may handle much of the useful outcome, problem-solving work for us. What does your memory of simple joy tell us about the future purpose of human consciousness?
Well, first of all, I think I'm not a problem solver in the sense of I come up with solutions. The things that people know about me, the mask maps, the shortening of the text filing system, the privacy-preserving contact tracing, all sorts of things, these are not my invention. I just create a space so that the local inventors that are facing tremendous challenge have the resource to flourish, and also have the stage to make their very hyper-local solution into national consciousness in just 2 or 3 days. So this is what I do. I hold the space, I cultivate the space, but I don't come up with solutions. So I think this is a general pattern. I find the most joy when I see that the flourishing of the life in the kind of garden that I help cultivate go beyond my imagination, right? In my dream, I dream of possible future worlds. And I find joy when the actual reality even exceeds my dream. I think that is what brings me the most joy. Like I wake up and I check reality and I find it's wilder than my dream. That is a lot of joy.
Thank you. And following that, I believe a limited lifespan helps us focus on what truly matters. If you learn you had only 18 months left to live, how would you spend that time?
Exactly the same, I guess, because I've been living with this condition for quite some time. I guess I'll sleep more, and because I guess to sleep is also to have the energy to create, to write more poetry, I guess, as a poetician. Most of my political work is just writing poetry. And if I only have a year and a half to live, if only I know about this and nobody else know about it, I do exactly the same. But if my friends, my family, everybody also know about this, I think they will want more poetry. They will want to have more piece of me left behind once I'm gone. So I guess I'll be pressured to write more, and therefore I have to sleep more.
And why do you love poetry so much?
Well, I think poetry is the art of putting into words the imagination, the dream of the impossible. And many ideas were once considered impossible. Ursula Le Guin famously said, once upon a time, people consider the kings, their power come from the god, and therefore cannot be challenged. And that's like a law of physics, like it's just how the world works. But some people dream of some other possibility, and they see the divine power of kings, like any human power, can be challenged by human power. But without poetry, that's not possible. Today, many people see extractive capitalism as like physics, just a matter of the world. But with poetry, we can also dream of alternate possibility and make that our shared reality.
Beautiful. Thank you. To close, Audrey, you built an inner operating system to survive a fragile heart, a hostile schoolyard, and a tense home. For those listening now lost in their own storm, what is the first line of code they can write for themselves tomorrow morning to begin debugging their life?
Take your morning off. Sleep more. Be a competitive sleeper.
Thank you. That was beautiful. So now we have some time for questions from the audience. I think we have about 10 minutes. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes, Joe.
Tenakwe. Thank you very much indeed. I'm a great fan of your work. Audrey, the traditional systems of governance, institutional trust, rely on archives and clerks and laws, all human and all fallible. With Cardano, with blockchain, that changes things. And it changes how we think about forgiveness, how we think about the future, and how we think about the past. How can we reconcile the attributes of blockchain, particularly Cardano, and what we need as human beings in governance and government generally?
Thank you. Very good question. I think blockchain layer 1 still runs on layer 0. That is to say, blockchains, at least the current generation of blockchains, still require human care. If nobody care to maintain a chain anymore, whether it's permission, whether it's public, it just ceases to exist. If the layer 2 chains think of a better way to manage a layer 1 chain, then the layer 0, the social layer, may one day promote that layer 2 into layer 1 and say that that is the default going forward. Again, that doesn't happen because of the smart contract. That happens because essentially of revolution. So blockchain, although it is a legal system that is determined by code, the human layer still carries the revolutionary potential. And I think keeping the outside game of revolutionaries in mind is the most important thing for blockchain governance. Because if you design a governance system that see the revolutionary energy, like volcano energy, not as something to avoid, not something to be designed out, but rather like geothermal energy. You can tap into the magma and then channel that into new institutional design. Then the blockchain can renew itself even at the L1 level. And I think that's very important.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you so much for your dialogue. Thank you so much. 私はウズベキスタン出身。I'm from Uzbekistan and I'm politician in Japan. 私は日本で政治家もやっております。で、多文化共生のために日々頑張っておりまして、so I'm fighting for multicultural coexistence in Japan. And if you have some advice, what is more important for multicultural coexistence for Japan? Thank you.
Great question. I translate the name of my country, 中华民国, in English as a transcultural republic of citizens, because 中 means in between. So in between many cultures. And I think it's this in-betweenness that gives Taiwan its ability to renew. Because we have profound cultural differences in Taiwan. As you probably know, some people in Taiwan want to free China. Some people in Taiwan want to be free from China. Very different. But we somehow find a bridge to connect, not to compromise, but rather to co-create. So I think that the point of coexistence is not to think about the co as compromise, because that just leaves everybody equally unhappy. I think it's important to think of it as co-creation and leaves everybody slightly happier and nobody very unhappy. I think that is a much better heuristic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your great talk. I'm Yusaito from Japan, Tokyo, and I would like to ask you about the power of OSS community, open source community, and even voluntary open source community to the social change. I myself do hackathons on weekdays. I love it, and you know our public website of the coronavirus in Tokyo was operated by OSS community, and I have heard you have also committed to it. And so I would like to ask about the power of OSS community to social change.
That's a great question. Yeah, open source, the idea itself is a social innovation. Before open source, the movement was called free software. And what it means is that everybody should have the freedom to study, to improve, to share software. So it's like a human rights movement. But open source says that, okay, it's also an economic movement, because if you share the burden of maintenance, then you create better software. If you invite people to attack your software before the bad people do, then you get more secure software. So the open source movement is a marketing machine for the free software movement. It creates a flywheel to get socially conscious capital into the free software movement. Previously, free software movement relied mostly on donation, but with open source, you even have publicly listed company that only do open source. And at some point, even Microsoft, previously very closed, they publicly apologize on GitHub and say, yeah, maybe open source is a better idea. And so it affects system-level change using economic power. So I think the open source movement, of course, is helpful, like the COVID dashboard case, to help tackle some especially common knowledge issues, so that the social activists' ideas can become common knowledge, as in, I know, you know, everybody knows that this is a better way of doing things. But even more importantly, I think open source movements show that it is possible to change the rule of the game into a positive sum one using purely economic argument. And you don't have to make a human right argument at all. But as a side effect, you improve human right. And I think this is a very novel way of thinking about the theory of a change compared to the more traditional way of challenging the power. That is, of course, very noble and still very valid. But this is more like a swarm, like a quantum tunneling, so that some of the economic power of the small innovators tunnel through the existing power of domination. And then people just gather behind the wall of power. So that's tunneling, quantum tunneling. I think it's a lesson from the open source community to the wider activism community.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you so much for your incredible talk. My name's Risa. I'm Taiwanese Japanese, so growing up I kind of saw the differences in politics, and when I visited Taiwan and I saw my own grandmother, my ama, being so engaged with politics, I did wonder what it was that made Japan and Japanese politics so different. And I think it could be because in Taiwan, there's a sense of that your country is being under threat. So I wonder, with the declining voting rates in Japan as well, is some sort of trigger needed, or what is kind of the catalyst that is needed to spark that political engagement again?
I mean, I consider it a blessing if you don't have to face acute crisis. I think it's important to realize that in Taiwan, we also had decades under martial law where it is simply illegal to try out those new social ideas, to form a political party, to start a newspaper, to run your radio station. None of these were legal. Of course, people with social consciousness still managed to do some work, even during the martial law. For example, through charity, through spirituality, through the cooperatives movement, they still did a lot. But my point is, even though at the time people were not feeling that democracy is new, is fragile, and things like that, people still exercised civic care. And they really built this horizontal network across different spirituality, different ethnicities, different groups, and so on, that gained legitimacy even before democratization. And you can even argue that once democratized, even the president directly voted in since 1996, did not enjoy more legitimacy than the charity or civil society organization leaders. So the president have to seek approval from the civil society, even after democratization. So I think the natural disasters, even though they're not existential, the earthquakes, the typhoons, and so on, are what unites the Taiwanese people across their differences. And we do have this here in Japan as well. I mean, earthquakes, typhoons, everything, right? More recently, like in Hualien, because of the flood disaster, people of very different political inclinations, cultural inclination, all become like Superman, right? Helping the recovery process. And we see exactly the same here in Japan. In fact, I believe the communication system called LINE was invented because of the ability to coordinate across natural disaster here in Japan, and they become very useful in Taiwan as well. So my point is, I don't think you need a political emergency. Just focus on the natural disasters. Just focus on the issues that everybody faces on a day-to-day basis. It's like going to the gym. You exercise your civic care using smaller scale disaster. And so when the truly large scale one hits, whether it's pandemic or whether it's something else, then you can activate those muscles. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for your great questions. And thank you so much for your generosity. Your perspective is a gift. And thank you for sharing your humanity with us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Live long and prosper.
Thank you very much, Audrey. Thank you very much, Sarah. Wonderful, wonderful, packed 1 hour dialogue here. Lots to learn. I'm so happy I was here to spend this time with you too. Thank you so much for your time. Let's take some pictures with great smiles.いや、本当に素晴らしい会話をね、今日は聞かせていただきました。そして勉強になりました。ね、日本もマルチカルチャルのことで、お勉強にもなりました。本当にありがとうございました。Everybody, please give a big round of applause to Audrey and Sarah. Thank you so much. All right, so we're going to have a quick break to change the stage, and we'll be back at 3:10 Well, I guess we have only 3 minutes, but if you want to stick for another one, please come back. Our next panel discussion will begin at 3:10 about what motivates social entrepreneurs, the psychology behind founding and growing an impact, with the wonderful 3 speakers here. So everybody, please do come back, and see you soon. Okay, everybody, are we ready for the next panel discussion here on stage? Everybody, if you could sit down, please. もしよかったら皆さんね、お座りになって、次のセッションに始まりたいと思いますので、お席についていただけますでしょうか？お願いいたします。Can you all sit down? はい、ありがとうございます。Now, our next theme is what motivates social entrepreneurs, the psychology behind founding and growing an impact startup. Joining us today for this session are our moderator, Koshu Kuni, and our speakers, Alex Zapirowski and Mariko Maktir. Let's welcome the three of them on stage. お願いします. Please come up. Thank you so much. Now, moderator Koshu Kuni is a general partner at Lifetime Ventures who has invested in fintech startups and emerging markets globally with organizations including the World Bank Group. And Alex Zapirowski, he's been out second time today. Thank you very much. A co-founder and CEO of Clearo Vision, and Mariko Maktir is an award-winning entrepreneur who co-founded Social Innovation Japan and MyMizu. All right, so Alex, would you like to take it away from here? Oh, okay. Okay. では、お願いします。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to kick right off with the origin story or the initial motivation. We were actually speaking backstage, and it was quite interesting to hear that actually both of you have a background in areas that are completely different. So started with policy and legal, also at the embassy, and even journalism. What was that turning point to then say that you want to start a company?
Sure. So I think that when you speak to somebody who started something that has a social impact, oftentimes you almost kind of go down to, or can go down to their childhood. So for me, I'm quite sure actually that my childhood experiences were really instrumental in eventually wanting to be an impact entrepreneur. In my case, I was born in the Soviet Union and was raised there for the first 7 years of my life. We were very lucky to have managed as political refugees to leave the Soviet Union, come to the United States. My family stories, like with many other Soviet immigrants, have a lot of horrific elements to it. My father, for instance, was born in Siberia because each of his parents had been imprisoned for many, many years for things they didn't do. And so when you grow up like that and suddenly have an opportunity that your ancestors or very recent ancestors didn't, I wanted to do something that was going to be meaningful. I was thinking quite a bit from even an early age that given the things that my parents and grandparents had lived through, that I wanted to make sure also that fear didn't stop me. And so entrepreneurship and taking risks was something I thought about for quite a bit as a child even. But it took many false starts or many other experiences before I actually realized that entrepreneurship would be the thing that really made sense for me. Initially, I thought that politics was the thing that I was going to do, so I went to law school. And after that, I worked for an American politician and a political campaign. Then I became a prosecutor in New York City doing criminal trials. And it wasn't really until some friends of mine started a startup and I decided to become part of it that I really, for the first time, started understanding the power that a startup can have to create change for the better.
Thanks, Alex. I resonate with so much of what you shared. And I feel like when I was younger, I used to envy my friends who were like, I'm going to be a doctor, or I'm going to do this and that. And they had such a clear vision of, the profession they wanted to go into. And I never had that kind of, I want to be this kind of, but my parents are musicians, and I knew I didn't want to be a musician, but that was about it.
My father, by the way, was a musician,
Oh, really?
or is a musician. He's a violinist.
Yeah, I mean, I still love music, but for me also, I found myself kind of experimenting with different things. I initially started after graduating from university as a journalist. My mom will tell you from a young age, I think I've had a very strong sense of justice and wanting to make a better world. Like I love the natural world, and I do have this sense of justice, but journalism was a really interesting path for me because it gave me, I used to work in an international bureau, so every day was different kind of news, and it would be like, the Eurozone is falling apart, or there's a Middle East crisis going on in the Middle East, and I love that as a way of just understanding what's happening in the world and how are these things connected, such complex problems. I then transitioned into work. I used to work for the British Embassy actually here in Tokyo, working with startups. And it was the same thing kind of when I was in journalism, but it was amazing to connect the dots and to understand everything that was happening. But there was a part of me was like, I want to be part of solving that. Like, it's one thing to communicate and to share what's happening, but there was always a little part of me that was like, maybe I could be a bit more active in doing something, not just reporting on the problems in the world, but actually doing something about it. And then when I started to work with startups, it was so inspiring for me because I would, meet these founders who were raising money. They were like building a business, but they had a really strong social mission at their core. And they were like, you know what, this doesn't have to be like this. We can do something about it. And so Alex, to your point, I was like, oh, this is a way that like I can actually contribute to solving some of these problems in the world and, maybe get a step closer to like an ideal world that I would like to live in. So for me, that was my journey where eventually I was like, I'm going to do something about it. Yeah, take a different step.
Beautiful. I feel like, so you both share this starting point of wanting to do something good for the society, or at least to bring justice to the world. And I'm assuming that at least most of us in the audience, sorry, I'm including myself in the audience, do want to do some good to the world. But at the same time, what exactly do we do is a question that we oftentimes feel like cannot solve right away. For those who don't have a clear mission yet, what are the practical tips that you can give for them today so that they can at least try to see which mission for them to pursue? And one caveat to this is, another angle to this is oftentimes we want to do something good for the world, but at the same time, the subject in this sentence is I want to do something. So how do we separate this ego-driven, let's do something good because I believe this is good for the world, as opposed to what the world actually needs?
Good question. Do you want to go first, or?
Oh, you want me to start? Sure. It is actually there's several good questions in there. So let me start off maybe with the last piece of it, because I think that it's really important for any founder, especially though a social impact founder, to really think about why do they want to be the founder or perhaps a founder. And the reason for that, and part of kind of why this panel made sense for me is because at one point a number of years ago, I was doing a master's in social innovation at Cambridge, and actually I wrote my dissertation on the notion of why is it, or what is it that motivates particularly social entrepreneurs to go and create whatever it is that they created. And my theory at that point was that unfortunately, sometimes it's motivated a little too much by ego. Now, don't get me wrong, ego is actually really important because the whole starting point of being an entrepreneur is the belief that there's something out there that nobody in the world, or largely nobody in the world, is addressing, and you're able to do it differently and better, and in fact, so much better that you're going to get a lot of other people to follow you. And that takes some healthy ego to do it. But the problem is that if you're too much driven by ego, in other words, if your ego doesn't allow you to see, for instance, that there are perhaps already good things happening, perhaps there are already good organizations out there, are you necessarily doing something good by saying, I will start the 7th organization that's tackling a particular problem, and therefore potentially dilute actually the solution that you're trying to put out there? Because oftentimes it actually makes a great deal of sense, perhaps, to figure out really what you're good at, what your role is. Sometimes it may not necessarily be the CEO. Sometimes it could be some other role. And perhaps if you were to do that, to find your tribe and work to solve a problem with them, not necessarily being the one out front, perhaps you can actually do a lot more good for the world. And so to me, a large portion of kind of the answer to your first question is, it's really important for people who are thinking of starting something to really understand two things. One, what is really their motivation? And then secondly, what is really their skill set? And oftentimes you can't quite figure out what your skill set is until you jump in to the difficult, humility-inducing work of actually joining sometimes other people's organizations, joining efforts, trying to start something. Oftentimes we kind of don't think necessarily of entrepreneurship as something you can practice, but from my perspective, you need to find a way to kind of jump in. Forget about the financial rewards sometimes, forget about who's out front, but literally find a way to contribute to worthy endeavors which are doing difficult things, because through that actual effort and work, oftentimes you find out a lot of things about yourself which leads you to that optimal path of what you should really be doing down the road.
Thanks, Alex. I feel like you've very eloquently sort of pulled a lot of things that were in my head floating around. So I think my story kind of overlaps a lot with what you said, in that, I never, well, we were just talking about this beforehand, actually. I didn't think I would be an entrepreneur, so it wasn't I set out being like, I want to start something new. It does turn out that it was one of the options I was thinking about when I was a lot younger, but I'd forgotten about that. But whilst I do think this world could do with a lot more impact on entrepreneurs, I also think it'd be complete chaos if everyone became an entrepreneur. Like, there's a saying that entrepreneurs and the leader is so important, but who's more important? The follower, the first person who goes behind that initial entrepreneurial leader and says, what you're doing is great, let's make it happen. And so, as a society, we need all sorts of people. We need leaders and we need followers, and we need leaders who are followers, if that makes sense. And so for me personally, it was, I spent a lot of time feeling frustrated that I hadn't found exactly what it was that I felt like I was using my skill set to be effective. And I tried different jobs. I also, to your point, Alex, about learning about entrepreneurship, I joined an NGO part-time when I was working full-time somewhere else, just to understand how this small organization could work. And they were doing awesome work, and I was like, maybe I can learn something from working with them. And so for me personally, I actually kind of shuffled out of the door of a full-time job where I found it a bit scary to just jump head on into starting my own business. So I went part-time and then started something else. And that whole journey not only gave me a little bit of stability through it, but it also helped me to understand more about myself. What am I good at? What am I not good at? My partner is also my co-founder, and I realized that I couldn't do this by myself. One of the key things really about starting your own business is you can't wait for perfect. You can't wait till you have the perfect idea. You have to take action. I was really bad at that, so bad. And I'm such a perfectionist at heart, so I would always be like, let me think about it a little bit more. And so to have a partner who was like, no, let's just put it out in the world and see what happens and get some feedback. And I needed that, but I found that out through experimenting and trying different things. So I feel like for me, it was a process of experimentation, really prototyping my life, testing different jobs, testing different ways of working, and realizing that, maybe this entrepreneurship thing could work for me, but there's a few caveats. Maybe I need a co-founder. Maybe I need, I want to be operating at this scale. And, I'm still prototyping. I'm still learning.
Very nice. So need for healthy dose of ego, and need for great followers as well. I'd like to double click on this intersection. So working with several founders and entrepreneurs, you obviously need some level of ego to at least make sure that the status quo is to a certain level disrupted. And in order to do that, obviously it is extremely difficult to do it alone. I still think we're quite far away from that solo person unicorn thing. Sorry for those who are perhaps dreaming about this. Now, in order for any form of movement, any form of positive change to be brought to the world, you need that mass, critical mass, however number that is. It could be just a small team of 5 to hundreds, thousands. But the core of it, as a leader, as a founder, as an entrepreneur, you do need to be able to attract those potentially early hires, investors, customers, suppliers, any form of partners. And this ability to attract other people, I actually don't think it's a number of followers on social media. So it is not about whether you are generally liked. So likability doesn't apply here. But it's more that are you actually loved enough, not in a romantic sense, but for these other people to actually commit their significant resources to you and to your project. in my mind, I call this lovability, but at least the founders and entrepreneurs need to be lovable, not only likable, to a certain level. What do you, as individuals, Mariko and Alex, do to make sure that you are able to attract people that are needed for your company to operate well?
Yeah, that's interesting concept of lovability. I think for us, even in this room, I feel like I'm indebted to numerous people who have worked with us and helped us from very early days, and so they may have something to say on this. But I feel like, honestly, enabling people to be part of your work and co-create with you. We were speaking about co-creation the other day, but to your point, like there's no way you can succeed as an individual, as like a sole person. It's just, you can't have the level of impact that you want if you're just trying to do everything yourself. So to be able to build a team of collaborators, of partners who can bring their expertise, who can bring their kind of love for whatever they're doing, and invite them to build something with you, I think is incredibly powerful. And I feel like, we have run a refill platform, an app called MyMizu, where it's all about crowdsourced information and co-creation. So we work with local governments across Japan. We work with big companies. We currently have, I think they're pitching right now actually, but like a collaboration with a blockchain company, a company in NGO in Thailand that's taking ocean plastic out of the oceans for every refill you check in the MyMizu app, so do check it out. And also Waterdrop, which is this really cool startup in Austria that's doing flavored water. And again, like they're such different companies, but they all have a role. We, including us, we all play a different role in like making this collaboration work. So I think it's really, for us, it's been about, what do we need? Which players do we need in order to make something happen? And sometimes it's something that we haven't even thought about, and someone comes to us and say, "Hey, I think you could do this, and I can help you to do that." And to have the space and the opportunity to co-create with people, I feel has been really important. And it's definitely not like a top-down thing. It's like, I think Audrey was saying something very similar to this earlier about, having unfinished questions. And just having the confidence to leave an unfinished question out there is an invitation for someone else to finish it. So trying to be like, we don't have the perfect product, we don't have the perfect solution. Come with us, come and work with us to make it happen. And I feel like that's been very important. I'm curious.
So I'll actually start with one piece of something you also picked up on, which is the solo entrepreneur versus teams. Because I do think that in many ways, when I've heard about venture capitalists that almost exclusively do not put money into kind of solo entrepreneurs, my own personal experience, I think corroborates that. That it's not that sometimes there are all sorts of rare things that happen, but as a likelihood, it seems much more likely that just given how difficult it is to do something that's really going to change the industry or society, that the idea that one person will have the be able to see everything minus the blind spots, and also have the grit and determination to do all that for several years seems much less likely to me. But what's also interesting about the co-founder model is, especially as an investor or maybe as an early employee, it gives you a pretty good idea about what that individual, how lovable and how compelling that individual potentially is. Because in many ways, what you can judge people by is when they started essentially from nothing but a story and a plan and a hope and a set of projections, were they still, even with that little, able to communicate that vision to enough really qualified people that have a lot to lose, that have an opportunity cost, that if they don't join this, maybe they're going to leave a profession. The point is people have other things to do. Were they able to do it well enough that they were able to put before you 2, 3, or perhaps more co-founders that really make sense and that together are really going to be able to tackle a big problem. In terms of specifically the lovability part of it, I actually do think that part of the lovability for an entrepreneur is not only being lovable, meaning not only being an idealist, not only talking about kind of the grand vision, because a grand vision is not actually ultimately going to solve any big problem. You still need need to be a really good business person. You need to know the numbers. You need to know the projections. You need to know the details behind those projections. You need to have been able to have thought through many different obstacles that will get in your way and have thoughtful answers. And so in some ways, I think being lovable isn't just about, are you somebody that, obviously it's important to be able to stand behind your word. It's important to be truthful and transparent and to be autonomous when you're dealing with people and give them the ability to rise and do things independently. But I think the other big part of it is, do you actually know the details of a business, and have you thought it through in a way that allows them to really trust that they are putting their themselves, their career, their time into something worthwhile and into somebody that's going to really understand how to optimize the likelihood of success.
Beautiful. I'm glad you didn't use the word passion or have this mission. So co-creation and actual delivery and actual intelligence. I'd like to shift the tone a little bit to not necessarily negative, but more realistic tone. So the foundation of the need for a team and co-founder is really that the entrepreneurial journey is such a series of ups and downs that there will be a constant ups and downs. So the downs are essentially guaranteed. And very unfortunately, we'd like to achieve the mission, but we still have to face the both external and internal pressure. Internal pressure meaning fear and potential perception of failure. And external pressure meaning fundraising, need for growth, stakeholder engagement, etc. What is one framework that you guys use to make sure that even in the downs, that you can still cope with and you can still focus on the mission, either internal or external pressure?
Thank you. Yeah, it's such an important point, and I feel like often when you start talking about like having a social mission, it's so easy to try and make that happen at all costs and forget that you have a business to make work as well, but equally to be on the other end. And we don't have any VC investment, for example, but I've spoken to multiple friends who are like struggling to think like, how do we speak to our VCs to ensure that we're protecting the impact that we want to have in the world, and not just focus on growth at all costs or whatever it is. So, and obviously that depends on the VCs you're working with. For us, it really has come down to really being clear on like what is important to us as an organization when it's down to both impact and values. So, we need to make it work as a business, but we also have values that we want to align with when we're working, and we also have an impact that we're trying to create. So every decision we make, whether it's like what projects we take on, what new business we might start, we are looking at those factors when we make those decisions. So, for example, in the past, we had a big project that came through from a tobacco company, and it would have been a great thing for us revenue-wise to be working on. But, we sat down as a team and we're like, does this help us to get closer to our mission, our goal? And B, does this align with our values? And the answer was no on both counts. And so it's like, okay, so it could really help us on the revenue front, but I don't know if we're going to be happy working on this as a team, and also, to be beholden to something just because you feel like you're doing it for financial reasons. Didn't feel like a healthy place to be. But then it also, opened up the space for us to be working on stuff that was more aligned and help us to get to, the goals that we had at the time. So for us, it's being very conscious about, yes, sometimes we have to make sure that we're doing work that pays the bills, but it's not just for that sake. Like, what is important for us and having those factors as we're making those decisions. But Alex, I'm very curious to see how you do this at a different level.
I think as a starting point, it's really important to understand, first of all, what a typical startup journey is. Because I think for a lot of people who are having all sorts of anxiety and issues dealing with the ups and downs, it's because they may have bought into some myths about how entrepreneurship really works. And I think we all know, and I think most people who've run an organization long enough know, that it's very, very typical that whatever your plan A was isn't what ends up being implemented. That sometimes it's not even plan B or plan C or plan D. But up until not that long ago, it wasn't necessarily clear to people, including investors and VCs. They thought it was a sign of, oh, you must be the wrong person if your initial projections somehow of how you were going to execute this plan doesn't turn out to be the reality. I think it's also important for people to recognize that essentially the world of being an entrepreneur is that you are constantly dealing with too few resources. You're constantly running into people that, even though you're doing something important, then you expect that everybody should naturally care about what you're doing because it's important and it's saving the world, etc. That still you're running into a lot of apathy. You're running into a lot of people that gave you money and maybe were doing so with smiles initially, but those smiles go away when some sort of setback is happening. And I think if you know that that's what you're expecting, that every day, every week, you're dealing with things that have potentially existential consequences because what you're dealing with is still so fragile. In some ways, just that knowledge it really is power in this case, because this way maybe you're not thinking, oh, you're not necessarily looking at everybody else and saying everybody else seems to have said what they're going to do and then they achieved it. That is actually very rarely the case. And most people who deal with entrepreneurship have a lot of setbacks. Sometimes they need some quiet me time because they know that every expression on their face means something to the employees, and they just need to kind of run off and try to kind of deal with a little bit of re-energizing themselves. People go through imposter syndrome. I think it's important for people to know what other entrepreneurs go through. There's a book that was written that probably most people know a few years ago called The Hard Thing About Hard Things. And I think in many ways that book was very useful to people because just like a book called Getting to Plan B was about 15 years earlier, because not everybody actually understood how not straightforward the entrepreneurial journey is. So I think that's an important part. But in terms of maybe the positive side of this actually came from an American TV show, but I think it summarizes things pretty well. I also think that it's important every day for people to kind of integrate their own day, their own psychology, think about how they could have done better. And what this TV show once summarized, it was actually Breaking Bad for anybody who watches American television. You had kind of one meth king talking to a person who was very early on in building a methamphetamine empire. And the one who was trying to learn said, how can you kind of teach me about how to do better? And the more experienced methamphetamine king said, never make the same mistake twice. And I think psychologically, I think that's very helpful because everyone makes mistakes. Nobody goes through this journey without not even just making a few mistakes, but making a lot of mistakes. And at the very least, being able to do better on so many categories throughout their day and their week. So I think the healthy psychological thing is to be aware of it and just to think through as best as you can how you can do better the next time.
Thank you. It's very interesting on the projection and the actual performance. I've probably seen hundreds of financial projections around startup. I have yet to see any startup that actually has achieved exactly as the financially projected. If you have come across any, please do let me know, because they should be in another kind of business. I'll get back on the Breaking Bad point later, but I do want to double down on sticking to the value. A lot of startups or even large corporates have this set of values that someone someday has decided and has hung on the wall. I actually find that rather distracting, meaning to say that value or the actual demonstration of value is actually through action, not through self-reported values. So how did you, in your conversation with the tobacco company or any other potential conflict of interest, so interest between the impact and financial return, how did you actually use the action-based value to determine which path was the one for Maimizu or not?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I mean, actually, to take one step back, I'd say that the values were also very like co-created with our team. So they were kind of, a lot of them, I think, came from us as leaders naturally, but it was kind of, I guess we've naturally brought together people who share those values, and we're small enough that I think that's quite manageable to maintain active values in the team. And we've come back to them and reviewed them at multiple times when we've thought, you know, is this the right thing? Are these the right values to be working with? But yeah, I mean, we don't do it as much as I'd like, but honestly, we try and integrate those values into like the big decisions that we're making as a habit. And so it is like, you know, if we were to take on this project, would we be, you know, one of our values is to think big, but to act small. So like to take those to your point earlier, to like, you know, you want a big vision, but you also have to have the practical, like pragmatic approach to like make things happen. Actually, that's a bad value to have brought out for this example, but that's, you know, we would just basically go through them and say like, does this apply? Like, how do we feel? Like, does this feel aligned? And the answer was no. And that was both in terms of like the process of working with that particular company, but also in terms of the ultimate impact that we would have. Like, how would that align with this? And it wouldn't. That was the result. So I feel like this is not a particularly insightful response, but it really was just a matter of going through them and being like, how does this align? Does it? No. Okay, cool. Let's not do it. And on the flip side of that was like, okay, then we're going to have a hole in our budget and we're going to have to figure out something else to do. So like it's, you know, it's not all, you know, high in the sky, like, okay, great, we're living in line with our values. This is great. Like, we have to make it work. But yeah, that was a process that we followed. Yeah.
Very, very impressive.
But I think to your point, it is, we've had to try very consciously to make sure it isn't just something that's like put on a wall or like put in a doc somewhere and forgotten about, like to keep them alive and to make sure that we are taking, whether it's the big decisions or like day-to-day actions. Like we've had times where we've had to come together as a team and be like, one of our values is respect. The way we're all coming late to meetings does not feel like we're respecting each other's time. Is this still important to us? Yes. Okay, cool. Well, let's like shift how we work as a team. And so not just for the big decisions, but like how do we operate on a day-to-day? And I think that's really helping us to feel like we're on the same page.
Interesting. So using value filter for any major decisions made, but also having concrete definitions of what it actually means to have that value. I would actually love to try that at our fund. So I'll report how it goes. On the self-reflection piece that you mentioned earlier, self-reflection and growth, so never make the same mistake twice. On an individual basis, I'm absolutely with you. If any, I can even see the difference between those who have the competence or the ability to get a particular professional task done today with low learning rate versus those who have rather low current competence, but with high learning rate. I would always prefer to go for those, except for very, very niche, high expertise needed deep tech area. At the same time, actually, I have two questions on this. How do we make sure that we're actually drawing the real learning, not superficial learning? As an example, this company didn't go well. This real estate massive company, we should avoid him, or we should avoid his the school he went to, or the nationality. So these are superficial feature-based learning that I actually don't think should apply. But what exactly is the real learning here, and how can we apply that for the future? So the difference between the superficial and real learning, I feel like it's we get that quite wrong oftentimes. This customer did not want to renew our contract. Let's not work with this industry, for instance. So how do we draw the real learning? And secondly, we don't know what we don't know. Meaning to say, a lot of us actually do make the same mistake more than twice. On a collective basis, as a humanity, I feel like we make the same mistake over and over again. So how do we make sure that the unknowns to us are made known so that we are at least self-aware on the problems that we have?
Yeah, all right. I'm not going to use Breaking Bad analogies anymore if I if I have to follow them up like that. But okay, so I think that there's a lot obviously to your question. I've always essentially believed that in many ways the height of entrepreneurial wisdom is figuring out this very nuanced way to figure out when you should take external feedback and actually listen to it, right? The whole like pivot thing, versus taking in external feedback and realizing that maybe the feedback they're not quite your audience, they don't quite get what it is you're saying, and that's really hard. And so for me, when I hear, for instance, that venture capitalists want to find people who are serial entrepreneurs, in many ways what I think they're really looking for is somebody who spent a whole bunch of years maybe trying to figure out what that very nuanced difference is between when you should pivot and when you should kind of stick to your original plan. I think in reality, the only way to become much better at it is to, and maybe this goes back to a previous part of what I talked about, is to jump in and get as much practice as possible. Unfortunately, and probably you've both seen this as well. What oftentimes happens with entrepreneurial stories is somebody may have been doing something for 10 or 20 years, and then all of a sudden they kind of jump in and they just say, that's it, I've wanted to be an entrepreneur for a while, and now I'm really going to do it. And they quit their job, and their very first set of mistakes are very, very costly ones. But to me, this goes back to that when you are, I think, for instance, like the reason that there are a lot of entrepreneurs in college and university is because they can afford to take risks at that point. And in some ways, if you have an ambition, or at least you want to figure out if you want to be an entrepreneur, find a way to get involved. Don't worry about what the stock option plan is. Odds are the first thing or two or four that you're going to choose is not really, that's not the dimension where you're trying to optimize or need to optimize. But find a way to put yourself in a situation where you are either at the head or at least in the room where important decisions are happening. So you can see over and over all of these different dynamics, all of these uncertainties that a leader of or a co-founding team of an organization needs to deal with. Because in some ways, unless you're somebody who has seen it, but also who takes the time to really try and figure out, well, what happened there? And yes, I agree with you that there should never be like one event which drives you away from a particular set of decisions. You need to see as many different variations of things as quickly as possible and be as deep a thinker as you can on what went right or wrong. And this probably leads to, in some ways, kind of another element of where psychology overlaps with entrepreneurship, which is I do think that particularly lovable entrepreneurs, particularly successful entrepreneurs, need to spend a lot of time really thinking about what motivates others. They need to be essentially kind of applied practitioners or applied individuals in terms of trying to understand the psychology of everybody around them. Of course, they're employees, because there are some employees that may be great people, but it's not just about whether they want to learn, it's also about what really motivates them at a deep level. It's also even important to understand the psychology of your customers, because oftentimes when we're doing a startup, we may say things like, oh, I am working with Meta or Apple or whatever. But the truth is, you're not working with those things. You found 2 or 3 individuals that are champions of yours that have a particular set of problems, and they have a particular set of views about why they want to work with you. And you want to understand what their psychology is. What are they really trying to solve? So to me, I think trying to be a kind of a deep thinker who steps back, takes your own kind of ego out of the way, tries to take away as many cognitive biases and blinders that we all have as possible. And again, some of these things just take time and focusing. I think those are the ways that you become hopefully better. And look, it's true. Everyone makes the same mistake more than once. Let's call that an ideal. But you want to be on the faster side, on the better side of not making too many mistakes.
Beautiful. I can have this conversation for hours with you two, but it's the last minute here. So if your younger self, before starting your venture, your project, your company, were in the audience today, what would you tell your younger self in one sentence?
Just do it. Like, prototype your life, prototype your business, take action, learn. Don't make the same mistake twice. And find people to collaborate with. Find your supporters, find your collaborators, trust them, and try and build something cool together. That's what I'd say.
And I agree with all of that. And maybe one thing to mention is part of the reason why it is good to get out there and practice and get into various organizations is because that is also how you can find that amazing co-founder or two or three. Oftentimes finding that right person at some point when you're still kind of in your formative years is the thing that actually allows you down the road to really create something. And as probably many of you have noticed, oftentimes the most lovable entrepreneurs, they've been working with people that they had with them at the previous startup and the startup before that. Those tribes you develop, they're very, very sticky, and there's a shortcut, there's a shorthand to how you work together. There's a shortcut that trust allows you to have in a startup. So just get out there and meet people and do it, and yeah, don't make the same mistake twice to the extent possible.
And don't sell mouth.
Yeah. That's no other lessons from Breaking Bad need to be here.
Thank you so much, T2.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. So everybody, just do it. That's the great message today. Thank you. So we're going to have some photo shooting. So if you can gather in the middle, in front of the fire. It is Scott. Hi, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause to Alex, Mariko, and Koshu. Thank you so much. Now we're getting ready for the next stage. 椅子をもう一個足していただきながら、その間にご説明させていただきます。So our next panel discussion will be about architecting dignity, Cardano's blueprint for a private and inclusive financial world. We're going to be having 4 people up for our wonderful talk. If you need to go to the restrooms, please do so. We'll start as soon as we get ready. All right. Well, we are ready. Are you ready to begin? Our next theme is Architecting Dignity, Cardano's blueprint for a private and inclusive financial world. Now, everybody, please welcome our speakers to the stage, Dave Dioniso and Daniel Stanko and Scott Collin and Harry Plumsteed. Welcome. Arigatou gozaimasu. And let me introduce our speakers. Dave Dioniso is the Chief of Staff to the COO at Input Output, where he manages the strategic programs designed to advance the Cardano ecosystem. And Daniel Stanko leads governance work at Input Output, where she played a key role in defining, developing, and implementing Cardano's Voltaire-era governance system, including drafting the Cardano Constitution. Scott Collin covers business development, partnerships, and DeFi for the Midnight Foundation and is former partner at leading Web3 accelerator Altair Ventures. And Harry Plumstead is a senior credit analyst at Real5. So can I get the mic for you? Is it okay?
Absolutely.
All right, well, hit it. Have fun.
Hello. Test. Well, thank you all for joining us. I'm Dave Dioniso with Input Output Group, and I'm joined by my colleagues here today. A lot of people have hopefully heard of Cardano, and we're honestly very honored to see so many different projects building on Cardano here at this conference. Most people are familiar, I hope, with Cardano on its high assurance code base, highly secure academic research and formal methods. Some of the other, maybe less commonly known outside of the crypto world are programs and projects that some of my colleagues are working on here today. One of the, we love the title of this panel. It's called Architecting Dignity. And dignity to us means just a basic level of honor and respect for humanity, businesses and consumers alike. And the fact that it actually does need to be architected. As we see in our societies today, you know, algorithms and these big systems and a lot of Web 2, they kind of tell us what to think, or they steer us in different directions. And really, we would love to take back some of the loss of privacy and the autonomy of the individual. And I was pleased to hear that so many of the conversations and projects building on Cardano were actually focused on those same goals. So as the cliche commonly goes, that we are the products. And so what we're building in Cardano, and especially the 3 projects that, and really ventures that we'd like to highlight today, are one, Cardano Governance, which is you know, taking the last, I think, 3 years of Danielle's life. Scott here is going to talk, and they'll introduce themselves as well. Scott's going to talk about Midnight and how privacy is extremely important to us. And then Harry on the end is part of our RealFi venture, and super exciting. We hope to have some fun. We almost turned it into a debate, so we'll see how this goes. I don't mean to be so doom and gloom. We do think Web3 can offer better opportunities, but at the same time, everyone talks about crypto and they're very hyped up. But at the end of the day, there's still, I think, many people in the world who are either underbanked or really just don't have financial services products. And so privacy, autonomy, and finally on the panel, inclusivity are extremely important to all that IO does. And so not only does the Cardano blockchain reflect that mission and mandate, so do our ventures. And so, yeah, with that, I guess let's get started. Danielle, governance, big topic. Sometimes I talk to my crypto colleagues in different ecosystems, and they really just don't have a concept of what governance means. They may think, oh, is that like a DAO? Is that a governance token? And so really, I'd love to turn it over to Danielle to kind of highlight all of what we've been working on Cardano, but potentially beyond. So,
Thank you, Dave. So, keeping things connected to architecting dignity, the governance of Cardano is really about giving agency to the users and kind of bringing that dignity back of self-decision making and being able to determine the direction forward as well. So what Cardano has done over the last years since it's launched is a portion of each transaction fee go into the treasury. And that treasury now is deployed by the community. So the community gets to decide what they fund. The treasury currently has 1.7 billion ADA in it for scale. And that means they're deciding what development projects they fund, what marketing projects they fund, what ecosystem growth projects they fund. But it's more than that as well. So Cardano is a technical protocol, and it has technical parameters that can change. And it also has hard forks. In Cardano, that means adding new features that don't break the chain or split the chain. And so the community is determining when to hard fork and add new features. It's determining when they want to change some of the parameters, and it's determining who and how much and what they want to fund to keep the blockchain moving forward in a direction that works for the community that's using it. And so it's really linking the communities using really important foundational infrastructure to making the decisions forward.
So it sounds like, and as many of you know, IO was the core developer for the engineering. But in a lot of other crypto ecosystems, sometimes governance actually occurs with the foundation. So, you're saying that we don't have control over this network and it was pushed out to the people?
Yeah, so there are a lot of other ecosystems where there are organizations set up and perpetually they have decision-making power over that blockchain or community. In Cardano, that's been completely given to the ADA owners in the system. And so they are deciding essentially when we're making changes to the blockchain and where funding gets deployed. And it's not a council of people that are selected behind closed doors. It is ADA owners voting with their ADA, and the power is one ADA, one vote. And that is determining who in the system gets to make decisions. So you can choose to vote on your own behalf. You can choose a representative to vote on your behalf. And they're also electing what we call the Constitutional Committee, and that Constitutional Committee is in charge of reviewing anything that's being voted on to ensure that it stays within kind of safe guardrails that the community has set up.
Full-on government on-chain. Thank you, Danielle. Scott, I'm going to turn to you. Tell us about Midnight, new privacy, layer
sure.
one.
I can tell you about Midnight. I think what's worth saying up front is it's kind of depressing that we're here architecting dignity, which means it didn't exist, and we need to build tools which bring it back. Whether it's through financial inclusion, like Harry's talking about, whether it's helping people participate in governance. The fact that over the last however many years, and whether you want to go back 100 years or so, that it's become eroded, and that we can't, as people, have dignity and have that dignity and respect for others. Whether that's as a result of surveillance capitalism or big data or all these big nasty AI things that we see coming at us, I think that really what everybody here wants to do is make things human again, weirdly by using technology to do so. And at Midnight, one of the things that we're pretty much exclusively focused on is baking the appropriate amount of privacy into your use of the blockchain. So when Bitcoin came around, it was not necessarily screw banks, but banks weren't doing their job, and Bitcoin was here to kind of try and solve that. In the same way, current blockchains aren't doing their job, Midnight's here to solve that. So your data's private, there's no metadata leakage, and you can choose what level of privacy that a transaction and a token actually has. Now, what this opens up is it opens up big institutions coming to play ball, so big banks get what they need, and also individuals no longer need to be not necessarily scared, but cautious around seeing what actually happens on chain and people tracking it back and finding them. So yeah, I think that's really what we're interested in doing here at Midnight.
I think as Scott and I prepped for this, we realized that we're both huge privacy advocates, and we just want privacy to be normal. A quick funny story: I have to pay to park in my town, and I said, you know what, I might as well sign up for this app. So I signed up for this app that I won't mention, and it cost me $2 to park. And then every day now, I get a text message that tells me that I have an overdue parking ticket. And then later, and it's a spam, right. And then later I see that my information was hacked. And it's less of a point about cybersecurity. It's more about every single thing I sign up for, I have to give them my email and phone and the last thing I ate for lunch. And I do hope that there's a way to provide just enough, and I want to see that future come to reality.
It's not even about providing just enough, right? It's providing exactly the right information with the right level of fidelity so people have the freedom to go and do what they want to do. Someone has probably flagged that you haven't paid that parking ticket. It's into your credit risk or credit score, and they will take that into account when you go and get your next mortgage or whatever. And I'm not entirely sold that not paying £2 on your car parking makes you a bad risk. So it doesn't quite fit together.
Yeah, in this case, it was just a blatant scam, and then the company gave me $1 as repercussion. Thank you, Scott. Harry, your part of this panel felt more like inclusivity. And we heard some panels on DEI earlier. I think where your focus is more about not even banking the unbanked. Sometimes we use that term, but it's providing just financial access to those who don't have it in the world. Do you have? Tell us what you're doing with RealFi and maybe give us some context around that.
I think that's fair. I mean, when we look at World Bank data, we see that roughly 25% of the global adult population is unbanked. About 50% of the global adult population is financially excluded. Now, to us, that forms a key component of dignity. We think embedded in dignity, people should feel empowered to operate or participate in the system. That's a problem globally. It's obviously not evenly distributed. So, for example, in the US, only about 4% of their adult population is unbanked. Only about 14% of their population is financially excluded. So the distribution is, of course, weighted towards emerging markets. So what does this mean? It means that these are markets where we can do the most work, but simultaneously, they're characterized by the highest amount of opacity. So what's the solution? It's pretty simple. We're not splitting the atom. We think the barriers to investment into these markets can be substantially reduced by dramatically increasing transparency. So what we've set out, and sorry guys, I was introduced, but my name's Harry. I'm a senior investment analyst at RealFi, part of the Input-Output group. What we set out to do is lower these barriers by providing that transparency. So we've developed a data-backed investment process, and we're going to tie this back to the kind of decentralized endpoint just now, and also some privacy aspects we can touch on and debate. But really what we do is we say we're going to ingest the data of the dispersers, the originators. Let's think of a fintech, for example. It is dispersing loans to thousands, hundreds of thousands of micro lenders. This could be a barbershop. It could be a food and goods trader on the side of the road in Kenya, for example. These are operators that form, in many ways, the backbone of the financial of the economy, but are critically underbanked. So what we do is we collect the data from the asset books of these fintechs, and we develop models to analyze how the quality of those books is changing over time. We also ingest data at a more aggregate level, such as financial reporting, annual financial statements, management accounts, and build financial models using that. We then combine the two to yield our own RealFi 360 model, which does reconciliations, it has forecasting capability, and monitors these investments. And ultimately, we think that this can provide investors with additional layers of insight into investments that they're potentially considering, or capital that they've already deployed, and they want to obviously monitor the state of those investments over time. So we've seen a huge amount of demand for these kind of products from the community, frankly. Think, for example, of a yield engine, a decentralized yield engine. It could be a yield-bearing stablecoin where investors can come onto a portal. They can sort of build their own portfolio, make allocations, and then monitor that over time. So that's kind of where we're ending at the moment. There's some announcements I think that will be made in future on this. I'm going to keep quiet on that for now. But yeah, any questions or further comments? Welcome.
Harry promises everyone that his data set isn't super creepy and he's not like manipulating people
Here
to
we
get
go.
better loan rates or anything like that. That's right, isn't it? You're just being nice.
Look, the privacy aspect of this is hotly debated. So this is a little early in the conversation to get into it. I thought this would be on the back end, but yeah, there are measures that we take when ingesting these very large data sets to try and ensure that the end client of these digital lenders, of these fintechs, their information is not exposed. There are aggregating techniques that we can use where the originator keeps almost all of that data and investors only receive aggregate forms, whether they're in cohorts or portfolios. Then we can request down to look at specific risk bands, for example, but we're not exposing the end borrower to that kind of intrusion. And then, of course, when you move into further high aggregates, we can just use summary statistics for, let's say, for public reporting. So none of that data would be exposed.
Right, and your markets are mainly like low trust environments anyway, right? Where you're using data as a proxy for like the trust that we, I guess, in the Northern Hemisphere are kind of like we take as granted.
That is absolutely the case. A great example is the reconciliations we do between those loan tape data sets and the management accounts. You know, looking at some of these environments, these are questionable. So we can basically map a loan tape to what's in the management accounts reported as a change in that asset book over time, taking into account things like write-off provisions, etc.
I can see some of the tension, both from a consumer side on the privacy. I saw a post the other day. It wasn't from a Cardano ecosystem person, but they said, well, I can't get stable coins to my self-hosted wallet because from my employer, I can't get paid in stable coins because then they would be able to see every hop on the blockchain and where I spend that money. But then from your side, Harry, how do you make any credit risk decisions without that data? I know you all were saying maybe there's opportunities for there to be some hybrid kind of privacy and even decentralized governance. Do you want to take that one, Harry?
Yeah,
maybe come the other way?
Maybe I'll kick it off. I think there's collaborative ways that we can do this where the data sets are obscured and only when certain either regulators or key partners need to access certain outputs from that, those can be exposed. Is that fair?
Yeah. I think what people really want, and consumers, and this is proven out kind of over time with how you've seen people react to different privacy laws and stuff, is what they want is control. They don't want people to abuse the information that's out there, and unfortunately, institutions and other humans have proven that we can't be trusted. So if you actually make it private by default, then it gives people the opportunity to say, all right, guys, cool, we can open up this specific data point or this specific data point according to what you're doing. The flip side of that is people are really lazy. And if you make everything private by default, then it just continues to remain private and people don't have the opportunities to provide services based on if you're proving you're over 18 as an example. So there will always be some sort of balance between full privacy and like what you actually need to get stuff done.
And then let's switch to impact. Obviously, we wouldn't do any of this tech unless that has like a real world impact. Again, for humanity, as is Zaya's core mission is to push power to the edges and not just have kind of the gatekeepers and the middlemen of our legacy systems. So Danielle, I'll turn to you. Since governance has been stood up and obviously it's in its early stages, would love to hear some examples where we're seeing some real impact or even challenges if you want to share any of those.
Yeah, I mean, with Cardano's governance, the impact is essentially the ability to move the chain forward with resilience. So that means if any single organization were to disappear, the community who still engages is able to move it forward and continue adding new features and continue deploying funds from the treasury to do so. This year, we just went through our first community budgeting process where the community decided what it wanted to fund and successfully funded 37 different projects in addition to multiple continue coming online in terms of requesting funds and it being reviewed by the community. And so that secured funding for our most basic maintenance work all the way up through innovative research to continue figuring out what are the new innovative technologies we need to build into this. And really kind of what that impact is, if you want to think at a higher level, is that you're giving people the ability to have a say in really critical infrastructure that they use. So I think that's one element of impact. Another story is kind of the Constitution. So Cardano, as a community, last year wrote a constitution. And that's what it founds its own governance on. So earlier I mentioned the kind of guardrails in the system. And that's what the Constitution does. It lays out the high-level vision, aspirations, rights of the users. And so we really innovated this, where not only did we write a constitution that's eloquent and sounds like, you know, a constitution you would expect, we also wrote a smart contract to automatically enforce parts of that where possible. And so again, it comes down, I think, Scott, you mentioned, it's like we can't really trust people all the time. And so it's building in the system, where can we automatically enforce the rights of the users and just bring that as a foundational way that the system operates. So that's, I think, some of the big impacts we had. And just in writing a constitution together with the community, we had input with over 1,400 community members directly. And I think that that also showed that we can have constructive debate and come to consensus as people. This was also done across the world. So over 50 different countries, Japan included, were part of this conversation. And I think it's been a really powerful story of what's possible if we all think about what we could do together in working together to govern anything that's important to us, whether it's a technology, whether it's our own community, whether it's nations. So I think it's been a really inspiring story for Cardano.
Thank you. Scott, impact. I mean, I can see what business wants to run, you know, all of their payments on blockchain when it's totally public. And so that's one that comes to mind. And we're excited to see the Google Cloud partnership as well. But what would you say can be some of the biggest impacts to society, business, individuals from the use of Midnight?
I mean, on like a business impact, like we can help institutions come on chain, they make cost efficiencies through that and improve operating margins. That's pretty good. But I think on like the social impact kind of piece, it's going to be unlocking financial systems for a group of people who previously weren't able to access them and didn't have the appropriate, not appropriate, that's the wrong phrase, maybe hadn't had a good enough level of education to understand what it is they're getting into. Coming back to your man who was running his payroll, like, and everyone could see what was going on. Like, if you're recently on chain, you're like, transparency, pseudo-anonymity, that sounds great. Pseudo-anonymity's not that great. And like bringing those things through. So I think on the finance impact side and bringing people through, that's certainly an area that's interesting. There's the double-edged sword of privacy, that in areas where persecuted groups want to read censorship-resistant content, as an example, we can certainly solve some of those things with Midnight.
Is that where some of the selective disclosure comes in? Because I can see some of the regulators would say, "Hey, wait, we don't want everything to be private," but how do you balance some of that?
For the financial system, that's absolutely spot on. Like, most people are okay with regulators knowing what's going on at the appropriate moment, rather than having a backdoor into a payment system and just monitoring it just in case.
Perfect. Same question to you, Harry. I'm sure there's benefits to the people, the underserved folks, not that we necessarily need to bank them, although we say banking the unbanked, but just giving them access to basic financial services. Sure. But also maybe talk a little bit about how that pricing would work and how maybe other capital markets could form.
Sure. No, thanks, Dave. I realize I've been rambling on about a data-backed investment process and haven't really tied it back to the on-the-ground impact. So we normally see this play out in four kind of distinct but reinforcing areas. So the first is just a simple expansion of these asset books. So over time, these fintechs think, okay, we're getting this capital, we're probably going to get it at a cheaper rate, we have access to that capital, and they dramatically increase their disbursement. So this could be more loans, it could be longer term loans, it could be a greater loan value on average over time. So that increases, and obviously community-wide, that's helping support these micro borrowers. Now, the second is lower borrowing rates. So over time, as long as performance of these asset books is within certain guardrails, borrowing rates fall. Other capital providers, they could be equity providers, they could be other debt providers, understand that these guys are growing, they're receiving capital, and they, over time, lend to these fintechs, to these digital lenders at lower rates. We have to be careful and work with management teams to ensure that not all of that extra equity is captured by the corporate, And some of that increased gross margin is then transferred to the end borrower at the end of the day. The third is innovation. So we go back and forth on things like reporting standards. What do we need to see? What frequency do we need this reporting at? Things like underwriting models. Can we improve them based on the data that we have and we share with the management teams? Risk metrics. So we sometimes look at risk measures that they aren't looking at. So this back and forth between us and the management teams ultimately results in a better operation and an operation that can disperse more capital. That all comes together to cause a crowding in the space. And that's what we've seen in markets. We've seen that just recently in Kenya. We've been doing a lot of work there. Rwanda, Uganda, not to get into too much specifics, but we're seeing real on-the-ground impact. And the last step here is to be able to expose community members to that for investors who want to make allocations to this, this very, very impactful causes. And that is where we move to products such as yield-bearing stable coins, for example. But I'm sure we'll come back to that at the end. Yeah.
I want to make just a quick call because I know that we have many investors here at this conference, many builders, many users. If you believe in what we believe in, privacy of the individual, autonomy, sovereignty, and then I think about what we talked about earlier on, where some of the Web 2, I feel like every day we lose. Since the dawn of the internet, it feels like we are continuously losing some of our privacy, and feels like we live in a surveillance capitalism. And then with the onslaught of AI, I can be a little bit negative towards having any more privacy left. But what can people do to try to realize the future if they resonate with the vision not only of these projects, but really of what IO stands for as a company and our mission? Should I start?
Yeah, I think that it's important when you're building the foundations of your project and deciding basically how decisions are made, thinking about where do you need to maintain rights in the system for people, and where should you actually directly involve them in decision making. Because essentially the more you skew towards giving your users, if you've got a vibrant community, decision-making rights, the more resiliency you're building into the system. So I think that's some things to keep in mind in terms of the governance aspect of things.
I'd say just remember that technology is a tool, and you can use, good actors can use tools and bad actors can use tools. And when you're building on privacy-enhancing technologies like Midnight, like Signal Stack, or whatever it is, be a good actor. Right? You can obviously use them for illicit means if you choose to, but I think if we all build with the positive mindset to create impact and it sounds really cheesy, but we want to push forward humanity in a positive way. Then if you have that mindset when you're building, then we will get to that result as long as you use the technology in the appropriate way.
Sure. So lastly, and from a slightly different angle from my side, what do you want as an investor? You want sustainable yield. You may want stable yield. Let's build infrastructure to create that, to access that, and expose investors to that while preserving privacy and creating genuine financial inclusion.
With that, we'd love to open it up to any questions that we may be able to answer. And I mean, a few last words I'll say is that, again, we're just so honored to see so many interesting Cardano projects solving the same kind of challenges and building on some of the core engineering foundations that we've put in place, as well as the other founding entities, such as Cardano Foundation and Emergo. And so it's been a great day learning about AI, Delta DeFi. I mean, really, this conference is incredible, and we thank Socius, and we're thrilled to be in Tokyo with you and to learn. Does anyone have questions for us? And were there mics that maybe we could pass around? Joe, we knew you would ask a great question.
Thank you very much for the panel, guys. So Cardano infrastructure can't be evil, or that's what we are told by the founder. Right now, state pools, governance, and even treasury systems reward effectiveness, efficiency, and delegation, not so much autonomy or integrity. If we believe that dignity is fundamental, why isn't it part of the incentive structure? Shouldn't dignity itself be a tokenized design constraint? Be measurable some way? Isn't that what it means to architect dignity, to make it uneconomic to violate?
Maybe I'll take that one to start. I think definitions of some of these words are extremely important. And when I opened this talk, we talked about dignity being just at least a minimum kind of respect and honor. One thing that is entirely possible is and Cardano was actually built to have entire other nation states run economic systems. And so while the system is, balanced to be, used for and replacing potentially or improving economic, social, and political platforms, I do think that dignity aspect is one that could be explored, and honestly, that is the call: is to, if you believe in these things and you believe the system is rock solid and high assurance, as we mentioned, that the world is your oyster to build other systems or other incentives, whether through the governance process that Danielle has described into the core, or to create kind of your own world and run that on top of Cardano. So we do hope to see many different applications of different types, not just financial trading and those types, but things to your point. So it sounds like we have a volunteer to build that. No?
Maybe just pick up on that. I love the uneconomic element of the question, right? It's like, people are motivated by money, so how do we drive people to build dignity-enhancing, whatever language you want to use, products? If we think about fast fashion versus slow fashion, for want of a better phrase, in theory, people will vote with their feet and will buy more sustainable products. And we're seeing that slow march, but also stuff like Shine and Primark still exists. And there will always be a world where people want different flavors, and they decide personally what that price is that they're looking to pay for. And I would encourage people who are, encourage maybe the strong word, different people will go to different chains where different chains have different values. We can see this pretty much everywhere, that each chain has its own culture of token holder. And it's kind of up to the individual groups to decide within that chain through governance practices what their level of uneconomic is that they're willing to pay and use. We have seen a few chains launch with the whole, we'll put our stablecoin yield into a nice place and do good things with it. People don't really seem to care that much, if we're kind of honest about it. But I think we can solve it through general governance and building a tribe and a community around that common goal to determine what that price of dignity is an awful phrase, but you get where I'm going. Yeah, that's the point.
Any other questions? I guess maybe while we wait, Danielle, what would it take to actually implement something like that? Say there was a great idea, and the governance model better than anybody. If there was a change to the protocol to actually implement some of these things, or maybe more merit-based than ADA stake-based, what does that process look like to actually move an idea through the governance system at large? You want to speak to that?
Yeah, sure. So for Cardano, it's not one answer. There are multiple different avenues, and I think it depends on the exact idea as well. So many of you may have stopped by the Catalyst booth today. that's one answer. If you're really pushing the boundaries and innovating, that's a great place for experimentation and getting funding to do so. And I think also with governance, when we're coming up with actually innovating on the actual governance model itself, we think about that as how can you maybe experiment with that first to figure out what does it actually do in practice? How are things working? If we expect a new voting model to improve the number of voters, did we actually see that? And then in terms of making changes, Cardano has a pretty standardized process called the Cardano Improvement Proposal Process. And that's a way where you can get consensus in the community around how are you going to change a standard, and then it gets implemented through a hard fork. So both of those are community consensus processes now. So the SIP process is implemented by the community and agreed upon by the community, and then making a new feature on chain and hard forking it into the chain is also a community voted process. So those are two different examples of how we could kind of experiment with those sort of things in the community.
Are you sure? Because other cryptos, I thought the foundation still control all this. Are you sure? It's free. We push it out into the world. We don't control it anymore.
That's true.
Wow. Okay.
It's true.
Sorry. Any other questions? I think we're up on time, although we're not getting cues. So happy to keep going as long as there are interesting questions. 3 minutes? Okay. Yeah. Anybody else? Well, please see us after. We'll look forward to our visionary founder, CEO, Charles Hoskinson's talk here shortly. And so you can ask any of his questions. We'll be around for the rest of the day, and we look forward to meeting you. So thank you very much. Arigato.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
ありがとうございました。Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take some pictures. Gather around the fire and big smiles. Thank you so much. Once again, big round of applause to Dave, Daniel, Scott, and Harry. Thank you so much. Okay. Now we're going to be moving the seats around once again. And we're going to be having another wonderful session here. So the next theme is the no-body problem, intelligence in self-HUD and biological and artificial systems. I was really looking for this one too. Now, the speaker will be Dr. Anna Chaunica, a principal investigator at the University of Lisbon, where she leads the Co-Embodied Self Lab. She's also an honorary research associate at the Institute of Cognitive Neuroscience at University College of London. Her work explores the fascinating connections between our bodies, our minds, and our sense of identities. Everybody, please do welcome Dr. Anna Chaunica with a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, this will wake me up. We were speaking about sleep in a previous session, and I'm jet lagged. So I only have like 3 hours of sleep, so bear with me. As if I'm talking nonsense, blame the Mother Nature, not me. Okay, so I just flew from Paris, and I'm French, so if you go in this jardin, in a garden in Paris, you find this statue which is very famous called The Thinker by Rodin. And somehow we take for granted that what we call the thinking is in the head, yeah? So you are not going to ask yourself, who am I with the foot, right? But I want to question this idea that somehow whatever we call the mind and the human mind is necessarily related to just what brain processes, yeah. And I have a piece in for Comenion, which is basically, I want to ask, do you need your toes to think? And actually I want to answer, yes, you do need your toes to think. And today, very quickly, I want to convince you that actually you need all the single cells in your body to think. And how is that implication for what we want to achieve with artificial intelligence? So, in the world, you're going to find many many brain and body institutes, but you don't find any liver and body institute. Why? Because you consider that somehow the liver is part of the body, yeah? So, and we don't have that intuition about the brain. We somehow consider the brain as being distinct from the body. And I'm going to question that, yeah? Why is that the case? And what I'm going to present is just like scan this. It's a paper, yeah. And I'm going to just do the slides from this paper. But if you want to have a closer look, it's in the paper, yeah. The no body problem, the toes. So I'm going to tell you something about who I am, where the minds come from, why the body is important for all the artificial intelligence stuff, and how can I prove that, and what's cooking in the oven, and then future direction, and hopefully I'm going to power through very quickly. Okay, so about me, I'm an armchair philosopher and cognitive neuroscientist. I was trained in analytic philosophy, and I was obsessed with what we call the subjective experience problem. So imagine you have a brilliant scientist called Mary, and she's born and raised in a black and white environment. And I'm actually going to do that way around. I'm speaking about embodiment. And because she's brilliant, she knows everything what is happening in the human brain when you perceive a red tomato, like a color red. Yeah. Now, the question is, so she's brilliant, she lives in the future, she knows exactly everything what is happening in the human brain when you see color. Now, when she turns 21, she's released in the real life, and she sees for the first time a red tomato. Now, the question is, would she say something like, oh, this is what it is like to see a red tomato, or she would say something, nah, this is boring, because I already know what I know what it is like to see a red tomato because I already know what's happening in the human brain when you perceive one, right? So there's a big debate in philosophy about that, yeah. But I'm from Burgundy, I'm French, I'm obsessed with wine and food, so the most important question for us is just like, who cares about seeing the tomato? The most important thing for a living system is actually to eat it, to put it inside. So then, if you take this perspective, and you're going to see why is this important for when we build actually artificial systems that behave like us, it's like, what would be like the equivalent of the Mary the scientist for something that you literally put inside your body? It's like touches you. It's easy to do something visual, like a distance, yeah? But how would be like the Mary the scientist argument for something that actually goes inside? And actually scientists and philosophers have designed this like ontology. You're going to see a lot of food metaphors with me. I'm obsessed with food. So I'm not sure I can see this, but at the fundamental level, you have the physics, and then at the top level, you have the mental. And then the question is how you link the two, right? And that's the big mind-body problem and the big mystery, right? But I think that the real important stuff is what is happening between the two layers, like the physics and chemistry. If you manage to explain what is happening at that level, how you get from self-organization of a snowflake to self-organization of a cell, then maybe you're going to understand what the mind is later on. So that's the basic idea. So forget about the cake. Maybe reality has a very different ontology. And I put this for my Sicilian friends. It's like maybe reality is different than the cake. Maybe it's more like a granita. But seriously, what is this idea of having a mind coming from? I mean, we talk about minds, but I mean, I know what a body is. I can measure it and, put a number in it. But what's the mind, yeah? So this is a drawing that I did when I was a PhD student, because that was my pitch when I was going to conferences. It's just like... come as a PhD student, you need a pitch. It's like why you spend like 5 years of your life working on a problem. And I think that was my explanation. So you have like this pure mind, and you have in pure body, and have the puzzle philosopher in between, and it's like torn in between. Yeah. And this comes from a very old tradition. It's called the Soma-Sema picture. Soma means body, somatic. Sema means tomb. So this idea that the body is a tomb for the soul. Yeah. So it's something that you need to just like get rid of, because the really important thing is elsewhere. And hence we have inherited this idea that we have some sort of like immaterial stuff which is called the mind or the soul, and it's maybe immortal. But then you have the mortal bodies on one hand, and then you have a tension between mortal bodies and immortal minds. Yeah. And this, fast forward, we have inherited with the Cartesian heritage is about, because you have the conscious mind, which is distinct from the body, yeah? And then you can literally take the conscious mind and download it like a ball, you put it in a different body, yeah? But that's really the case. I don't think that's the case. I think we really need the body too, and this is something I already argued. So, you know, the Cartesian I think, therefore I am. I wrote a paper called I overthink, therefore I'm not. If you are too much in the head and outside the body, then you lose a sense of reality. And why is this important? Because this distinction between mind and body is so deeply rooted in our society that we literally have different buildings for the mental institutions and different buildings for the physical institutions. And importantly, we do the same when we try to build artificial version of ourselves. We build artificial minds and intelligence on one hand, disconnected from the body, and we build artificial bodies, like robots on the other hand, disconnected from the minds. And I don't think that's the right way to go. So to prove that, in my lab, I'm doing basically interdisciplinary research. I'm a scientist, so I do psychophysiological measures, all this qualitative and phenomenological and computational, both the human and artificial agents. And my job when I started as a postdoc at ICN in London was to ask annoying philosophical questions to the audience. So, for instance, like the question I would like to ask you right here to you is look around and see why you don't see kids in the room asking questions. And when I asked this question to my fellow scientists in London, they were like, this is a silly question. I told you we shouldn't have philosophers in the room. They ask silly questions. So of course, we are adults, yeah? But actually, the problem is that when we start investigating things like minds and bodies, so artificial minds and body, we are already adults, and we might lose a lens which is already there at work. And we need to be aware of that lens, yeah? Which is adult-centric, neurocentric bias, and potentially also male bias. But we do not pop out in this world like Athena from Zeus' head. We develop into who we are. So if you want to understand how the human mind works, we need to understand how the human mind develops. And here's the important things I actually worked on. I don't have the time to enter in details here, but you know, people when talk about pregnancy, they typically associate pregnancy with a certain category of people that have the ability to carry babies in their bodies. But if you look at pregnancy through the perspective of developing human, all of you here, you have been inside another person's body. So the pregnant state is a universal state. So we need to start with that, not which is the individual. And that's something already published, yeah? So here is the key idea that I want to take forward. So brain and minds don't develop in a vacuum, so develop in a body, and the body in the human body develops within another human body. And hence we need to start with that if you want to understand how the human cognition works. And then we make the distinction between the biogenic approach to cognition and the anthropogenic approach to cognition. So the anthropogenic approach is the classical one. You start with a human cognition, right, like the lens that we have here right now, us, and assume human cognition as the paradigm and work down to a more general concept. But the biogenic approach is to start with the humble things that basically connect us with all the other living systems, try to understand what is really fundamental, and asking philosophical questions as if they were biological questions. Basically, what I want to do, I want to go back to the impure body, bring back the animal into the picture, and forget about the pure minds and the formal minds, yeah? And I think the really important thing is like why I'm insisting on all this, I hope it's going to make sense, is because I want to show that we tacitly are obsessed with neurons and the heads and the minds. And we forget that actually before if we develop, we all develop from cells to become selves. And before we had neurons, we had cells in our bodies. And so I think the really important question is like, if you want to understand how a tree works, if you forget about the roots, you're not going to understand how that system works. Yeah. So this means that living systems are necessarily open systems. They are vulnerable. I think somebody also already mentioned vulnerability before. I think that's super important. We depend upon exchange with an environment. So right now, even when you sleep, you need to breathe. So when you breathe, you can breathe air, but you can also breathe smoke without realizing. So we are literally constantly interacting with the environment for the better and for the worse. Yeah. So what I want to question is this idea that what we call cognition is necessarily related to neurons in the brains. If you take a developmental perspective and focus on cells before neurons, then you ask yourself at the cellular level, which one of your system tells your cells which one is you, which one is not you? That's the immune system. And actually, the Nobel Prize this year was won by people working on the immune system. And that's something that I worked with Mike Levin that you probably heard earlier today. We have a paper called "The Brain is Not Mental." So basically, if we want to understand what cognition is not enough to focus on neural processing in the brain. We need to understand how basically humble cells work to keep us alive. Because here's the thing, if you consider that the brain only is smart, then you have a different problem. The problem is like how something very stupid like the cells will give rise to something very smart like the brain. So if your job is to stay alive, you need to find a way to stay alive before you have a brain. And how you do that, yeah? So that's a very smart thing to do, to actually stay alive without a brain. And this is what we do all the time. And actually people from the body cognition, they already knew that. For people like Varela, that he is like a classic in this paradigm. He was a biologist and he wrote a lot about the immune networks way before neurons. And that's something actually I worked on the case of pregnancy as well, because in the pregnant state, it's mind-blowing because you have two immune systems that they need to coordinate with each other to make sure that we have a successful negotiations. And actually, all of us here were the result of a successful negotiation between two self-organizing biological systems, because sometimes things can go wrong, yeah, in both cases. Okay, so if the function of perception and cognition is ultimately get to cell preservation, and so it needs to start with the organism and not just the brain, yeah. This means that perception and cognition is fundamentally selfish, and we don't perceive what is objectively out there, we perceive what is relevant for us here, right now. And here's the important idea in the paper is, actually I'm playing a bit with the English, I want to say that in biological systems, precisely because there is an end, so there is a resistance towards death, there is an end like a meaning, which is like our fundamental task. The fundamental meaning of whatever is happening to us is to stay away from that end, yeah, from the death, right? And this means that whatever we process as organism information is not neutral, cannot be neutral. Everything has to be qualitatively processed through the lens of stay alive, good, dying is bad. And if you get that wrong, then you're in big trouble, right? So, by contrast, the artificial systems, they don't have that problem. They have other problems, but not that problem, which means that information processing in an artificial system is not qualitative, it's quantitative, right? So they process information as if eternity is available to them, because that's a formal, pure mind working there, not an impure body. The impure body is like caring about not dying. Actually, nobody wants to die, yeah? So, I don't know how much time we'll have, but very quickly, I'm not sure I'm allowed, but tell me, what do you think is the most fundamental difference between my cat and a robot or another artificial system? This is a technology summit, interdisciplinary, don't be shy. Say, huh? I want to wake you up. I'm not leaving the stage until somebody says something. Let's put it this way. So what? Consciousness, okay. There is another one which is quite obvious. Huh? Synthetic organic. Okay, so on the sake of time, I'm going to move forward. I'm going to say, well, we do robots, we don't do cats or tigers, yeah? So if humans haven't existed, in reality, robots wouldn't have existed either. But cats don't depend on us to exist, yeah? So, and why is this important? I think we need to remember that humans have long tried to make artificial version of ourselves. So we need to keep the human in the loop all the time whenever we make artificial agents, yeah. So this is Leonardo da Vinci, this is Mechanical Turk. This one is my favorite, is in London. It's like a tiger eating an Englishman, as you can see at the Victoria and Albert Museum. But we keep trying to make artificial version of ourselves, yeah, all the time. And I'm going to spend the last 2 minutes of my presentation talking about the project I'm running at the moment. It's called the Interactive Self. We have a highly interdisciplinary team. And here, basically, what we look at is like, we already know that we humans, we attribute human-like features to artificial others. But the interesting question is like, what does interacting with humans versus artificial mind and body does to human body, yeah? So I'm taking basically physiological measure of what is happening in the human body when people interact either with artificial minds or bodies or human minds and bodies on exactly the same task. And I have 3 types of artificial minds and bodies. I have humanoid robots, virtual reality, and chatbots. And I'm taking like bunch of neurophysiological measures of what is happening in the human body when you interact with different type of artificial system. I'm doing this in 3 cultures. I actually have a study here in Japan too. And why is this important? Suppose I have a tennis ball in my hand at the moment, and by magic I can measure what is happening in your brain and body when you look at me smashing the tennis ball. So I can measure what is happening in your body and your brain when I smash a tennis ball. Now, the second step, I draw a smiley on the tennis ball, and you see me drawing the smiley on the tennis ball, and you know it's a tennis ball, and I'm smashing again the tennis ball, yeah? I'm going to see a completely different reaction in your body, because even if you know cognitively that that's just a tennis ball, your body will react in a different way because it was pre-wired by billions years of evolution to take that face as potentially threatening, so stay away. So different brain regions and different physiological measures will fire in your brain and your body if I smash those 2 objects, even though you saw me that, well, and you know it's an object, yeah? So it's like no problem. Yeah? So this is what I'm interested in, is like, I want to know what the body knows without us being aware that the body knows when we interact with human versus artificial others. And in addition to that, my participants basically are divided into 2 groups. One group is a typical control, the healthy individuals, and the other group are people that feel disconnected from their bodies. Because I want to understand whether the way people connect with their body, they actually connect with artificial others as well. So this is the personalization. So I don't have time. Very quickly, what is in the pipeline? So we're going to work on a project called Hybrid Agencies Crossing Borders Between Biological and Artificial Worlds with Mike Levin and Ruud Hortensius. The project just started. We're going to look at the importance of embodiment in creating artificial agents. And this time we're not going to look, as I said, just what is happening in neurons in the brain, but we're interested in cellular processing across the entire body, because I think that's our organism level, that's super important. So we have a special issue coming up. It's called Hybrid Agency Crossing Borders, blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to end. This is my brilliant student, Michael. He just finished his PhD. He has this beautiful thesis called Why Nature Doesn't Like Zombies. And basically, we developed this idea of quantitative versus qualitative information processing. And I'm going to end with a bit of self-promotion. So I play with the fact that in French, if you're not a need, Renee becomes a female first name. Now, here's the thing. Women weren't allowed to go to university until 100 years ago. What does it mean? It means that even I can I'm fortunate enough to go to university now, I still operate with a conceptual toolbox that has been developed by half of the humanity only. And sometimes I actually don't recognize myself nor my thinking in the conceptual toolbox that I have inherited by a patriarchal society. So in my book, I imagine that there is a parallel world in which women also were allowed to go to university and go to school since the dawn of time, since the very beginning of the humanity. And this René Descartes in this parallel world is also obsessed with the mind-body problem, like the real René Descartes is, except that in my parallel world, René Descartes, with an E, is pregnant. And hence, the question would be how the history of philosophy would have looked like if first we allowed to actually have consideration about the importance of the body on the thinking, and on the top of that, the importance of the female body on the thinking, to how we can actually develop new conceptual toolbox if we allow those two elements into our thinking. And of course, René Descartes is me. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I look forward to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We can do questions now. Yes. So we still have a little bit of time, so if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. All right. Is there a microphone we can use?
You hear a lot of people who say, well, these LLMs, they're not really thinking. They're not, they're just figuring out what the next likely phrase is. How close are they to actually thinking? When I hear somebody say they're not thinking, I say that person assumes they know a lot about how human brains actually work when they really don't. In your view, how close are they to actually thinking?
You are talking about large language models.
Large language models or other efforts at AI.
Yeah, so as I said, I think we shouldn't forget the fact that whatever we call large language model is coming from our head, So we are in the loop whether we like it or not. And then depends what we mean by intelligence, right? So if from the perspective of living systems, intelligent behavior is to stay alive as long as possible as a species, because you cannot survive alone, so you need to reproduce. So from this perspective, this means that species that have been alive before us, and they will remain alive after us, after we disappear, from the perspective of life, that's an intelligent species, right? It's not the capacity to solve chess problem, because, well, if your house is on fire, but you are very good at chess, then that's not a very smart behavior, right? So again, so it depends what you mean by intelligence, and hence the distinction that we are making in the paper between quantitative versus qualitative intelligence or intelligence behavior, because what really matters, get to my food metaphor, is like, I'm French, I know that eating a lot and fast doesn't mean eating better. It's about balance, right? So it's like, and that has been crafted not in 2 decades, that's been crafted by billions years of trial and error. And good luck with that. I mean, we're really going to need a lot of time and resources to reach that level of intelligence in that sense.
Very good.
First of all, thank you for your speech. My name is Hammond. I come originally from Brazil, and I'm currently completing my studies in computer science and mathematics at Minerva University. I want to ask you, what is your advice for the younger generation in regards to adapting our study and our professional aspirations, mostly considering this third wave of AI, which is probably going to be its integration into physical systems, so that we do not fall behind in the next few years? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's a very good point. So I would say, for me, that, and this is why we have this project called Hybrid System, Hybrid Agency. I think, for me, the real intelligence system for the future need to have the principle of life organization into it somehow. So because that's about it's like if you want agent to do stuff in the world, then you need to have some sort of like adaptive behavior. And as soon as you have like adaptive behavior in the loop, then you need to, learn from the master. And who is the big master here is Mother Nature, yeah? So I think we can, yes, create like systems, like hybrid system, like this type of, you can put like AI minds into some sort of like half synthetic, half organic bodies, and then have this agents, in the world. But I think that cannot be, what we want to say is like that cannot be done through the armchair of the thinking top-down rationalistic way. Actually, we need to understand how humbly the emerging behavior comes from very basic constraints of like how you move this thing around into the world to achieve a goal, to solve a problem, which is like, where is the door, or where is the food, or, yeah, that's that type of like very basic problems.
Is that good? Yes? Okay, well, maybe one more question. Anybody? Nobody?
The nobody problem. Thank you very much.
Very quiet people. Okay.
It's been a long day.
Well, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Hello. ありがとうございました。Dr. Chaunica, thank you very, very much for a wonderful Thank you so much. Right on my dad too. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right, so we are waiting for the next speaker to come up. So everybody will have about... Oh, it's you. We were waiting for you. Thank you very much. We did not know you were sitting in front of me. Thank you very much. So let me introduce you from here then. If you would like to step up on the stage. びっくりしましたね。目の前にいましたね。現れないなとみんな思ってたらいらっしゃいました。Thank you very much. Okay, so our next theme is how superintelligence will eradicate the world disease and suffering. Our speaker is Dr. Hector Zennel, the founder of Oxford Immune Algorithmics and an associate professor at King's College London. And Dr. Zennel holds dual PhDs in computer science and philosophy. And his career has spanned from the Karolinska Institute of the University of Sheffield. He is at the forefront of applying algorithmic dynamics to some humanity's most complex challenges. Thank you for waiting, and thank you for coming. So please take it away.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you. Is this one? Hello. Is it working? Yes. Oh, and this one? Hello, hello? No. I can use this one. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for coming. How do you change the... Is it with this one? Okay, perfect. So one of the motivations that I have both in my academic career and industry is what I call the human condition, which is a lot of people suffering for different reasons. And I don't know if you are surprised by these numbers, but I was when I learned this a few years ago. Actually, it is not wars or accidents that cause the greatest suffering in the world. The greatest suffering in the world is caused by what is called the silent killers. And in particular, two main diseases. One is cancer, and the other one is cardiovascular diseases. These two things are basically responsible for about 70% of the suffering around the world. And people can lose up to 15 to 20% of their life having bad or poor health, and actually die many years before they should have. So around 25 years are spent either dying too soon or in poor health. And this is the human condition, and many or most of us basically go through all of this because this is a global average. So what is preventing us to actually try to do something about this? And in my opinion, it is three main things. One is we have overburdened clinicians and a huge staff shortage of clinicians. We are not training enough doctors and nurses. And the national health systems are realizing the only way forward is automation and machine intelligence. The other thing is that we live in a very unethical health system. Basically, you only get medical attention when you are ill, and hospitals and doctors are paid only by how many ill people they treat, instead of how many people they keep away from labs and clinics. We call this sick care, because this is really a reactive system in which, as I said, only when you are ill, you get medical attention. And the whole system is built around this idea. Even drugs, when you go to a pharmacy, most of them are really to deal with symptoms or with people that are already ill, and not really to keep them healthy in the first place. And that's because we really don't understand the transition between health and disease. We understand better disease than health. So something we have to do is to change this reactive sick care to actual proactive health care. And the other third point is there's a huge unequal access to healthcare. Not only in developing countries, but even in developed countries, it is not the same to live in the countryside than in a large city with a lot of hospitals. And you may be lucky enough that you have a very good GP or medical doctor, but maybe you are not, and you were unlucky, and basically you get misdiagnosed. And that is, I feel that very something very unfair. So this is the situation today. Even in the UK, where it is supposed to be a developed country, you have to wait on average 21 weeks to get a phlebotomist appointment. That is to do a blood testing, a regular one, if you are not in an emergency. It's huge. Even myself, I've tried to get a B12 shot because I require it, and sometimes it takes me like 2 to 3 months. So national health systems are under a lot of pressure. And during the pandemic, we learned that actually we could do things differently. So for example, virtual care now, it is something currently happening all the time, but it is still quite small. And to be honest, it is quite shallow and superficial, because we are trying to replicate what happens already with a GP, which is to have just some sort of discussion or a chat with a patient. It is not really data-driven, and we have taken that to the virtual space, that personal experience, not doing much more. But we believe that in the future, this is going to be enabled and improved by AI, and is going to be increased in the future. We already have some examples. So for example, in China, there was a very interesting example, an experiment with what they call the hospital of the future, where they had some sort of agents interacting with each other, trying to replicate what happens in a hospital and see what happens. That was just a toy example, because it was not really doing any real diagnostic on real patients. But we think that the world is moving to that direction, especially because we know our limitations and constraints. As I said, we are not really training enough doctors and nurses, and this is only becoming worse and worse. Even the NHS in the UK now has a mandate to keep people at home. So they don't really care how much they spend, because they cannot treat them in the hospital, and you can see the waiting times that they have. This is only for blood testing, but pretty much for everything else, including emergency care. There's some places in the UK, including the north of England, where for emergency care you have to wait like 20 or 25 hours. That is not sustainable, and that is actually not any standard of care. So this is how we think the transition is going to start to happen. And this has already happened with things like the thermometer, for example. So things like the blood pressure device that allows you to monitor yourself at home. It is the future of healthcare. And now we have more and more kind of these point of care devices, including, for example, the glucose meter that basically changed the game dramatically, multiplying the number of sugar tests by 10x by moving basically this lab testing, measuring sugar, to people's homes, creating a new market. And my company and the research that we are doing is basically to try to perform blood testing at people's homes. And you are seeing some of the device on the screen. And actually, I was able to bring one of them. And you can see it looks like a point of care. But actually, you can perform the most popular blood test with this device. It is called Complete Blood Count. It is related to the immune system, and I'm happy that Anna was able to cover a little bit about the immune system, because together with the human mind, I think it is one of the most impressive systems in the universe, potentially, I mean, that we know of. Because of the way it interacts with each other, it recognizes cells that are our cells or are not. Sometimes it goes wrong, and all these, for example, neurodegenerative diseases and inflammatory diseases are most of the cases immune cells going wrong, attacking the body. But we have created these small devices, and we have a few patents in the US to keep making this lab testing equipment smaller and smaller. Because basically there has been, in the history of humanity, a technological convergence towards doing more with less and with devices that technology pushes to people's homes. You name it. Think of the car, the fridge, the microwave oven, the phone, the personal computer. All this transition of technology has been about making something that was originally large into making it smaller, cheaper, and easier to use. And even services, in the 90s, you may remember we used to go to the cinema theater, and today basically we can watch any movie, anytime, any date from home. And we think that this is going to happen also with healthcare and medicine, and it is happening as we speak. And we are contributing with our own devices. And why this is going to transform many things, because currently the system treats everybody as if they were the same. It is population healthcare. Right? For example, when you do some blood testing and you get the results, they always tell you whether either you are within normal reference values or not. And those reference values you are measured against are huge, because they are basically population averages. And there's a beautiful paper published at the beginning of this year on Nature from a Harvard group, here is a reference, showing that basically every one of us has a different set point, meaning that our immune system is completely different, and we are basically measuring in the wrong way. It is too trivial. They show that not only every one of us has a different set point or health baseline, but when you move within these normal reference values, we are basically missing a lot of key biological and clinical information, because you can be up to 3 to 5 times more likely to die by moving from one side to the other, all within the normal reference values. So if you go to the GP, they will tell you always you are perfectly normal, no follow-ups, and still you are showing some stress, health stress within your blood system and the immune system. So we are missing all this information, and we think that it is underused, the potential of blood testing, because 70% of diagnosis goes through blood testing or involves some blood testing. So it is huge. The other 30% is about imaging, so MRI and those kind of things. But basically, these are the two main tools that humanity has to basically make a diagnosis. Blood testing and imaging, pretty much, together with symptoms and other things that are not necessarily very objective. So this is how personalized healthcare may look like. This is how the World Health Organization and most national health systems tried to push during the COVID pandemic, because the idea was to vaccinate the whole population at the same time as fast as we could. Obviously, it took several months, but the mandate was actually to vaccinate everybody at the same time. And sometime later, it would come a boost, because the idea would be to push most of the population above the threshold of herd immunity, which is basically the point where everybody is kind of protected because the virus finds someone that has been already vaccinated and is immune to that virus. But that was completely inefficient, and you can see what happens actually in reality. On your right, we have a study with 4 patients. So instead of putting everybody like in a population plot, we have 4 patients on your right that have completely different reactions to the same vaccination scheme. So when they provided the second dose, the blue patient, for example, had the expected reaction and got some sort of protection from immunity. But the other ones actually had a much weaker reaction, especially the purple one had almost no reaction whatsoever. So it was not really protected with this scheme that is looking at population. For those ones, they should have got more shots. And actually, it is completely inefficient to try to vaccinate everybody at the same time. Inefficient and expensive. We should have been tracking the antibodies of every people and actually be smart because we could have saved lives. People that may have died are actually those in the purple line, for example. And this is what we can change. And this is all blood testing, by the way. So antibody detection is through blood testing. So the immune system basically mediates between what we know about health and our actual current health, because it is the system that is policing the body. And we wanted to do is basically to come up with some technology that would be monitoring the monitors, the immune system. And we have here the first device that we pushed to England hospitals. So we have 2 of these devices already with hospitals at Cambridge and King's College. And then what we do is to collect all the data with a platform. And on the data side, this is basically just using and putting together the 10 or 15 years of research in applying AI to cell molecular biology to understand the immune system, to try to derive the set point of every person, and then flag for small changes even within the normal reference values. So what we do is to actually start narrowing down those reference values to each person's own personal values instead of taking population values. So this is very powerful because basically we have AI that has learned from yourself and only yourself and then flags for very small changes. And then the platform also collects all sorts of symptoms and also allows clinicians to get access and support for differential diagnosis. Differential diagnosis is basically a way to try to discard things that are not really related to your health issues. So the system basically creates hypotheses behind blood testing and the symptoms that it collects and builds these questionnaires on the fly. And basically pushes us to the patient. The patient answers those questions, and behind the scenes we can either confirm or reject the diagnosis hypothesis that the system has. So eventually this is going to get so powerful that we can replace primary healthcare. And we have tested this against 10,000 patient cases, and we got 100% right, because actually the most difficult thing is how not to give the medical doctor more information that they require. So the difficult part of this project was actually to find the right threshold, not to provide too much information that the doctor would actually spend more time on using this system than doing it everything by themselves. But there are also some limitations from medical doctors and human doctors. When you go to them and basically you do your blood testing, in the best case scenario, they only compare your last blood test result with the last one. Best case scenario, perhaps the last 2. But it is impossible for a human doctor to basically try to understand your whole history in the time span that they have to treat you, which is about 20 minutes. So there's no other option but actually to have AI to understand people's health and people's history and all the information that a medical doctor should actually take into consideration to make the right decision. So this is how the device looks like, and it also uses AI. because the idea is to push this device to people's homes eventually. There's nothing like this on the market that it is portable. And what we do is to make up for the expensive optics and electronics with advanced AI. So with the electronics that we use, we take low resolution images. And basically, we have to use AI to improve those images to perform as good as a large and more expensive medical device that sits at the hospital. And the idea is to basically take people through a system where we can flag for small changes by monitoring people, by having one of these devices at home, so that they can regularly monitor themselves over time. Because it requires time to learn from the user, and actually we want to start doing this as soon as possible, especially when they are healthy, because that's the transition that we want to understand, when they transition from being healthy to becoming ill. And this is what we are also doing on the research side. So this is what we call disease signatures. And we have a signature for every disease, and so far we have collected 200 of these diseases. And each of these lines is a time series of an analyte. An analyte is just a biomarker in your blood test. So, for example, if you look at bacterial versus viral infection, you can see that the analytes, for example, the neutrophils, which is a type of white blood cells, has a very different behavior than in the other case. So by looking at this signature or patterns, we can basically tell apart one disease from another by blood testing a person. And then what we build is what we call disease networks. And first, we build a correlation network. So when one biomarker has a similar behavior to another one, we make a connection. But this is only correlation. We then go to the medical literature to try to actually make sure that that connection is causal. So there's a mechanistic explanation between those biomarkers. And if there's no causal explanation, basically we break the edge between those two biomarkers. And then those causal networks are used to make predictions and actually simulations. So you can simulate intervening in the lifestyle of a person to see how their blood test results are going to look like in the future. And then you start doing all sorts of interesting analysis and simulations towards building a digital twin. We call it a digital blood twin, because over time we are going to have so much information from the patient and also symptoms, lifestyle, clinical history, that we start building some sort of twin of that person with which we can do simulations and even interventions to see what is going to happen. So this is the future of healthcare and medicine. And we have built some very powerful algorithms that we have tested against the best predictors of time series. These are specialized LLMs. For example, there's one called TimeGPT. And we have tested how good we are with our own AI to predict time series, especially related to medical records. We outperform the best LLM predictors. So we think we have a very powerful technology that we are already placing at medical hospitals in the UK, and hopefully in the next year or two, we are going to be able to start launching in other regions. So we used also our own test to test other regular LLMs and their claims about AGI and superintelligence. And we found that actually they don't do very well. And actually new versions of LLMs sometimes show regression. So they don't progress over time, but they are not reaching like an ultimate goal. Sometimes they go back. So that was a very interesting case. So I'm going to stop there without first recommending you, if you are interested in these topics, I have published a few books. These are the two last ones published by Springer and Cambridge University Press on algorithmic information dynamics and methods and applications of algorithmic complexity. So thank you very much.
Dr. Zenel, thank you very, very much. now, in about 5 minutes, we are going to have the keynote speech from Charles Hoskinson. So a lot of you are here. I think more people will come to this room. So we're going to take a few minutes, just a few minutes, to have a break. If you need to go to the restroom, please go down the hall. If you need to do that now, please do that. And we will start as soon as everybody is seated. So it's been a very, very long day today. We started at 9:45 and it's already 5:26. So everybody, I hope you've been enjoying the whole day today. My name is Christelle Sierra. If it's your first time to come in here, I've been doing the MC for the English stage this year. And last year too, I did the stage. And for all of you who has seen me for the first time, if you have taken the train in Japan, on the most trains, I do the voices. So from Haneda Airport or Narita Airport, you have heard my voice to the city of Tokyo. Anyway, so when you go back, when you take the train, remember my voice. さあ、ということでですね、まもなくホスキンソンの、スピーチ、キーノートが始まります。皆さんお手洗い行ったりとかね、この時間にぜひでしてくださいね。皆さんが落ち着いて、もう少しお客様が、座られると思いますので、席がもう少し埋まったら始めてまいりますので、皆様少しの間、ほんの1、2分だと思いますが、少し転換をお待ちします。 Thank you very much for coming back. We are ready. Are you ready? Yes? Who is excited? All right. The stage is set. You're all set. I'm all set. So let's get the energy going. We need to hear your voice again. Oh, if you're going to sit down, please hurry, because the room is going to get really dark in just a few minutes. はい、お座りくださいね。はい、we have seats in front up here. 空いてるので、よかったら詰めていただいて始めさせていただきますね。Now, as soon as they sit down, I will ask. ちょろちょろ帰ってこられますね。ありがとうございます。All right, so we are going to start. Let us hear your voice. How are you guys? まだまだ、まだまだ。That's not enough. You guys sound a little tired after all this day. But this is the main stage, everybody. This is the moment we're waiting for. So everybody, get your voices out one more time. もう一回盛り上げてください. How are you today? Are you ready to welcome Charles Hoskinson? Yes? いいでしょう。ありがとうございます。Thank you very much. いい感じに盛り上げてくれました。Thank you so much. And now we are ready to invite Charles Hoskinson. Blockchain industry, a visionary in the world of blockchain for good. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Charles Hoskinson!
Hi, everybody. I think that's the royalty-free Chicago Bulls vintage 1990s song that we're allowed to do. Is that Alan Parsons' project? Yeah, something like that. Well, it's a great pleasure to be here in Tokyo. Japan is a second home to me. I lived here a long time ago. I grew up in Hawaii. So before I even moved to Osaka and did things with Cardano there, in Hawaii, I had many Japanese neighbors. The Japanese are the ones who actually owned all the shops and the land. It was a good time. Actually, sumo was very popular in Hawaii when I grew up. We had Akebono Taro. He was a big guy. He was over 2 meters tall, several hundred kilograms, and we were very proud of him. And then the Mongolians came and took it from us. But that's okay. He never had to buy beer. But Japan's a part of the soul of Cardano and always will be. And so if we ever do an Asia tour, we either have to start or end in Japan. It's first-class citizen, and it's very important to be here. And I feel a debt of great gratitude for all that this community has done for the Cardano ecosystem and continues to do for the Cardano ecosystem. Many of our greatest DREPs and ideas come from this region. 10 years ago when I came here to Osaka, and later to Tokyo and other places throughout, even went up to Hokkaido, what we did is we said, take a chance on us. We want to change the world. We weren't selling a cryptocurrency protocol. We weren't saying, hey, there's this token and you'll make all this money and all this other stuff. We said, no, Cardano is a little different. It's a long-term project that wants to change the economic, political, and social systems of the world. We wanted to bank the unbanked. We wanted to build something to run nation states. We wanted to build something that could bring millions of people together who had never met each other and bring them together for the purpose of making the world a better place. So whenever I have a chance to speak at a conference where the topic is social good or applying technology to make the world better, it's always nice because I get to reflect on whether we've achieved anything with what we've built with Cardano. And the answer is yes. Cardano, from when we started to where we're at today, now has an ecosystem in the millions. And we saw the Constitutional Convention. The last time I was here, we were just getting ready for it. We had 1,800 people participate in the process. Hundreds traveled to Argentina with 50 delegates, including 2 from Japan, which was just amazing to see. So many flags in a very grand room at the University of Buenos Aires, their big school of law, and all those different people representing their nations coming together to say, we can do better. So why do we care about blockchain? What's the point of this? Why do I think this technology is for social good? Really, the crisis that the world is in right now is a lack of trust and objective reality. We just don't trust each other anymore, and we can't agree on basic facts. America, when we get sick, the whole world gets sick because we're a pretty powerful country, and you can see it in our social media, in our dialogue and discourse, in our political leadership. Everybody's angry, and everybody's so filled with hate and hopelessness. And even when events happen where we all see the same thing, we can't even agree why and how those things happen. For example, there was a political commentator in the United States that was recently assassinated. It was Charlie Kirk. We all witnessed the same event. We all saw the same video. We all have access to the same information, but based upon people's politics and backgrounds, they have radically different interpretations of who, what, when, where, and why, which is a strange thing, because if it's the same set of information, if it's the same video, if it's the same event, we should all converge to roughly the same understanding. Yet we don't. And it's the same when you look at school shootings. It's the same when you look at political violence. It's the same when you look at geopolitical conflict, whether it be the Ukraine war or what's going on with Israel and Gaza, the strife between the United States and China. Everybody seems to have a different version of reality. And you can't have a complex society function if we're all separated and we all have a different view of things. Because if we can't unify, we can't build institutions, and we can't trust those institutions. And if you can't build institutions and you can't unify around them, well, that means you can't solve complicated problems. In the 21st century, because of high population and the rise of many exponential technologies, we have a lot of great opportunities, but we have like amazingly difficult problems to solve. Synthetic biology, AI, when you take a look at nanotechnology, quantum computing, these things are magic. They allow you to instantaneously talk to anyone in the universe. They allow telepathy to happen. They allow you to heal any wound, reverse aging. You can create things smarter than humans and make them commoditizable and have them be in your phone. It's magic. But how do we use these things with wisdom? How do we make sure that the few don't control them on behalf of the many and use them to control the many and create a dystopian world for the 21st century? The 20th century was filled with miracles. We stood on the moon. We went from mostly an agricultural society to an industrial society. Imagine at the beginning of that century, you could have been a farmer with no running water, no power, no means of communicating with anybody outside of your social network. And by the end of that century, you could have sent an email to someone across the planet. The progress we're going to make in the 21st century is going to be 100 times that of the 20th century. And despite all that wonder, remember all the horrors of the 20th century and the bad things that happened. Remember all the dictators who tried to use that technology to put humanity into bondage. Well, the tools of today are far better to do that, if that is our choice, than the tools of the 20th century. Big data has made it impossible to be forgotten. Everything about you is forever known by a small group of companies. And there's no Bill of Rights behind that. There's no constitution behind that. With AI, not only can we know you, the AI can make decisions of what to do about it at a scale of billions of people. And that's not a hypothetical, it's happening every single day. When you look at algorithms on Facebook and algorithms on YouTube and algorithms across Google, what you see, what you hear, the news you consume, the videos you watch, whether it's a cat video or a video about bonsai trees, doesn't particularly matter. It's going to be selected by an algorithm for you based upon the searches, the pictures you took, the places you've gone, the behaviors you've had. That means you're not fully in control of the world around you. And as we look to the future, as we walk through the 21st century, we're becoming painfully and increasingly aware that these algorithms are creating a society that's sick. It's not healthy. The blockchain space exists in part as one of the antidotes to this reality. At the very least, it creates a buffer between the governments and the corporations and the nation states that seek to dominate and the people. And it creates a neutral space where we can start embedding the economic, political, and social systems of the world in a way where everybody's rights are equal and protected. This is a very American principle that we never quite lived up to, but we at least wrote it down in hopes that maybe somebody somewhere, somehow will figure it out. This idea that everybody's equal, freedom of speech and freedom of religion and freedom of expression. We don't go and arrest tens of thousands of people because they said the wrong thing on social media. Maybe the UK does, but we sure as hell don't. We fought a war over that. And that was unprecedented in the 18th century. Well, with blockchain, what this does is it gives you a space where humans no longer have a say. Governments no longer have a say. If you have rights inside the blockchain, the smart contract, the protocol, it will be preserved and protected, regardless if China likes it, regardless if America likes it, regardless if Russia likes it. The great empires of the world have no say. They can't change it. No one can be president and say, you know what, I didn't like that Bitcoin transaction. Let's just forget about it. We need that as humans. Our analogy is the STEM world, the sciences, the technology, the engineering, the mathematics, because in that world there already is a constraining function. They're called physics. Whether you like physics or not, they apply to you equally. A North Korean engineer has the same physics as a Russian engineer, as an Israeli engineer, as a Chinese, as an American engineer. Gravity applies to all of us, whether we like it or not, much to the consternation of a few mountaineers and a few people with failing parachutes. We have to deal with it. We have to deal with the consequences of it. But because we have that, technology seems to progress one way. We expect 10 years from now, 20 years from now, technology to be better than the technology of today. We expect that each generation gets to build upon the lessons of the last generation. There's a stability in constraints. Social systems, you don't have that expectation. If you talk to the old and you say, do you think the governments of the young, the next generation, are going to be superior to the ones that you built? Many of them would say, no, I actually think we're regressing. I actually think things are getting worse because there's nothing to constrain it. With blockchain, we have monetary policy. This was the first thing that Satoshi focused on. And he said, hey, if the central banks can just print as much money as they want, well, what's to stop them from doing that for political reasons? And won't that eventually destroy the currency? We saw this in the 2008 financial crisis. If you take a look at the money supply in the United States from the year 2000 to 2025, it's a great thing to Google. You can see the curve go way up. It's easy to print money, hard to raise taxes. And who pays for that? The poor people, the middle class. And they don't have any political voice or representation. So do it, screw them. Well, can you print gold? No. Can you print Bitcoins? Outside of the monetary function? No. So in many ways, when people started catching on to that, they said, wait a minute, money should work this way. It should be deflationary. Money should increase in value over time. And governments shouldn't be able to manipulate money for political reasons. It's not fair. It's a violation of the social contract. Why should you work for 40 years or 50 years hard every single day, show up to work, have a savings, so that when you retire, some politician can take half your money away every 10 years without your consent? That's not fair. It should be worth more, like land. So people caught on to that. And cryptocurrencies grew from nothing to a $4 trillion industry with 500 million people. And there's a great awakening saying, what else besides money can we do? We look at all the problems of the 21st century. We look at all the challenges of the 21st century, and we're starting to realize that we're not going through diplomacy and treaties and negotiations and elections resolve these problems. We're just going to have to solve them ourselves. The nation states are just not going to get along. When I was born, we were leaving the age of the Soviets. And we were entering into a rules-based international order, and there was all this hope that the world was going to move to peace. And my teenage years were formative in that it was the global war on terror. And we went from a world of peace to 20 years of war, and now we've returned to great powers conflict, where the United States and Russia are close to conflict with each other, and China's probably going to invade Taiwan before the end of this decade. So we're back to where we started when I was born. I don't have any faith that some great president is going to come and negotiate some grand peace on behalf of us. It's on our shoulders. So this movement, this blockchain movement, it's about empowerment at its core. This blockchain movement, the reason why it's so seductive and intoxicating is that once people realize what we're actually doing and what we're actually playing for, we're not talking about a blockchain and a currency, and we're not talking about a payment system, we're not talking about some arbitrary voting system or some app for digital entertainment. What we're really doing is talking about transforming the laws of social interaction, the laws of governance, to make them look like the laws of physics, to make them immutable, to make them objective, to make them universal, to make it when you sign a contract in Argentina, it's honored here in Japan. When you sign something here in Japan, it's honored in China or Russia or the United States, regardless if it's convenient or authorized by the leadership there, because they've lost the right to lead. And we, the people, just have to step up and do this for the greater good of the next generation. They deserve to be left behind something better than where they started, where we started. We're right now rewriting the rules of society. And once you realize you have the right to do that, because governments are by and for the people, then you can start asking, what should a great society be? What should the world look like? Nobody seems to do that when we have these political speeches. Nobody seems to do that when they're commenting on Fox News or CNN or the Japanese equivalents or the Korean equivalents or the, BBC in the UK. They never seem to say, what should the world of 2050 be? What should the world of 2075 be? 2100 be? Well, I'll give you some ideas of what I'd like that world to be. I'd like the world of 2050 to be a world where everybody's voice matters and everybody has a say. I'd like it to be a world where everybody plays by the same set of rules and everybody has equal access to opportunity. I'd like it to be a world with sound money. And I'd like it to be a world where we don't think about corruption because it's impossible by design, where we have auditability and transparency. I'd like to be in a world where regardless of where you're born, what language you speak, religion you believe, what country you come from, that you still have the ability to do business with other people, and you're not arbitrarily punished for that because you're part of the wrong group. It's just not fair, and we're beyond that. And I'd like to be in a world of wisdom, where the technology that we build is used for the benefit of society, as opposed to chaining society down, in a world without middlemen, a world without entities that aggregate billions of customers across the world, and they decide winners and losers arbitrarily. That's the world I'd like to live in. And when we look to blockchain, it's the only technology we truly have that can give us some semblance of a path there, because no one controls it. I am the creator of Cardano, but today I have less say than D-reps here in Japan. They have a say because they were elected. Delegated authority was given to them. I'm not a D-rep. I'm not a constitutional committee member. So despite the fact that I created it, other people took the reins and are actually running the system, whether they be the stake pool operators making the blocks or they be the delegated representatives making decisions on policy. But that's how it should be. I had my role and place and purpose in founding the ecosystem, and others across the world, many of which have never met each other and never had a conversation with each other, came together from the bottom up to run something. And that thing is not just a money system. It's a smart contract stack. With the advent of Midnight, it's going to restore your freedom of association, commerce, and expression. It's going to give you computational privacy and selective disclosure. It gives you control of your data and your access control, all these things. 1,000 projects are coming together. And all those projects are being built by people in rooms just like this, that have the potential to have millions of users and be worth billions of dollars. And because they have millions of users and billions of dollars, they have the financial resources to eventually get these things adopted at every level of society. At the business level, the individual level, and eventually the government level. One of the reasons we went to Argentina, and we begged everybody in the Cardano ecosystem, especially the foundation, again and again and again, please, please, please come to Argentina, was because I witnessed a country actually begging for blockchain. For the first time ever, a libertarian had been elected, Javier Milei. And for all of his flaws, all of his kookiness, all of the advice he gets from ghosts and pets, the man had one really good idea, which is let's just get rid of the government and replace it with private industry. But the problem with libertarianism is you cannot replace something as significant as the government with a single company, because you're trading one demon for another, a much worse one. But you can replace it with a blockchain, if you so desire. And so we knew eventually he would stumble across that there's a third option between the private industry and the government world, that there's this blockchain thing that can be a bridge between the two. And that's 40 million people in a $700 billion economy, of which 100 billion is already in cryptocurrencies. So we said, we have to go there. We have to be there. We have to be part of that conversation, because it only takes one. That's it. It only took one revolution in the 18th century for the ideas of democracy, constitutions, and republics to become vogue again. And suddenly we started killing kings like crazy. The American Revolution led to the French Revolution, and it led to the majority of countries in the world by the 20th century being republics. That's a powerful thing. So if one country can adopt this, and we're standing there, then all countries will be there in 20 years or 30 years, because we desire objectivity. There's a hunger for it. It's exhausting to live in a world without trust. It's exhausting to live in a world with changing rules. Reality day by day is different. No consistency, no stability. No one wants to live in that. We need a return to simplicity. Even if it's not completely real, we need a synthetic simplicity, just for the sake of being able to live and move forward and make progress. Because then, once we have that stability, we can begin like adults to talk about what do we want to do with all these exponential technologies. By the end of this century, there's a better than 50% chance we will have created artificial life. By the end of this century, there's a better than 50% chance we will have superintelligence with artificial agents that can do far more than any human can. By the end of this century, there's a better than 50% chance that human beings can live over 1,000 years because of the advent of synthetic biology and the growth of exponential technologies. And with quantum computers, we can manipulate reality itself and manufacture any material we'd ever want. We'll begin colonizing the stars. While our technology is catching up, we need it to be matched with good governance. The government systems we have, we inherited from a world of paper, of nation states, horse and buggy. We have to upgrade them, and blockchain is the way to upgrade them. So my belief is that you're all foot soldiers in that movement, which will build the foundations required to be able to use all these things wisely. And if we do use them wisely, we can finally have a world of peace, and a world of plenty, and a world of meaning. That's our challenge. Every generation has one. My grandfather fought in the Korean War, and he was one of the foot soldiers in the Cold War, and he, like so many of his generation, had to go and figure out how to put the world back together after World War II, for better or for worse. My father had his challenges, and now we have our challenges. But we are blessed to have each other, we're blessed to have these tools, and we're blessed to have blockchain. It's so incredible that after 15 years, not only have we thrived, but we have built something that we've never seen before. If blockchain was a nation state, it would be one of the most populous nations in the world, have more people in it than America does, or Japan. And you know what? In a 5 years' time, it'll have more people than China has or India has. Means we're winning. You're winning. And I'm very glad that Japan's in the conversation, because this is not going to get done in weeks or months. It's going to get done in years and decades, perhaps even centuries. And it's very refreshing that we have a country that has committed itself to preserving what came before and is willing and able to invest time in the decades to get things done. This is one of the few places in the world where you can say the project won't be done until 2080 and people won't laugh you out of the room. And they'll actually believe it's going to be successful. Look at the Shinkansen. They're still working on it. They're only halfway through it. That's the legacy of this. And in a country that has buildings that are 1,000 years old, it doesn't seem absurd. We forget these things in America. We forget these things in a capitalist society that's so hyper-focused on tearing things down and replacing them every few years. You need a mixture of cultures and ideas, and what has made Cardano so special, as you saw in the Constitutional Convention, is those cultures and ideas blended together. Cardano is a product of the many for the many, not of the few for the many. So I truly do appreciate my ability to come here, interact with all of you, and year by year see the progress and growth. Our best days are absolutely ahead of us. The progress we have made this year is absolutely extraordinary. Last year we still had Genesis keys. We didn't have a constitution. We didn't have a fully realized and turned on-chain government. Not only do we have all those things now, we've closed our first budget, 277 million ADA. An enormous amount of money. In fact, more money was dispersed this year than the combined budget of all blockchain projects for the first 5 years in the history of the industry. We did that this year, and that will pay dividends. So every year I'll come, and I'll learn, and we'll grow. Every year we'll keep making progress, and in a few short years, I think we'll reach an inflection point where we really can begin to use this objective truth and reality, this artificial laws of physics, to start tackling some of the hardest problems in the world. The first to fall will likely be artificial intelligence, but by no means will we stop there. We'll cover the biotechnology, we'll cover the quantum computing. We'll start taking these amazing innovations and putting them into the public domain for the many, and we'll create a better world, a more peaceful world. It's not going to be easy. We saw that governance was hard. This was a challenging year, as many of you saw, especially people that live on X. And that's okay, because nothing in life is easy, especially the good things. But we don't do it for ourselves. We do it for our kids, the next generation, and we do it because it's the right thing to do. So thank you for being part of the extended family, your trust and respect. Thank you for your wisdom, and thank you for your time. I truly do appreciate it, and I have love for all of you. Cheers.
Thank you very, very much. ありがとうございました。Wow. That was fun. We learned a lot. Got a lot of energy now. All right, so what a great way to frame our final session of the day. So Charles spoke about how technology gives us the tools to rebuild economic, political, and social systems, and to replace haves and have-nots and everything. Wow. Well, every time it's fun to listen to Charles talk. Arigatai. Thank you very much. And now it's time to honor the very people who are answering the call. We move from the vision to action with the Socius Fund Awards. Tonight, we celebrate the innovators turning societal challenges into growth opportunities. With a matching pool of $500,000, the Socius Fund is empowering the next generation of builders. We'll be presenting awards for 3 distinct categories, each representing a crucial frontier for impact. First, the emerging market track for project targeting developing economies. Second, the woman leading track for groundbreaking initiatives led by women. And one more, the open innovation track for innovation solutions available to all. So to present the awards, please give a warm welcome to Junaid Matin. Is he ready? Please welcome Junaid. Take it away.
Thank you. It has been an honor to be a part of this wonderful event today and to feel the energy in this room. It has been an amazing experience learning about all of the different ways that we can leverage our resources for the betterment of the world, for social impact. Charles Hoskinson has reminded us how to use our resources and how to use our tools to impact the next generations. At Socius, we have such an initiative to encourage people who are tackling these societal problems and encourage them to solve the issues that we face today. And it's not just about money. It is about the grit, it's about the competitiveness, it's about the resistance, and it's about the desire to do good for the next generations. Today, I will be presenting to you 3 awards for the round 1 of Socius Fund: the Emerging Markets Award, the Women Leaders Award, and the Open Innovation Award. May I begin presenting the awards? Okay. The Emerging Market Award goes to a crucial innovation that tackles issues in the Global South to not just support, but innovate and create opportunities for people to tackle issues on their own. The prize pool is $200,000. And the award goes to Path Ahead. This is Masayuki Iga from Path Ahead. Congratulations. Let me present to you the award. Congratulations.
Oh. Really, thank you.
Through your work, you have not just demonstrated the work and collaboration between Japan and the Global South, but you have demonstrated the eagerness and desire to change the world. Could I have a few words?
Thank you. Very amazing. I have no words to such a prize. And my business is material business for the pavement roads to expand at Africa. So I believe the African countries grows very shortly. I have to support to growth market to use our materials, and I'm preparing to establish our company, which supported by Honda, because I belongs to the Honda R&D. But it needs some finance from the venture capitals. So please contact me to invest. Every time is okay. So thank you for such a prize. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again. Please give a round of applause to Masayuki Iga.
Thank you.
We will now move on to the next award, also with a prize pool of $200,000. This is the Women Leaders Track. This award honors women who are not just empowering other women across the world, but again, tackling global issues and leading the world in their respective fields. The award goes to Senzo Capital. Congratulations. Please welcome Mayumi Wakebe from Senzo Capital. Thank you. Congratulations. Could I have a few words?
I'm shaking. Thank you so much for your support, everything. And thank you, Sarah-san and the social team. And I'm so surprised. Actually, I'm trying to set up Africa Focused Venture Capital Fund. This has been my vision for years. And I've been to Africa regularly to talk to Africa startups and more than hundreds. And now I have 30 deal flow pipeline. So yeah, this is the beginning. So I'm going to set up the fund. Yeah, the target size is 3 million. So thank you so much using this fund. I'm going to accelerate my fundraising journey. Then I want to invest to Africa. And this is the to create bridge between Africa and Japan and the world. And we can become equal partner. So yeah, thank you so much. I can start my journey now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations once again to Mayumi Wakebe. We will now present our final award, which goes to the Open Innovation Track. For this track, the matching pool is $100,000. And it goes to an organization that has demonstrated innovation, not just in a specific sector, but in a way that influences sectors, people, and problems across the world. So please welcome me in presenting this award to Pedal. Please welcome Itsuki Kanda from Pedal team. Congratulations.
First, I'd like to appreciate for the social team and Mr. Saylor. Without this event, I think we couldn't raise the fund. So I really appreciate for this. And I also appreciate for those who support us for voting and donation. So I really appreciate. So we are operating in Bangladesh. Bangladesh have a lot of room to improve. We are just starting from the 12 villages. It's really small area, but we are trying to change entire Bangladesh. So I'd like to make it happen with everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much. And yes, 気をつけてお降りください. And Junai, thank you very much. All right. And now to conclude the day, we would like to call Sarah, the founder and CEO of Socius, to come up on stage one more time to round up the whole day. Sarah, please.
Thank you. Let's look at this fire one more time. This morning, we gathered here to talk about our oldest instinct, a mistrust of the other. This instinct kept our ancestors alive for the past 50,000 years, but it's killing us now. But we chose something different today. We've heard visions of curing disease, banking the unbanked with blockchain, and reversing climate change. Innovations that seemed impossible just a decade ago. But every conversation about breakthrough technologies led to another harder question. A question about us, about trust, and about the courage to collaborate with people who don't look like us, who don't think like us, who don't come from where we come from. I'm going to take a look at my notes. So no algorithm, however sophisticated, can code empathy. And no energy source, however powerful, can ignite unity. The hardest problem we face today is not technological, it's human. So let's look around. The fire isn't just here anymore. It's alive in the conversations you had in the hallways. It's in the quiet decisions you've made to tackle something you thought was impossible before. The fire is now yours. We came here acknowledging a tribe, an old tribe defined by fear, but we go out from here forging a new one, a tribe defined not by borders or blood, but our shared belief and the courage to build a better future. Your work begins when you leave this room. When someone new wants a seat at the table, pull up a chair. And when you hear the old and tiring story of us and them, tell a new one, a story of we. This fire will burn out tonight, but the one you carry will light the path forward. Thank you for your passion, for your brilliance, and for your humanity. One fire united us. Now, let 1,000 fires transform the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. What a powerful and a heartfelt message. Starting off with the fire 50,000 years ago, and now today looking at the fire, just like Sarah said, it looks different, and the atmosphere we have here today is completely different from what we had this morning. Well, that's it for the Tech of Impact Summit 2025. And on behalf of the entire team, I would like to thank you very, very much for coming out and enjoying the whole day. I hope you enjoyed the whole day, because I did, definitely. Thank you very much. And let's give applause to yourself. 頑張った自分に拍手しましょう。ね。Thank you very much. And today we have the official after event at Lavish in Shibuya. So if you'd like to join, please do so. And yeah, if you do not know where it is, please ask the staffs. もう退場していただいて構いませんのでね、寂しいですけど。Thank you once again for being a part of the day, and I hope to see you all back. Tech for Impact Summit 2026. Thank you so much until the end. ありがとうございました。お気をつけてお帰りください。And be sure to take your smartphones, iPhones, Google phones, whatever, and your jackets. Don't leave anything behind, okay?
「砕け散る時代の波に心惑い道を見失い」「嘆きの声は天に届かず」「神の御影もかす」